Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for Frontend Days. We are just doing a quick intro. Thank you for Microsoft Reactor for hosting us, and thank you for Progress Telerik for actually sponsoring us to make this possible. And I'm going to hand over to our first amazing speaker, Maddie. Take it away.
Yeah. Thank you, Jess, and thank you everybody for having us. There's a whole bunch. Hi picture. There's a whole bunch of us from Microsoft and Progress and all different .NET adjacent things that have been able to make the trip. So it's very exciting to have us. And if anyone was at Sweatug, which was also partially organized by Jess and Jimmy and Daniel and a bunch of the other great folks here, that was an amazing conference, and I highly recommend it for next time. So, what? How? How? That's okay. I don't think I have any notes besides maybe don't say something weird. There we go. That's good. Cool. Thank you. I'm the first one of the day. I'm just barely awake and I have a flight in 4 hours. So we'll see how this goes. Today we are going to kick off .NET Frontend Day with the ultimate cross-platform developer experience of Visual Studio 2022 and .NET Maui. The cool thing about this talk is even if you aren't doing Maui, a lot of the things will still apply. I will try and call them out as I see them. I can't promise I will call them all out, but I am a PM on the Maui team. So, of course, I care mostly about Maui stuff, and that's what my demo is going to be. My focus is really on productivity, not just in VS Mac, but also the cloud and other things that you do with your stuff. I'm a very lazy coder. I write very lazy software. I like to build tooling because I do not like to do it myself. I am from Boston, Mass, which is where I will be flying back to this afternoon. So if you don't understand anything I'm saying, please let me know and I will speak slower and with more consonants that I usually drop. I am here with one of my counterparts, David Ordenow, who will be presenting later this afternoon. He really focuses on the SDK stuff. And so I put not David up here because people put us together in their brains, but actually we're quite opposite. We have very different priorities, which is why we work so well together. And the cool thing about my job is that if everything I worked on was perfect, you wouldn't need to know I existed. But since you know I existed, that means, or since you know I exist, that means there is room for improvement. And so I'm always happy to hear people's feedback. Oh yeah, so this is a cool picture of me. This is not what I look like. That's my doorbell camera. Which my husband has started collecting screenshots of my doorbell camera pictures and posting them on Instagram. And it's really quite something, but this is really what I do look like in real life. So we are going to jump right in to some demos. Full disclosure, so this little laptop here has served me very well for the year or so I've had it until Monday or so, Sunday in the airport. And I went to open Visual Studio and it said .NET HostFX could not be found. And I said, what does that mean? And after multiple Visual Studio repairs, I realized I must have just screwed something up so desperately with internal bits that it was too far gone. So this is a freshly repaved version of Windows. What's cool about that is that everything I'm showing you is not at all faked because I literally just installed Windows on this yesterday. What's not cool about that is I don't know what sneaky cool things I've set up in my free time to make my demos look super snazzy. So this is going to be a little bit of an adventure together. Quickly, we will start Zoom it. Hopefully this just installed correctly so that I can actually zoom things. Well, my poor computer. It's okay. We're almost done. We also have to change the color to pink. That's the most important part. How do I do that? Oh, yes. Change the pen color and then type P. Zoom. Control 1. Ready? Control 1. Zoom it. Hello? Interesting. All right. Zoom. Okay. P. Draw. Yay. Okay, that worked. So let's hop right in. So, anyone here unfamiliar with .NET Maui? Okay, a couple people. Great. So, .NET Maui is Microsoft and .NET's cross-platform toolkit for Android. Hold on, it's right here. Android, iOS, macOS, and Windows. So what's cool about Maui is you can write your code in .NET, in XAML if you want to use XAML, in C# if you want to use just C#. and run that in all 4 platforms. And so the way to get started with Maui is, I'll show you, very easy. Sneaky, cool trick. If you ever need to install something in Visual Studio that you didn't already have installed, you can just hit modify in the installer. It's going to get things ready as it does forever. And then there is literally a workload that just says .NET Maui right here, .NET Multi-Platform App UI. And you check it off and it gives you everything you need to start developing, not just for the Windows target, but also for Android and iOS on a Windows machine. Any Mac developers here? People who like to use their Mac? Yeah, there we go. Nice. Okay, a bunch of you. I am not going to show my Mac today just because that would have involved me unpacking and setting also up my Mac at 8:45 this morning, and I could not. But this is also very similar on the Mac and Visual Studio for Mac. You can do Windows development from Windows, Mac development from Mac, but Android and iOS in both places. Make sense? Yeah? So to get started with Maui, you just want to make a new project. Very easy. And there are templates. There is a Maui app. There's Maui Blazor, which Gerald, who is also on our wonderful team and eating a sandwich right now, so don't look at him. I say as I point at him, who he will talk a little bit about Maui Blazor. So will Sam, I believe. Yeah. And SignalR and all the cloud things that I try to ignore because I'm so busy looking at Visual Studio. And what's cool about that is that since many of you are new to Maui, we just actually shipped this overview page, which gives you a whole bunch of stuff to get started. Look at that. So now you can just do file new Maui project. I literally just file new Maui app 1, and this pops right up. So you can go and see the documentations we have. I really need to figure out why Zoom it doesn't like me today, but that's okay. Zoom. There's documentation. We have a learning path on Microsoft Learn. So it's literally like a self-guided course. You go, you click through, there's some videos, you watch, you have a good time, you type them in. Our docs, of course, integration into whatever, and then deploying to all the different places, which is what I am going to talk you through and kind of show you right now. Oh no. All my screens went dark. My computer might be restarting. I hope not. Oh, we're back. We're back. Nice. Good morning. This is a fresh install of Windows. Why is this? It's fine. I do. Okay, thank you. Oh, hello, myself. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Hello, online. All right, Visual Studio. Cool. So, as I said, from Windows, you can get to 3 platforms. You cannot do Mac development on Windows, and you cannot do Windows development on Mac. The reasons for that should make sense. Windows, very easy. It's kind of the default one. You hit F5, it's going to build and deploy your Maui app to your Windows machine. Which, I need to hide my little hide thing. The first time you do it, it takes a few seconds because it has to package it and then build it and then install it on the machine. Every subsequent time gets faster because it's already installed on the machine. So unless you uninstall it, obviously, it's going to be pretty snazzy. Give it a second. It says it's running. See, this is the profiling tools we have on the side here. So it will show you if you're doing Windows debugging, the CPU usage, the memory usage. You can set your breakpoints and inspect all the things from there, which is really nice. And there we go. Good morning. Good morning, computer. I think my computer needs coffee more than I do. Cool. And that is the file new Maui app, Hello World. And you click it, and then it tells you how many times you clicked it. Very, very complicated. Not at all. It's super simple, but yeah, this is the template. It does respect theming so that my computer is in dark mode. So this is dark. If I switch my computer to light mode, we can actually do that. Actually, my computer's really not in a good mood, so maybe I shouldn't be messing around. But let's try. Let's see what happens. Color settings. Oh wow, this is slow. It's okay. We'll get there. Light, and it will reflect in the app. Very cool. Just like that. Boom. So that's all built in. File new. Easy peasy. So let's stop running this. Let's talk a little bit about the second least complicated target, which is Android. So in a Maui app, let me do my little manual zoom it here. Actually, let me see if I can fix this. Zoom toggle, Control 1. Did that work? Yay, I fixed it. I'm so smart. In a Maui app here, it's one project. Very nice. And you have a whole bunch of different things going on. You've got your platforms, which is where any platform-specific code lives. Usually, especially if you're new to Maui, you don't need to think about it. Just don't even look. It's just the files that Android and iOS and Windows need to start it up and set permissions and all those things. You have resources, which is where you can put all your images, all your fonts, all those things. Mobile app developers know that for any image you want to put in your app, you have to make about 8 million copies of it in like 8 bajillion different resolutions, and it's really annoying. We just do it all for you. If you stick an SVG or a PNG in there, we size it, we do the right things. You can set your app icon. And then here's really where my code happens. It's all in Maui program, which is my startup file. It tells the app how to initialize and what packages to load in. And then mainpage.xaml, which is all my UI code. And business logic is just in the C# there. Anyone new to .NET here? New to .NET? Cool, welcome. .NET's great. If things don't make sense to you that I'm saying, that is okay. Totally fine. You will learn them. The Microsoft Learn stuff is very helpful. Also, just exposure via this. It took me about 4 years to be able to explain what .NET actually was. I just kept going, it's like a framework, but it's also a language, but it also does Windows, but it also does web. And that's pretty much still the definition. So let's talk Android. We have this thing actually built into Visual Studio, so you don't have to install any of the Android Studio tools, David. David's new thing is that we should get rid of this, but you have to install Android Studio. I disagree. Yeah. Okay. But as the tooling PM, I don't like to do things. I don't like to install things. So I have this thing that you open. It is called the Android Device Manager. And this is where I can manage all of my emulators, all my Android virtual stuff. You can set all these settings if you so choose. I do not, because most of them I don't know what they mean, and I don't care. But you can choose your device, the processor, the operating system, and it'll go and create it for you. One thing that we did that's actually really nifty is if you switch to Android, and this is called the debug selector, target selector, it depends on who you ask. You can hover over framework, and it will suggest all the different frameworks that are compatible with your app. Or you could switch to Android that way, or you could go into Android emulators, hit Android emulator, and we actually have this nice little walkthrough that may or may not pop up at some point to get you set up with your first Android emulator. I like to show the device manager because that's something that you will use every time. Oh, cool. This is also all new. It used to just pop up with the license accepting dialog over and over and over. You'd have to accept it like 8 times, but we fixed it. So cool. That's all you have to do to get Android. If you are in not Sweden, any of you travel here besides the people I know who traveled here? Okay, cool. There is this very nifty thing called the Windows subsystem for Android. And they are rolling it out to more and more countries. They just got to Germany, the UK, a whole bunch of places, but randomly not Sweden, which I don't make these choices. But you can download the Amazon App Store app, and it brings you an on-device version of Android that actually runs totally natively on the metal. So it is not an emulator. It is native Android running on your device. It's up to the whim of the Amazon App Store for when it goes to other countries, hopefully soon. I know we're working on expanding that, but that is also an option for those of you maybe traveling. I know some people were able to get at work places that it was not allowed yet. I don't know how, and I will not condone that. And then finally, we have iOS. So 2 ways to do iOS deployment on Windows. On Mac, it's really easy because everything goes through Xcode. You have to have it. You got to love it. That's fine. The traditional way that most people do it is they go into this little fella right here, the pair to Mac dialog. You click that. And this is all on our docs, by the way. And I think it's being recorded, I imagine. So you can go back. It's going to ask you, like, are you going to let Visual Studio talk to things over the network? And you're going to say, of course I am. Visual Studio is great and has never done me wrong in my entire life. And it's going to give you the option to go and add something from the network. So it can't find anything right now. So it wants me to type it in manually because my Mac is not on. But what you can do is compare to a Mac over the network and then complete all of your iOS builds remotely. it'll spit it back over to Windows and it will show you the simulator or whatever it is remoted into Windows. So my Mac could be in the closet over there, turned on, ready to roll. I could just pair to it and build and deploy like that. It's pretty nice. But if you don't own a Mac, there are docs for it. Or you can just come to Maddie's Cool Talk. What you're going to want to do is log in with your Apple developer account. And so Apple, the reason you have to do all these runarounds for Apple is because they want you to use Macs to build stuff, which is fair. That's kind of their whole thing. We don't want you to have a Mac and a Windows all the time. So we make it pretty easy. What you can do is go in and add your Apple developer account. You have to pay $99 a year for it. Mine's about to renew, so I need to remember to do that. Make sure you go in and accept all the licenses that it asks you to accept in the Apple developer portal. And then you can actually connect to it from right in Visual Studio. So this looks scary. Every time people look at keys and private keys, it's scary. There are docs. It's actually not that bad. You just go to the App Store Connect and all of these things pop right up for you. And once you add this account to Visual Studio, and again, since I just paid for this machine, and I did not want to try and do any Apple stuff because I'm very worried about breaking this again. It is not set up. You plug your iPhone into your PC, USB, nothing fancy. Excuse me. And then you just hit F5 and the app opens and runs on iOS. No Mac, no anything crazy. We basically send it up to the cloud. We say, hey, this device, this Windows machine is allowed to put an app on this iOS device. And Apple says, okay, and then lets us do it. So very, very helpful. There are some limitations. The one that I noticed the most is that you can't actually change app permissions. You need to have the Mac plugged in because Apple won't let you just like change permissions of your app and then stick it on a phone without them knowing what's going on. Good security. I'll take it. So if you need to start enabling specific permissions, you have to go and do it on the Mac. Also, you can't change your app icon, which is very weird, but I think we know how to fix that. We just have to actually do it. So that's part one. That is deploy everywhere. I'm not even going to hop back into my slides because we're going to get right back into this demo, and I don't want to upset my computer. But I will show you this slide. One of my favorite features of .NET MAUI and many other .NET frameworks, not .NET framework, sorry, .NET platforms we have is hot reload. So we on the MAUI team, the formerly Xamarin team, if anyone is a Xamarin developer, we used to spend a lot of time trying to make builds faster because you would change your code and you would say, all right, change it. Okay, now I have to stop the app, rebuild it, redeploy it, see my change, decide if that was good or not, and then do that whole thing again. And so we made builds pretty fast. And then we were like, we can't really do much more to fix builds. What do we do? Oh, I know. Just stop building. This makes sense, right? So we came up with hot reload. It works with your C#, your XAML, CSS if you're doing web, or if you're doing CSS styling for MAUI. And then there's a whole bunch of nifty tools around it. Most of this stuff works with all of the Windows platforms. And then who's web here? Web developers, Blazor, anything? Cool. You don't need the preview because you have a browser. So you have web tools to inspect it, but you'll see how we've kind of made that easy for client developers. So let's hop in here. Let's run this back on Windows. If I was smart, I would have started this before I started talking to the slide, but I am not, so that's okay. It's going to pop up hopefully a little bit faster than last time because I built and deployed it. We already looked at the diagnostic tools. I'm going to close that because I don't really want to look at it right now. We don't need to look at this stuff down here. Fun facts. Oh, other fun fact. We added left tabs to Visual Studio. People are not excited about this. This is the best thing in the world. I hate those stupid top tabs. I can never see the full file name. And then I have one that's like .xaml and one that's .xaml.cs. And then I click on the wrong ones. No, left tabs for life. And you can resize it. Don't worry. You can also group them by the project they're in and give them colors based on the file extension or the project they're in. So now, look at this. Look. My XAML is light blue. You really can't see it on this TV. My XAML is light blue and my XAML CS is like a green. You can customize those things. But it is really nice and much easier. So the app started. It is here, my little .NET app. click, click, click. This is something called the in-app toolbar. So there's a lot of cool things that you can do in here while you're clicking in your app and inspecting. But the way that I do it now mostly, especially when I'm on one single screen like I am now, is I use this little guy, XAML Live Preview. And what XAML Live Preview does is it is a fancy screen mirror. It screen mirrors your app into, nice, into Visual Studio. So you can do everything within the IDE. We see this especially useful in the single monitor scenario, but also if you're on 2 monitors or you're like sharing your screen and you have stuff on the other monitor and you don't want to have the app open. So this is not an interactive version of the app. You have to go into the app to click it to change things, because this is actually an inspection UI. So if I zoom in, control scroll a little bit, and you'll see when I hover over something like this label, it tells me all of its properties. It tells me where it's defined, what size it's rendered as, the font, color, text color, all those things. And if I click on it, magic, it takes me to where in the code it's actually defined. So after I scream about left tabs, I will put them on the top again because it is easier on the single monitor. And then I will also pin live preview, and then I will have to resize it because it was sized for an Android phone, which I am not on. But yeah, click on it. It takes you to where in the app it's defined. And then I can just start changing things. So I can say, hello, .NET front end day. Magic. And it changes. And that's in my actual running app too, right? It's not just magically for this preview. This is just, again, a fancy screen mirror. And I can do more than that. I can go and I can change colors. I can do a whole bunch of stuff. But that is XAML Hot Reload working with live preview. This right here. Say that I am on 2 monitors and I don't want to deal with live preview right now. I can go into my app. I can turn on inspection mode, right? Which is this one, selection mode. You don't get the nice dorners that tell you how big things are, but you can still like click and go to where it's defined in the code. Or you can inspect your UI a whole different way, which is using the live visual tree. Whoa. And the live visual tree is something similar to what you would see in web tools if you are someone who is a web developer, but it shows you the actual visual hierarchy of your app and all of the children. So this page, right? It's a main page of type. It's of type shell, which we'll talk about in a second. It's in a scroll view. Then I have a vertical stack layout with 4 things in it: an image, a label, a button, and another label. Image, label, button. And it shows the name of my little button. And then I can click on these teensy weensy little arrows, magically go to where in my code it's defined. So super easy. With the sample app where there's only one XAML page, it's not as fun as when it's something like a huge enterprise app or like a big sample app that's really UI focused and it's popping between all different files and where things are defined. But it still works. It's very cool and very helpful. So another thing you can do. Which one do I want to start with? Let's quickly talk about the accessibility checker. So this is brand new to Visual Studio. We just shipped this in 17.5, which is the current preview. It will be shipping to stable very soon. What you can do with the accessibility checker is run it, and it will tell you major accessibility issues with your application. So the only one that I have here is that the name property of my focusable element is not null. I can imagine that's because the screen reader would probably have to read something. We have these things called semantic properties in .NET Maui that help screen readers know what to say and when to say them. But this also gives me some other helpful tips. So a UI automation name property that concisely identifies the element would be the right way to fix this. So very cool. The thing I use this the most for is colors. So when I'm doing like a text on a background and I'm worried about that not having the right level of contrast, it will do a good job telling me that thing. So that's one thing. Another, XAML binding failures. So if I hit this button, this one, oh my goodness, go away overview. I'll hit it in the app. If I hit this button, I hover over it, it's going to say binding failures. Who's familiar with MVVM, data binding? Okay, most of you, good. Who has ever misspelled a property and spent way too long trying to figure out what the heck is wrong with your app? Wow, some of you must be amazing because I have done this about 8 million times. XAML binding failures will tell you if your data binding isn't resolving, even if the compiler isn't. You click on it, and it tells you where the binding failure is. That's it. That's all you have to do. It just shows right up. There's no data binding in this app because it is very basic, but it's something that I use all the time. One trick for Maui developers is if you bind to your view model in the XAML instead of in the code behind, you actually do get binding completions with like tab, but you don't get that if you do that in C#. I don't know why. We have tried to fix it. I do not know. It is a problem beyond the scope of my knowledge, but we will hopefully one day fix it. But it is very helpful. Other cool things about live preview, you can add like vertical lines and rulers, and if you're really designy, Dave is the UI guy. He really does. Like, oh, I need to line this up perfectly. I don't really care. Doesn't bother me. It can be off center. I'll just zoom in. And then the final hot reload I would like to show you of all the hot reloads is, of course, C# hot reload. So apps UI, changing UI around, obviously very important, but being able to change your code and then run that without having to stop and rebuild the app is kind of the next step. So this app is really simple. We just have a counter, count plus plus. Even I could write that, and I am a PM. I am going to add that, change it to count plus equals 2. Math. Amazing. I'm going to hit save. Oh, and that's not on because I'm on a fresh machine, which it should be default. I'm arguing about it. There is this fire emoji, fire icon, whatever you want to call it. Briefly, they tried to make it not a fire emoji. I almost burnt down Microsoft's headquarters. I said it is a fire emoji. It is hot and you are reloading. And they were like, okay, she's crazy, so we'll just do what she wants. You can hit this button and it will take all of the changes in your code and spit it over into the running app. You can also do the cool thing that all the cool kids do and check off this hot reload on file save, and then it just does it when you save. The reason we don't do that for everything, we don't make that just like the rule, is because there are people, and many of you may be those people, there is nothing wrong with it, who just frantically save every time you make a code change. And so if we were trying to hot reload every time and your XAML or your C# wasn't like sane yet, the app would be very upset with you. So if you are one of those people, make sure this is off. If you are someone like me who writes your code and you're like, this looks good. Okay, I think I'll save it. You can turn this on. This is how I use it. So I'm going to hit save again, just make sure I did it. We are currently in the process of giving this status. So it turns out this bar down here in Visual Studio actually tells you things. This whole little red, mine's pink, right? Because that's my accent color in Windows, which is very nice that it does that now. I didn't know this bar told me anything until about a week ago when the wonderful Visual Studio UX team said, why are you trying to shove the status of hot reload into this teeny 16 by 16 icon when you can put it in the thing that's literally called the status bar that tells you what's going on in Visual Studio right now? And I said, oh, interesting. So like this is actually telling me something, this little cute animation. I knew about the source control thing. I knew that sometimes that ready changes to say like other things and then goes back to ready. But you can actually, like, depending on the extensions, you can add stuff to this. So we're going to put a little fire emoji down here that tells you that your hot reload is done. You're ready to roll. With most apps, especially with Windows, it's super fast. Sometimes when it comes to like debugging to the Android emulator, we have to wait for the Android emulator to like, boom. Okay, now we're good because Android can be slow sometimes. So I hot reloaded enough, do the demo. Now it's going up by 2, right? Even numbers only. We don't like odd numbers here. Whoa. And then, of course, I can change it back. The tricky thing with .NET hot reload, C# hot reload, is that you have to re-trigger whatever change you made, right? So if you change things that happen when the page loads, you will have to navigate away and then navigate back to the page, or extend something called the metadata update handler, which I am not going to talk about. I believe, are you doing awesome UI or are you doing your whole like state of Maui thing today? The survivalist thing, the survivalist's guide to .NET Maui right after lunch for you all to sleep through. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Are you going to show metadata update handler? Dave will show it. It's very cool. You can extend hot reload to reload things that wouldn't otherwise be reloaded. So everyone following? Any questions so far? I'm a little bit more than halfway through. Questions, comments? I should probably pull up Streamer, but it's okay. I'll check after. Yes. Yes. Yes, you should be able to. We just shipped this, so I'm wondering if I just found a bug, because usually this template app doesn't actually show any errors, which I'm concerned about. So I will double check on that. But yeah, it will show you where in the, I think it's supposed to be this. Like if you click on it, it will tell you where it is. It also, we're adding an icon up here at some point that will show you, and like you can run it from the in-app toolbar, and it will just say like boop, 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 boop. These are your issues. Good question. More work for me. Okay, and I'll dock this. So, fun facts about Visual Studio. All these windows are very confusing down at the bottom. If you want them to stay, you have to say dock. If you want them to go away, you unpin them and then they auto hide. You do not hit the X button, which is what everyone does, including me. And then they just kind of are there forever and they're gone and you're like, what did I do? So, auto hide is the pin, dock is put them back if they're gone. Cool. What else do I want to show here? I don't know. I've showed a lot of stuff. That's pretty good, right? We've seen a lot of stuff. Let's pop back into the slides. I'm going to hide this because I am not demoing VS Mac, because my Mac is somehow in a worse mood than my PC. I'll take a sip of tea. Hold on. Let me move this. So you don't have to hear me slurp. That would be awful at 9:32 in the morning. All right. Everything we just saw was in Visual Studio 2022. There are more things in Visual Studio 2022. There are hours and hours and hours and days of content on that on the internet, and I am not going to do all that for you today. We are currently on 17.5 or 17.4. 17.5 is shipping imminently. Everything I demoed today is in Visual Studio public preview, which is what's going to ship public as 17.5 in stable in just a couple weeks. Some of the things we didn't show live share, which is basically Google Docs editing for also your code. So people can remote in and type things and run things on your machine. And it's really helpful for debugging. IntelliSense and Telecode autocomplete, those things are great. I don't need to demo those because they just happen. And it is 64-bit, and you heard it here first, unless you were also in Cologne, Germany on Monday. Then you heard it here second, and I only think like 2 of you were, so hopefully it's kind of a surprise. There is going to be ARM support for .NET MAUI development coming in the upcoming preview of Visual Studio. So when 17.5 goes to stable, 17.6 comes out in preview, and that preview has ARM support. So it's awesome if you have a Windows ARM machine. There aren't many of those. It's even more awesome if you have an M1 or an M2 Mac and you run Windows in parallels. You can actually download an ARM native Windows image, run ARM native Visual Studio, and build MAUI apps. So very cool. I know a good handful of you are Mac developers too. So of course, let's talk about Visual Studio for Mac. We just finished a couple months ago pretty much fully rebuilding it to run on .NET. So it uses .NET 6 and now 7. And we also rebuilt the entire UI piece by piece. So if you're wondering why it's missing some of the features that you get in Visual Studio for Windows, it's because we spent a lot of time rewriting the whole thing. But it's super snappy, very fast. It's all performance focused. Everything we talk about now with VS Mac is lowering hangs and crashes and all those things. Yes, question. Oh, it is not in preview. I just didn't change the link. Good call. Charles? Oh, again? Oh, I'm sorry. You need to cut me off, Jimmy. I'm not at all exciting. Okay. Windows. Thank you. Thank you, online person, whoever you are. Thank you. Thank you, Gerald, for telling me. Yeah, I just didn't change the link. Are you kidding? It's the first talk of the day, everybody. All right? You got to bear with me here. For those of you online, by the way, the question was, when does this come out of preview? It is not in preview. I just left the preview link up. You can also get preview versions of VS Mac. They usually have more features, but I should probably just change that to be the regular one. So good call. They also totally redid their Git story, which is very nice. So let's talk about the roadmap of what we're going to do with MAUI tooling in the coming period of time. I would say year, but I don't know if that's actually true. Maybe. First and foremost, you saw that little memory profiler on the side pop up for Windows. We want that to also work for Android and iOS. That makes sense. That's the things we target. And then eventually pull that over to the Mac. All very cool stuff. One of the other things we want to do with profiling is have it look at your UI and tell you if you built your UI in the most efficient way and say, hey, you should actually be using a grid. We're all grid people here. That's what we say. We don't like doing stack layouts inside of stack layouts inside of stack layouts because it's less efficient. So we would like a memory profiler to just tell you that. So that's something we're looking at. Bringing that whole live preview experience over to the Mac that's actually in preview now. Very exciting. Finally, they have XAML hot reload. It has that live visual tree hierarchy on the side. It does not have C# hot reload just yet, but that is also in development. So that's coming over to the Mac really soon for all the workloads. Packaging and publishing. So you have an app, you built it, right? You put your code, it works, you tested it, you have to give it to people. Right now, the best way to do that is through the command line, which is cool if you're a command line person, and is also how you would do it with your CI/CD pipeline if you use DevOps like a person should. But there are many, many instances where you don't want to actually use, CI/CD, or you just want to build like a one-off. You want to test it and release locally. You want to give it to your mom to try without her having to do anything fancy, or whoever. My thought is always my mom, because she's like, let me see the apps you're building. And then I have to go like plug her phone in and be like, here, you can use it now. She's like, this doesn't do anything. I'm like, correct. Thank you, Mom. So we want to do a better in IDE experience that's just like publish it, get it ready for the Android store, get it ready for the Apple store, get it ready for the Windows store. Here's all the information you need to put in. Here's where all those packages are going to go. Let's stick it into the web for you. So that's something that's being actively worked on. Of course, cloud integration. Who was going to ask me a question about App Center? Anyone? Okay, only one, except for Sam and Gerald, and you guys do not count. We are working on App Center stuff. Thank you for not asking yet, so I can answer it first. We are working on it. It is updated. App Center is the cloud thing for mobile and desktop apps that helps with testing, crashes, and analytics, distributing it, building. We are working on all of those stories, and they will either be updated in App Center itself, or App Center will kick those out to Azure and make them easier in Azure itself, because it is all Azure anyways. Long story short, we're getting there. More to come. The App Center team is doing a lot of work. There is a team that is working on it, which is new. So that's exciting. Hot reload status indicators I told you about. All cool. I would really like it to have a little dot that says there are changes that you could hot reload. And you would be like, whoa, no way. And then you would hot reload it. And then it would say, thumbs up, you're done. And you'd say, oh, okay, cool. That's what I want. This is what I do as a PM. This is what I do. And then finally, this is exciting for those of you who are Blazor hybrid folks. As I had mentioned earlier, the web tools are their own kind of thing in Chrome. We have the live visual tree, we have the live preview, we have hot reload. All of those things should all just work together. They shouldn't be 3 separate tooling experiences. They should all just exist. So that's another thing, like kind of the unification of all the different ways that people write UI with .NET, and making sure they all play nice in the sandbox together. And then Windows subsystem for Android stuff, which I don't need to talk about because we don't have it here. So if I had infinite time, and I put this up here, not because I am going to do these things, but because I want you to say to me, hey, Maddie, that thing you said in your slide about if you had infinite time is super important to me, and I need you to make the time for that. That is why this is here. Make authentication suck less. There is no nice way to say authentication is awful. I would like to just be able to say right click, add sign on with Google. Bam. And it writes my code for me. I don't know if that's actually possible. Jimmy's laughing because he's like, she has no idea what she's talking about. You're correct. I don't know if that's possible. I would like that. I'm sure there are things we can do to make it easier. I don't know what those things are, but tell me if you also have this problem like me. I would like to be able to do Mac development on my Windows machine and vice versa. I think that would be cool. I don't know how many people actually need that. So again, tell me. I would like everything to work in the cloud, in the VS code spaces when you like pull things out from your GitHub PRs, and I would like to have better integration with Azure, and it would be like spin up your Maui backend services, and all of a sudden you'd have this API, and your app would just magically talk to it, and everything would be super cool. I don't know. I don't know if that's important. Again, you have to tell me these things. I would like to make the DevBox experience better. Anyone familiar with DevBox yet? Couple people. It's just Gerald, Daniel. Thank you guys. Thanks for paying attention. DevBox is our like fancy cloud hosted VM that you can basically create an image and then just be like, start a DevBox, and then you open it and it's got all the things you need, all the Visual Studios and bits and whatever. So the idea is if you're onboarding someone and you have to like provision their device before they can start doing things, you can just give them a DevBox to use until that's all ready. Or you could just use the DevBox yourself if you're traveling, if you're not on your main machine. You can demo from it. It's very cool. And then Google has just... Someone told me that Google did make emulators that run natively on ARM. I know this for Mac. I have yet to find this working on Windows. So I would like to petition Google, if anyone has an in, to make the stuff that I need to work, please. So that would be great. Let me know if any of you are magical. We would also love to see VS Code support. We are already adding .NET support into Visual Studio Code. You might have seen the announcement about that over the summer. We want to see what we can do in VS Code to make mobile development easier. Obviously, VS Code is a lightweight code editor. It is not Visual Studio. It is not the full airplane cockpit. So you're not going to get live preview or live visual tree, all those kind of things that pop up on the sides of VS. But we could give you hot reload, right? We could give you code completion. Excuse me. So if you want those things, you think that'd be useful, let me know. And that is it. And I actually finished with a reasonable amount of time for questions. So can I do questions? Is that allowed? Okay. And then someone will have to feed me the online ones. And then I will give Sam about 10 minutes to get his stuff set up. So at 9:50-ish, Jimmy, if you could cut me off and play your fancy music or whatever you want to do. Oh, there is not right now. Which camera am I looking at? Does it matter?
Which camera?
Which camera do you want me to look at?
That one?
That one? There's not right now. And for that, I am sorry. However, we are trying to figure out what the best thing to do is in terms of UI creation. There's a whole bunch of different reasons people use a designer. And one of those is just to get the layout ready to roll. We think we can do that for you pretty easily. We also think we can use some like GitHub Copilot stuff, which would be cool. Or, I don't know, the chat thing, Chat GPT. What about like, I just want a page with a grid and 3 buttons and it looks like a login screen, and then we just do that for you. That would be very cool.
That would be cool.
So, cool.
Okay, we have another question about Maui components. Tree view components was asked many times, but with no results. Please clarify Maui component strategy.
Do you have anything you'd like to say, Dave? We are building the ones that we think are going to be the most impactful, covering the most people right now. Tree view is... Yeah, good answer. Good answer. Tree view is very important. Oh, the answer? I'm gonna lead up to it. Don't worry. That being said, we can't do everything. So, what Dave suggested, and what I always love to suggest, is using some of our amazing control vendors for those more complicated controls. Tree views, data grids, especially desktop specific stuff that you really need. So Progress. Sam is sitting right behind the camera. Hi, Sam. Thank you. Sam worked for Progress, and they have a whole set of amazing Maui controls. There's also Sync Fusion, Dev Express, so many others. Once I finish my tea, I can list an infinite amount on the internet. But for now, yeah. So check those out.
Nice. So, question that might be discussed later on. Are there any plans to bring back the SAML live preview like the one we had before Xamarin? Hot reload doesn't really do the trick.
I think that's also about something like a designer. We had the XAML previewer thing with Xamarin that showed you your UI, but it was not interactable, and it was at design time. So we split it into design time, which is when your app isn't running, runtime when your app is running. We have been thinking about what we can do at design time. The reason we got rid of the XAML previewer in lieu of live preview is because we never did the right thing. We never showed your UI right, and it just caused more problems than it was worth. But we have heard loud and clear, not just obviously from this, but from many customers, that something at design time is still definitely necessary. So we've been looking at it. No solid plans to share. As you can see, we've been doing a bunch of stuff. But I hear you loud and clear, and I would love to solve that problem somehow in the near future.
Cool. We're looking forward to that.
Yeah.
No pressure.
No, thanks.
Okay. Is there any plans to include Linux into the cross-platform supported?
Great question. Wow, online, man, they're coming. They're grilling. When we did this only in person in Cologne, everyone was like, "That was really cool. Thank you. Here's a really easy softball question." Online, you guys were like, "It's because I can't see you." I get it. Yeah, so Linux, 2 parts to the story. One is I want to use my Linux machine to write my Maui apps. That is possible. You can use VS Code, command line stuff, and Android emulators on Linux right now. Just go ahead and do it. The other thing is if you want to develop Maui apps for Linux. We have heard this from a lot of customers, and then every time we've been like, show us what, tell us what kind of app you want to build for Linux that you need for Linux or whatever. They have not actually shown us things. So we would love to get these stories because it makes it easier for us to go and argue with the people who tell people what to work on. Because believe it or not, I actually have no power as much as I pretend to. It makes that argument easier for us. What we would like to do for Linux at some point is either enable, using something like Avalonia UI, which already targets Linux, being able to use drawn controls instead of the actual native control toolkit, which is what we use in Maui right now. That would kind of be the dream. There are some people who do it out there. There's actually a fork right now of Maui that supports Linux. So there's definitely interest, people doing it. And I would recommend checking those out. As far as actual committed roadmap things, there's nothing right now. That doesn't mean it's never going to happen. We're just planning for .NET 8 this current time period. So, yeah.
Ready for more?
Okay.
Yeah. Whew. Can we expect some increased efforts concerning Maui issues over the next week?
Yes, we can. Actually, I have a good answer for this one. We have taken people from other parts of .NET and tooling, and we have created this like Maui quality committee that is just kicking off. They actually had a meeting that we all missed. Gerald should have been there, but he couldn't because he was talking at this conference or whatever this week, called Who Wants to Be a Maui Contributor? And they onboarded a bunch of people elsewhere in .NET into how to contribute to Maui. And they've prioritized issues. They've had people go in and validate those things. So we have a huge push. Our sprints are every month, so February and maybe March as well, for like explicitly Maui quality improvements. We are making sure that we can get people to work on these things and contribute. We're also going to make it easier for all of you to contribute by learning from what we do to onboard the team and hopefully publishing those things. I saw one live stream already went out from Javier or video or something. So yeah. Yes. Good answer.
Fantastic. Do we have any questions from this IRL place we're actually at the venue? Yes, we do.
Regarding ARM support, is it possible or will it be possible to run on Raspberry Pis?
Ooh, good question. I mean, I think there's a Windows build for Raspberry Pi. So yes, because Windows and ARM. So yes, but don't quote me on that. I think so.
We think so.
We think so. Good answer.
Do we have any more questions?
Nobody wants to grill me. Nobody wants to be like, why does Maui suck so bad or something? Is that just for online? No, I'm kidding. Maui's amazing.
No, they're nice.
Oh, you're right here.
Yeah, we have a question.
Why bring the telemetry into App Center instead of Application Insights?
That is what I want to do. Thank you for asking that question. You should send me that in an email so I can forward it to everyone in leadership and say, why are we doing all this in App Center when it should just be in App Insights? Because that's where everyone's back end is anyways. The plan, I believe, and this is not in writing yet, but the last I talked to the App Center PM, is to have like a magic thing that you can use App Center if that's all you need. But really the end goal is that it's all in App Insights in real time. Obviously, to get in an App Insights right now, you'd have to rewrite all your App Center analytics code, which would be annoying. So we need to do some kind of wrapper there, magic, whatever. But yes, thank you for asking. Good question.
Any more questions?
Cool.
No, I think we're done.
Awesome. Well, thank you,
you so
everybody.
much.
I will be around here until the end of Sam's talk, so feel free to say hi. This is my email. Maddie at Microsoft. Definitely hit me up with questions, comments, concerns, things you want us to work on, and enjoy the rest of your .NET front-end day.
Thank you. And in just a minute, we will have Sam joining us on stage. So we will be right back.
We're live. I think, if I can say it close enough in Swedish. No, my apologies. Like some of us are from the US and we don't speak your language, but thank you for coming out. Good morning, and hope you're doing well. It's going to be a nice day. Thank you, and thanks for joining us here at .NET Frontend Day. Big thank you to Jimmy, Jessica, and Daniel, and everybody else putting this together. So Maddie started off with .NET Maui and the tooling. How many of you are into Blazor? Heard of that? Okay, a lot of you. I'm going to flip it a little bit and talk about Blazor, and then we're going to mix and match Maui and Blazor a little bit. I am on a Mac, so all my friends laugh at me. This is a really old Mac, so you can all laugh at me, but we'll try having a little fun. Okay. All right. And hello to the folks watching online. Thanks for being here. So this is me, Sam. I am a dev advocate for Progress Software. Hopefully, you know us for some of the things we make to help developers be a little bit more successful, like UI components for web, desktop, and mobile. Fiddler and Sitefinity and Telerik and Kenda UI and all the things. That's me pretty much everywhere online. Twitter, Mastodon, Skype, GitHub, all the places. So you can get hold of me. Hopefully we are coming out of our pandemic modes. It's so good to see all of you online, but really good to see you in person. So let's get started. I want to talk about this is Blazor for desktop, but I kind of want to take a mobile approach as well. Let's cover what it means right now to be building mobile apps and desktop apps, and where does Maui fit in with Blazor. But we are all sitting on modern.NET, which is very unified. It's taken a while to get here, but you can build just about everything with modern.NET. The tools of our trade have come a long way. It's a rich ecosystem that we're coming in. So .NET 6 was a big unification. .NET 7 builds on it. .NET 8 is going to be even better. So all good things with modern.NET. Now, let's. The slides, by the way, are not important. I'm going to try to, just go by as quickly as I can, maybe 10 minutes, and then I want to show you as many things as I can. I might fail all over the place, but we'll still have a little fun. How do you build for mobile today? Again, we want to go to desktop first, but just a quick note on mobile, because all of this does relate to mobile apps. You have a lot of choice, right? Which is a good thing for developers until we have too much choice, and then we are crippled. We are second guessing ourselves. But do what makes sense for you, right? If you are already doing web apps, then stay on your web frameworks. You have lots of tools and frameworks to help you out. You can make things a mobile web, that's a good citizen on your mobile devices. You can make it a very good citizen by doing PWAs, which is progressive web apps, and that way your app can be pinned to the home screen. You can have a rich user experience, and you can also do JavaScript to make native apps now. But that's maybe for the JavaScript loving folks. But if you want to do .NET, then you have had some choices. Xamarin has kind of all grown up in the last 7-8 years. Now we are evolving onto .NET Maui, and things are not just for mobile, it's for desktop as well. So you have a lot of choice. Do what makes sense for you. I always say it's good for us to be lazy, because then you can code share between mobile apps and desktop apps and web apps. So do what makes sense. So .NET Maui has been an evolution. It's multi-platform app UI. The P is silent because Maui does not sound very well. Maui is so much cooler. So it's got a lot of promise. And this is a slightly older one. Now it runs on .NET 7 as well, as of last November. But you see the promise. You see the benefits right away. It's truly a single project that goes to mobile, goes to desktop, all native. You have complete access to all of the APIs that you can have on every platform. Great performance, great tooling. And the internal architectures are changed as to how we reach Windows and Mac, and how UI components are rendered. So all good things. iOS and Android are kind of given because we know how to do that from Xamarin. But we are reaching Windows through WinUI, which is the latest UI and UX stack, and we are reaching Mac through Mac Catalyst, which is Apple's way of bringing iPad apps to the Mac. So all good things with .NET Maui. How do we build for desktop? I see my friends trying to get away from the camera, but a lot of choices, right? And I'm an old man. I find this liberating, but I also understand this is confusing. Like, why do we have so much of choice? Because desktop, and particularly Windows desktop, has been around for 25 years. So we have had a lot of evolution. If you're doing straight up WinForms, WPF, UWP, or WinUI, you're fine. You have been on .NET Framework. You can take WinForms and WPF apps that are 15 years old, run them on .NET 6, run them on .NET 7. So you can really start modernizing things. But those are for hardcore Windows folks. If you want to do web stuff on Windows desktop, you can do that as well. You can do PWAs. We'll talk about Electron a little bit more. So a lot of choices. And then the last two are really enabled by .NET Maui. You can do straight up WinUI, through .NET Maui, or you can do Blazor hybrid, which is, bringing in some web goodness into Windows desktop apps. Linux and Mac, not a different story. Mac, we have had ways to reach the Mac. You just never had a lot of confidence before .NET Maui. Now you can formally reach Mac through Mac Catalyst, and Blazor Hybrid is there as well. And for the 4 of you who run Linux as your primary desktop, power to you. You can slowly get to it as well. So a lot of choices. Any questions so far? Are we awake? Yeah. And chat room, if there are any questions, please let me know. How do you build for web? Because we do want to talk about Blazor. So starting like 2000 timeframe, 2000 2002, we have had ASP. I'm an old man. I did classic ASP, spaghetti ASP back in the days before it was .NET, and then ASP.NET has kind of grown over the excuse me, over the years, and it is truly a modular, nice open source web framework. Right, everything is great about it. It's cross-platform. You can choose your editors. It's really fast. The problem, however, is it is still, like, to me, ASP.NET was meant to be server-side tech. Like, you have a web application that's hosted on a server, you are rendering HTML, and then you're shipping it to the client side, which is not how most modern web apps are built, because you want to do more on the client side. You have strong, robust browsers. So what's stopping you from growing client side? So in the last 10, 15 years, a lot of folks who wanted to do modern web apps kind of leaned towards .NET being your API provider, maybe, and then you leaned towards JavaScript to be making like SPA applications, single page applications, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Angular, React, jQuery, however you did, right? So that's how a lot of your modern web apps have been built, and all of that can actually move forward pretty nicely. Then came Blazor. Steve Sanderson, who works on the ASP.NET team, he kind of wrote the fundamentals of what Blazor would become over like a hackathon week. And I think it was like NDC Oslo where he first showed it off, and he just blew everybody's mind that this was possible. This is C# front and back. So Blazor obviously is very enticing. If you're a .NET developer, you get to write true C# that runs either as web components that are rendered on the server side, and you have a little client bridge, or like a real-time SignalR bridge where you update the DOM as you go along, or it can be completely client-side through WebAssembly. WebAssembly, thankfully, is a web standard. Nobody owns it, and you compile things down to almost assembly-like bits that your browser can run natively. Performance is good, but you are shipping things more to the client. And going forward with .NET 8 and Blazor, you may have seen the team working on some things. They're trying to unify these models a little bit more. So if you wanted to, you could start off server side, so quicker loading times, but then as your app loads and works more and more, it can ship more things to the client side, and then it starts working more in WebAssembly. So good things coming with Blazor, and it's already very productive. Blazor is meant for the web, but it doesn't need to just stay there. Blazor is actually very suitable for doing PWAs, progressive web apps, which is essentially web app just running on a mobile device or a tablet. Electron. Any Electron haters in the house? No, good. Some of you. Electron gets a bad rap, but they do their stuff right because it's battle tested. Like, how many apps do you run every day that are Electron apps, like VS Code and Slack and Figma? These are all Electron apps, yeah. So it's battle tested. Yes, you need to know what you're doing, otherwise your memory and resource usage kind of goes up a little bit. And of course, Maui comes in and says, "Welcome to welcome to Blazor," because Blazor and .NET Maui have the exact same runtime. That's .NET, right? So it's just a much easier match, but you can bring in other things as well, because Maui gives you a nice modern web browser. So the way Electron works is you bootstrap and you have a Node.js runtime, and they ship with Chromium, the engine, so the browser can do its thing. But .NET Maui says, you got a modern browser anyway, so let's just give you a web view and be done with it. So you have complete access to all of the native things. All right, 10 minutes in. I want to get done with the slides so we can actually see some stuff. PWAs, again, if you are building a website today, there is no reason why it cannot work nicely on a mobile device. There is a lot of guidance from Mozilla and Chrome, and Microsoft is one of the biggest supporters. A lot of apps in the App Store are PWAs. It's an app that works really nicely on mobile devices, has offline support. You can have service workers running in the background. You can have a manifest file that tells the app all that it needs to do. So it's a really good experience. And we kind of talked about Electron already, but you are trying to bundle up HTML, CSS, JavaScript into a desktop bundle. Electron, you do not want to do Electron on mobile devices. It's way too heavy. But desktop, it's it's not a bad story because you have deep integrations into what the desktop platforms will do on both Windows and Mac. So choose your poison. I think .NET Maui does it so much better than what Electron did. So, and that's the story we have been trying to say with Blazor Hybrid. So again, Blazor and Maui have the exact same runtime. It makes a lot of sense to bring your web assets and then put them on mobile devices and on desktop, because now performance is so much better. You can reach all of the APIs that you could not have reached from a web sandbox. Any questions so far from the room, chat room? Are we good? Okay. And you want to modernize, you want to migrate your apps. It's hard for you to build apps as an enterprise or as an indie developer. You want to move apps forward, not have to completely rewrite them from scratch, because that's expensive. So anything that you may have been doing, WinForms, WPF, don't let anybody tell you that they are dead, because they're not. They're working fine on modern .NETs. You can in fact bring in little islands of modernness into older school Windows desktop apps through Blazor. And we have had XAML islands and other things that you could do, but this is so much better. If you have Xamarin or UWP apps, those can all be kind of starting to migrate in over to .NET Maui. If you have APIs, please consider running them on .NET 6 or .NET 7. Same APIs run so much faster on modern .NETs. And if you happen to do JavaScript, anybody do JavaScript in the room? Okay, some of you. Oh, look at you. So all of that can also move forward because it's a web view and it doesn't actually care. It runs particularly well with Blazor, but it can also do other stuff. Okay, and we are trying to help here a little bit. Telerik is all of the .NET UI tooling, and Kendo UI is all of our JavaScript tooling for Angular, React, Vue, however you want to build your web apps. Okay, seeing is believing. You want to see me fail? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Okay, now Maddie showed you shiny bits with Visual Studio. I'm old and I'm poor, so I'm stuck on my Mac, which is fine. Visual Studio for Mac is actually not, it's perfectly fine now. Crashes like once a week, which is normal, but otherwise it's fine. Command line tools are common between Windows and Mac. They're great. And if you look at modern .NET, if you see what I'm running, this is command line tools, and it's going to tell me that I'm running modern .NET 7. This is way too small for you to read. And then all of my SDKs are also right here. I can just do list my SDKs, and I have everything from .NET 3 to 5 to 6 and 7, and 8 is coming out soon. So all of this is very approachable. There is no barrier to entry. You can go get the .NET runtime, get the SDKs, and get going. If I do a .NET new, I think, list, this is going to show me, oh, this is too big to read a little bit. Let's try to zoom in. So this is going to show me all of the templates. This is no different from you doing file, new project in Visual Studio or Windows or Mac, and you get to see the exact same templates. Same exact ideas. You can just new up a project and scaffold it through these templates. These are the two that you really want to use if you're doing Maui and Blazor. One is straight up Maui, which is what Mandy showed you, and then Maui with Blazor is the template that gives you that web view and the Blazor bits inside of it. So it's pretty easy to get started. Let's take a quick look at Maui and Blazor together first, and then we'll explore what that actually means. All right, where am I? Let's look at Maui Blazor dev, maybe. And I have VS Code in my, as an environment variable path. So I can just load up this project, which is way too small for you to read. So this is .NET Maui inside of VS Code. Works just fine. Not as, like Maddie said, not a airline, cockpit, but has most of the things that you need. So this is CS Proj, has a modern SDK style project, and it has my target framework, so I can deploy the app however I want. And look at this stuff. All of this is now shared. Your app icons, your splash screens, your images, and your fonts, everything is shared, which is really nice. So only thing that you will notice here in Maui program.cs, as the app is starting up, this is now DI, dependency injection, is now built into this. We have had a lot of fights about this. Does it hurt performance? Maybe, but the benefits way are way bigger than the little cost that you pay. Everything is registered right here. Your services, all of it is right here. So in here you'll notice that it's actually bringing in this thing called Blazor Web View, which is a really smart component. What it does is it tries to figure out what platform are you on? Because this is the .NET Maui app. It just happens to be with the Blazor template. And based on which platform that you are, it's going to go ask the OS for a modern web view. So you're going to get the Safari, the WK web view thing on Mac or iOS, and you're going to get like the Chrome or Edge if you're on Windows. So it just gives you that abstraction so you can render stuff. And then you can also do dev tools. Like no matter what type of web developer you are, you use Chrome dev tools or Edge dev tools, Safari dev tools, right? You can do that too. So let's go ahead and run this thing really quick. And I am on this one's a .NET 6 project. So notice how I can easily switch around between .NET 6 and 7. So let's go to a .NET 6 build like that. Oh, I completely skipped over PWAs and Electron. I'll show you that stuff in just a second. So it's building and it's optimizing and it's going on talking to Xcode. It's a native app, so it has to go do the build, and that's where your Apple comes in a little bit, and comes back to launch this on whatever is your default simulator. Happens to be an iPad. For me, you can change it up to launch on whichever device that you want. Could be an iPhone. So it's coming up here real quick. It's a cold start. So out comes .NET running natively on iOS, which is beautiful. And if you have done any Blazor, this will seem very familiar. This is just the Blazor Hello World template. Like this look familiar to everyone, right? Just the same Hello World template, nothing different about it. It's just rendered all inside a web view. Because if you look at the code here in my main page.xaml, if you absolutely do not want to do XAML, I'm old, I get it. Maybe XAML is a little verbose, but it's beautiful. It's got so much power and you got tools to work with it. But if you don't want to work with XAML, this is all the XAML that you ever have to see. This is just newing up a page, and then everything inside this app is a Blazor web view. I have no native stuff whatsoever. Everything inside of my Blazor apps are all components, and all of the routing, everything is built in. So I have nothing but Blazor in this app. But if you wanted to, you can mix and match some native elements with some Blazor elements as well. But once you have this up and running, here's the beautiful part. I have a native app that's Blazor powered, running on a native simulator, and I can bring up my browser. And let's see, where am I? If I go to develop, and this is the good thing of being in Apple's walled garden right there. I see my iPad Pro and I see my Blazor Dev app running. So this is DevTools. As I can see, just the same experience that you have on web browsers. I can point around, I can drill down, I can see exactly where my div tags are, and not the sidebar. I think it's in main. Let's go down here. You see that hello world? Like that's right there. That's the web experience that you want, except now it's running as a native app, and you can muck with it all you want. CSS, JavaScript, whatever you want. And we'll talk about JavaScript a little bit because Blazor does bring in the JavaScript interop, which makes it really nice. So anyways, this is beautiful. It's exciting because now you can, reuse some of your web UI and your logic and your validations and your styles and share them between web and mobile. I did skip over a little bit of the other stuff, though. So let me show you that real quick because we started off with PWAs and Electron. So is this new with Maui? No, it's not. I mean, we have always wanted to get web stuff working on native platforms. It's just never been very easy, and there are some boundaries to jump through. So if you wanted to do PWAs, which are good citizens of your website working nicely on a native device, I always point people to this one. It's called PWA Builder. It is a very nice tool started by Microsoft. The community helps out a lot, and it's a tool that helps you take your website, make it a PWA. Maybe not every website wants to be one, but what are some things that you need? It's going to tell you, hey, your website is missing a manifest file, so it cannot declare to the OS that you are special. Your website is missing some icons, so people cannot pin your app running. It's missing some service workers, so JavaScript cannot run in the background. So this will help you out big time, and essentially it's a web app. So I don't want to show you our UI, but just wanted to show you what PWAs look like. So let me go show you web stuff here. This is our Blazor suite. I'm just trying to show you a quick demo here. So if I keep going down, oh no, it's up here, demos. So once this loads up, this has a whole bunch of Blazor apps in it. And if I launch this one here, This is built all with Blazor. Just trying to show you that Blazor is very, very well suited as a PWA. Right up here, you will notice as this app comes up, you get that install icon. You also get it down here, right? So the browser is recognizing that, hey, this is an app. So I can, I can install myself. And then it's very responsive based on what you do. If you go down to like this mode, it's almost like a, mobile app, but it's running essentially in the web sandbox. So if this is the lowest hanging fruit, like the easiest thing you want to do, go for it. There's nothing stopping you. You can package this up, put it in the app stores, and call it a day. However, PWAs are a little harder to monetize, and especially if you are interested in some of the deep APIs, like you want to use a camera, you want to use geolocation, an accelerometer, you cannot do all of that stuff because it's essentially a web app, right? So it has some limitations, but maybe the smallest or the quickest thing to get done is here. And then this is Electron. Again, it's battle tested. I think it works well if you know what you're doing. So again, Blazor on desktop or mobile devices, this is nothing new. So let me go ahead and show you that really quick. Where am I? So let's step up a little bit. I want to go into my projects, and let's see, it's called Blazor in Shell. And before I actually run this, let me show you the code and as to what it does. Is my screen sharing working out? Okay. Blazor in Shell. This is VS for Mac, by the way. It's great. It's all redone, completely native app. So really nice now. Okay, so this is a Blazor application, essentially. Nothing new about it, except it has a new NuGet package that has Electron.NET API. So I'm bringing in Electron to say, I do not want to run this as a web app. This is, I understand it's meant for the browser, but I want to run this as a desktop application. And you get a couple of launch settings. You can initialize a few things. You get, a manifest that kind of tells Electron as to what it needs to look at, what port you're looking at. Once all is said and done, like this is pretty easy to hook up as well. So in my application startup, I'm just saying, hey, use Electron. And then in startup.cs, there's a new browser window that I'm newing up. I'm giving it some dimensions, and then off it goes, right? So when I run this thing, if I do a .NET electronize, I think, start. So this is, I'm using the Electron CLI tools, which is similar to the Maui tools, but just does things differently. So this is powering up, and it's complaining that, hey, I don't have HTTPS, which is fine. I understand. I shouldn't do that. Still building. Now you see that last line, start npm install. That is bringing down half the internet on your hard disk, because why not? So Blazor back on desktop. So this is nothing new, but how it's done is completely different, right? This, if you do not know what you're doing, it's a Chrome process that you are newing up with Node.js as the runtime. So if you have 10 different versions of that same process running, it's going to start eating memory, right? As Chrome does, right? So again, this is rich, and I have nothing bad to say, except I like the ones that .NET Maui is doing so much better. So this is Electron, and again, you can take any web app, JavaScript or .NET, and bundle it up like this and then run it, and it's going to be fine. Now let's go back to .NET Maui for a second, and let's look at a few more things, because it's exciting what it can do. So let's go back. Any questions so far from the room, chat room? Are we good? Are you all asleep? No. There's strong coffee out there. Okay, so let's go back to some of my projects, and let's look at. I don't want to steal too much of thunder from my good friend Gerald, but it's fun to show some real-time stuff. So let's take a quick look at that. So because it's Maui and Blazor are the same runtime, I can share so much of code, and I can share code across platforms, which is really nice. So let's close Visual Studio, and let's open this back up in VS Code, because it's quicker sometimes to just open up a new project. So here is a .NET Maui project with Blazor as the runtime. Now you will notice that it does a few things differently when you start with that template. To start off, one thing is the project type has SDK.razor. So we are right away saying, hey, we are getting ready to render some Razor components. So just be ready. Yes, it's a native app, but we are rendering things in a web view. And the program.cs, you saw that. What you'll notice here is if I head out to my main page.xaml, I get that Blazor web view. So that's my web view that's going to render my Blazor component. Essentially what it does is tries to point you to the first component that you want to render, and that's main.razor. Then it picks up a whole bunch of shared layouts. Those are also shared. You get a www root folder right inside of your native project, which has your CSS or any of your static assets that go in there. Your favicons and index.html live in here. Index.html essentially says, here's my one big div tag inside of which I'm going to load up my entire Blazor application, right? So all of the plumbing is right there. This webview.js is actually particularly nice. We'll get to it in a second, but this is all web stuff, right? And then you have this little folder called pages, which houses all of your Blazor components, exactly the way you expect from Blazor for web, except now this inside of .NET Maui. So let's go ahead and run this, and this should not look any different from the other one that we saw. Let me check. This is a .NET 7 app. Let's run this actually on Mac because we just saw iOS, right? So let's go back to running this on a Mac. If CLI will remember my last command, so I don't have to type. Oh, there it was. .NET 7 Mac Catalyst, right? Notice how easy this is. I can specify which platform that I'm running on, which is my runtime, and it just picks up. I can have .NET 6 and 7 coexist really nicely. So the build is done, and it's coming up. Maui inside of or Blazor inside of Maui running on desktop. So we have seen this for a while, but all of this UI is essentially driven by Blazor. So just to kind of prove a point that we can truly reuse web code and web UI and web components inside of native desktop applications, let me show you something really quick here. So if I head over here to a quick little website, friends, don't let friends right click and publish to Azure, but I have, because it's super simple. It's just a text-based thing. So we'll go give it a second to load up here. Here you can see like it's running on, this is my URL. It's running on Azure. It's just a quick little hub that just relays messages back and forth. So I can go in here and I can say web said hello. And where's my Blazor app? Let's go into the chat room here in the Blazor app. And I can do this, and I can keep doing this. It's real time, so it's relaying all of this. Blazor on Mac picks up the same thing, right? So it's exactly the same code that's now shared between web and desktop. So there's my Mac saying hello, and if you go back to the web says it too. So quick little example of a SignalR backend that's hosted somewhere, and Blazor is talking to it because none says 1, 2, 3. You can use this, by the way, and eventually it's going to crash. It's a tiny little instance. Somebody at another conference tried doing SQL injection on this. I'm like, there's no SQL server. It cannot crash. It's just relaying text. So what it's doing here is, if I go look at the code, this chat room is essentially what's powering it. And this chat room is the exact same code that I have running on the web. Exact same code. I got the div tags, and then I have a little bit of handshaking with that URL where my site is hosted. I'm trying to find that hub so I can communicate to it. This is my, if you send a message from that hub to this client, I can respond, and I can also send a message from the client back to the hub. Right? So literal HTML and Blazor components running inside of desktop with the exact same code. With me so far? Any questions? Okay. All right. Let's look at a different version of this really quickly. And chatroom said hello from chatroom. Hello. Let's see if this is going to work. And this is where you might see some lights flicker, and bad things might happen because I'm opening up a VM on a 4-year-old Mac while I'm sharing screen. So this will be fun. In wintertime, like I live in Pennsylvania, it's cold, but I don't need heat in my home because my VMs and my Windows desktop fans are good enough with all the heat that they generate. But while Windows is coming up, we'll look at the same app now running on Windows, and it can do more things. And we'll give Windows a little bit of time to come up. But in the meantime, let's take a look at some other things. One question that you might have is, all of this stuff that you're showing Blazor running on natively on desktop or mobile, how real is it? Like, is it just like a hello world thing? I mean, does it do anything? Can I render any component that I write? And the answer is yes. Everything is welcome. It's not just for show. So let's open up this other project, and I see my Windows machine is up and running. So we'll go to that. So here's Windows 10 on this machine. Let's pull this up. And let's go to this one here, Blazor Chat, which is exactly the same app that we saw on Mac or iOS, now just running on Windows. Except this one does a few more things because it's Windows, so we have access to a few more things desktop-wise if you wanted to. Now both Visual Studios are clamoring for resources, but this one is up and running, so we'll give this a try real quick. Screen sharing still okay? All right. Okay, so out comes another .NET Maui app, same exact idea, but you can see here that everything under like this line is my Blazor web view. But I can mix and match, like that hello world and that button, those are actually native Windows buttons because I have the canvas, I can render native stuff, I can render web stuff. So this is actually the same chat room. So if that thing was up, it will say, let's see if it's still up, or maybe I closed it on the browser. You get the idea. Let's show you something else here. On the home screen, this is what's nice. This counter component, this is a Blazor component, right? And I can drive something on the native UI with a Blazor component. Nothing stopping me because it's just .NET code at this point. Blazor with Maui is essentially Blazor server side. There is no server. You are literally on the same machine that's running it. So this is no WebAssembly. This is just literally running on the machine. So it can use all of the power of your machine to do stuff like this. There's a really smart gentleman on the .NET team. His name is Elon Lipton. He had showed this off a while back, and I stole like 4 lines of code from him because it's ridiculous. So if you look at this project here, this is my main.razor, by the way. This is using a stack layout. So everything in this stack layout, that's all native UI, right? But then everything inside of this Blazor web view is all web UI. So we are really mixing and matching. But if I look at index.razor here, when I click on that button, that's my button click. Maybe I can make this a little bigger. Let's go 200%. There you go. So on that button click event handler, there are 4 lines of code here which says, let's create a new file, let's give it a name, and then we're going to do system diagnostics process.start. I didn't even know you could do this because you can now bring in using system.io. You can only do this on Windows because I'm running this, I'm tapping into some Windows things, but on a Mac, you can do, corresponding things. Notepad process start. What do you think that does? Launches Notepad, right? So let's go back and do this really quick. I can say do something native, and I can say hello .NET front end if I can type, right? And I can save this and I can close it. It comes right back as an H3 element, right? So in those 4 lines, what you essentially see is a Blazor app running on desktop, but going out of process, out of the sandbox, talking to other things and coming back, right? So you are on desktop. You have the power to do other things on Mac and Windows. There's nothing stopping you. You can pin your app to the taskbar. You can launch, and you can have context menus that do additional things. So the world is your oyster. So you can really mix and match things. Now, all of this is nice, though, except I question, like, this is all inside of a Maui app, right? Is that real to completely restart your Blazor application and put it all inside desktop? So you don't actually have to do all of this in one go if you don't like it. You can actually take an incremental approach to this. So let me show you a few ways of doing this. So this is a WPF app, and same exact story on for WinForms apps as well. So the only thing different here is we're going to wait for this to come back. It's launching. Maybe it's already ready. Let's open up the XAML view. So this is a WPF app started with .NET Framework. You can use the upgrade assistants, by the way, which are very, very nice for WinForms and WPF apps to move it from .NET Framework to 5, 6, 7, and it just works beautifully. And now we know that we are on Windows. So here, I actually do not have a .NET Maui app, but we are reusing something that Maui is using. When we say Blazor Web View, it's essentially rendering an Edge 2 on Windows, because we know that's the runtime, that's the web view on Windows. So I can go and grab that NuGet package by itself. I don't need .NET Maui to do that. So that's my WebView 2 NuGet package. All we're doing here is a docking panel and then a WebView 2, I'm pointing it to a source, right? This might be the dirtiest hack, but if you have a website that you already have that's internal and you just want to show it in a desktop application, one line of code, you can get it done. It's just the same web view, right? And it's just loading up a web app inside of WPF app, right? This may not be very practical because it doesn't give you all the rights, but this is maybe a better solution. Maybe you have Blazor developers in-house who are doing a Blazor application. You want to mix and match some code, you can do that too. So here is a WPF app with some Blazor components inside of it. Not quite a .NET Maui app, because we're not going there. We can just reuse a counter component, a counter raiser component right inside my WPF app, because I still have that modern WebView 2 runtime, right? It's somewhere down here. No, this is a CS project I'm looking at. But in my dependencies, I do have, let's go down to packages, somewhere down here. That's my, where's my web view? Interesting, I don't see that here. Frameworks. Okay, it's not listing it somewhere, but it's there because I'm using it here in my main window.xaml. This is a web view, but here I'm just pointing it, instead of main page, I'm just pointing it directly to the counter component, which is the Blazor component. And this one does not have all of the Blazor pages, all of the styles, nothing. It just has one Blazor component. And if I did not tell you, you would not know that this counter without any styles is a Blazor component, right? So there is nothing stopping you from just bringing in a Blazor component and dropping it in your WinForms or WPF apps, right? So might be a nicer way to just kind of start mixing and matching some things, and slowly start to modernize your desktop applications. All right, 10:37. I got 15 more minutes maybe before I get tackled off the stage. I'm a little afraid of these two guys and Daniel, so I'm going to try to keep it short. So let's go back and look at maybe a little bit more of a realistic solution. I'm going to close this. So let's close this, and Windows can stay up. Let's go back to Visual Studio, not code. Let's go back to Visual Studio on a Mac. So to answer the question, like, is everything that you do with Blazor welcome? And the answer is yes, right? And I'm talking about any component that you have written yourself or any other component suites that you have brought in. And again, I'm not trying to show off our stuff, just to kind of make a point that you can run everything in it. This is a .NET Maui app with the Blazor template. So you'll notice that I have the pages. I still have main pages.xaml. I have everything starting out the same way. But here is my SDK Razor style project. So I can do things to it as if this was a web project. So if we look at my dependencies, here is, let's look at this on a Mac. Here's my NuGet package. That is Telerik UI for Blazor, which is a web component library, has no business inside of a desktop application, but it doesn't stop me from bringing it in because I have a Razor style project, right? So I can bring in that dependency, and in my imports, I have a few more, imports here, some namespaces here. Maui program.cs, exactly the same web view that we want. We are bringing it in. And there's one more extension method here, add Telerik Blazor, because this is what wires up our Blazor UI. So we can, tap into the DOM and do things we want for Blazor. It's all meant for the web, but it just doesn't stop you from doing it on desktop as well. So here's my index.html. I am still bringing you that web view. And if you look at my main page, it is just one web view. And if I look at the first view of my page, which is index.razor, these are all web components, barcode, calendar controls, all of the web stuff that I can now render just as fine inside of a desktop application. Once this comes up, what I'm trying to say is everything that you do with Blazor, it's all welcome. Like if you use Telerik UI for Blazor, if you use Syncfusion or DevExpress, any other Blazor component library that you use, it'll all render just fine, right? Because it's a modern web view, it doesn't care. So all of the richness that you have built with your Blazor applications for the web, you can bring it to mobile, you can bring it to desktop, and it just works, right? So you can share a lot of code, you can share a lot of styles. However, here's the thing that I wish there was a template to do this. There's nothing stopping you. I think it's a little bit more realistic. So that's Blazor with some custom components. But let me show you one more thing here. Let's close that, and let's look at this project here. Now, there is no one Visual Studio template that'll do this for you, but there's nothing stopping you from doing this by yourself. So take a look at this solution here. So I call this Blazor Everywhere, because Blazor is what I'm doing. I'm invested. My good friend Ed is going to talk about Blazor, all the things. I'm not a web developer. I'm not smart enough. I like my native stuff, but I see that everybody has Blazor applications for the web. It is a little unrealistic to think that you are going to drop your web stuff and bring it all to mobile and desktop, right? You want to keep your web stuff going because you have written a Blazor app for the last 3-4 years. Why throw it away? So here is a solution where I have a mix and match of different things. First up is these 3 projects. This is literally Blazor as it's meant to be for the web. So you can do file new project. Blazor gives you web server side, or WebAssembly. I chose WebAssembly, and I also chose a optional hosted ASP.NET backend. Again, you don't have to. That backend essentially gives you like validations or other things like a service that you might want to share between the client and the server. And then this server is essentially not a server. It's essentially whatever is the backend for your ASP.NET backend. You don't have to use that. But my Blazor for Web client is essentially my Blazor project. It's meant to be for the web, except it's missing a couple of things in here. For one, it's missing the shared layouts, and it's missing the pages directory, which is what Blazor uses to keep its components, right? So where is all of that gone? Turns out there's also a .NET Maui project I've added to this solution, which is exactly what the template does. And it spits out the project, and it's in my solution. This one is also missing that pages directory, right? Because I want to now truly reuse my Blazor components between web and native apps. And I don't want to keep it in 2 places. I would much rather have it together so I can truly reuse my code. So here is my what's called the Razor class library, an RCL project. It's just a .NET project, but it has all of my Blazor stuff inside of it that's shared. So this is where my pages directory is. This is where my style sheets are. This is where all of my shared services and my layouts are. And this project is now being referenced by both Blazor for web and for native. So if I look at my dependencies, frameworks, I think, nope, projects, right? You see that it's a reference. So it's like a circular thing back, so I can reuse that same project. So with that setup, here's what I can do. Let's go ahead and run this first on a browser. The web client is running. That's fine. Screen sharing still good? I'm quite amazed at my Mac. I mean, you can hear the fan, but it's holding up for its lifeline. Okay, it is running, but it doesn't bring up the web browser at times. You can see like it's running on localhost 5000, right? So if I go look at Simon doesn't need to jump. We are pro life, right? Anyways, so let's go look at localhost 5000, and this is Blazor running on the web exactly as you expect. However, it does have a little bit of trickery up its sleeves to know that, hey, I'm running on a browser, and this happens to be my window dimensions for my browser window because it's running on a browser. That comes from JavaScript, by the way, so it's really easy. But let's look at the same app now. So this is why it's so nice. You can just change up where this app is running. So now I can go in here and can just say, no, I actually want to run Blazor inside of my native app. So make that the startup project. And let's go build this. Actually, before I do that, let me show you a little bit of code here just to see how that sharing is working. So let's look at app.razor. We are bringing in stuff here. What we are doing here is both for the Blazor project for the web as well as for the native one. All we are doing is we are just pointing it to that other assembly, which houses my Razor class library. I'm just pointing it to the first main layout. And then I can do all of the things that I want inside of my Blazor application. So this is all standard Blazor stuff. Let's go look at The Maui project, the main page.xaml is the same as what you saw, Blazor Web View. However, since we are doing Blazor, now my things are styles and my components are shared. So let's go inside of my shared library, and let's find the CSS, if I can. Oh no, I'm not looking at the right project. Let's go inside of this one here. Let's look at www.root and CSS and app.css. This is what Blazor is pulling up, but now this style is shared, right? So this is a little bit of the CSS that's there to just show your Blazor application. You're not seeing me write CSS live, but I will do that. Let's just change that thing really quick to background color of whatever. Let's say red, right? And we are going to comment out this line. Okay, so we changed the CSS, but we did so in the shared directory. So now this change should be reflected for both my native app and my web app, because that's the nice thing. We are truly sharing all of the things between web and native apps. Any questions as this builds? Any questions? Do you see the promise that you can really bring in a lot of the web stuff into desktop? Yeah, go ahead. Okay, so the question is how much of the server stuff? It cannot be a SignalR hub. There's nothing stopping you, but then a SignalR hub, if you have it locally on a client machine, then others need to reach it. I mean, it's running on .NET, so there is nothing stopping you from hosting a hub, but it might be just difficult to reach because now it's a native project running on one machine. But if you know the IP, if you can reach it, then there's nothing stopping you. If you have things that are very server specific, which I don't know if there is anything that is really something that only runs on Windows servers and not on client machines, that is the kind of thing you may not be able to do. But otherwise, there is nothing like Blazor wise that you cannot run. So this is not WASM though. It is Blazor's. What's that? Oh, so the question was, can you run WebAssembly and a companion app? Maybe is that what you're thinking? Web APIs, yeah. Sure. So if you are using web API, the question is like what kind of APIs can I host if this is WebAssembly? There is no WebAssembly here because it is running locally as a native app. So I mean, it doesn't really matter whether you choose server-side Blazor or WebAssembly Blazor. It's the same Blazor components that are rendered natively on that canvas. Web APIs, you're not going to be wanting to host it locally, because again, that or Blazor powered web app, even though it's running locally, has to reach back to some server to get its data maybe. So web APIs are not friendly to be hosted on a client side. But otherwise, this is not WebAssembly though. This is just Blazor rendered natively. Yep. So this app comes up and it's the exact same app that we saw for the web. Now it does recognize that, hey, I'm running on a Mac Catalyst and this is my window dimension, because now I can tap into .NET Maui to give me the window browser. I don't need to go to JavaScript. And this is the counter component, by the way, that we made that from blue to red. So it picks up, and if I pull up Blazor for web, it's going to be red as well. So really, honest code sharing between web and mobile. And I think this is nice. Now, how this can be achieved is it's nice too. Oh, hold on, I did hit a start again. Stop. Oh no, my build has started and it's going. All right, it's come back one more time. Stop that. Okay, so here's what I wanted to show you. This is maybe a nice trick to implement things. Just because we have shared code that's running between Blazor for web and native doesn't mean that it needs to do the same thing. In fact, you want those differences, right? You still want your web app to do all the web things, but you want your native app to do the native things, right? So here's where interfaces are really nice. You can actually define interfaces and then implement them differently between different platforms if you really wanted to. Hopefully not different between iOS, Android, or Windows or Mac, but different between web and native, right? So here, just to get the platform name and the screen size, that's an interface for me. So you'll notice that for my native app, this implementation is really easy. I can just go look into my services here. Here's my platform info implementation for native, because now I can just go device info. This is a .NET Maui API. I can just read what device that you're running on, Mac Catalyst, iOS, or Android. Window size, this is super easy because I can just go to device display, get the width and the height of my window, and be done with it. Because I'm a native app, I can pull up my camera, I can pull up all the things that I want on a native app because I'm running on a platform where I'm native. However, the same thing on web is not so easy because we are now on inside of a web shell, or a web browser. So if I look at my services here, this one is the platform info. Here I'm actually having to go talk to a browser service, which is essentially my hook into what's called the Microsoft interop. And this is a beautiful thing. This lets Blazor working on your client side .NET talk to JavaScript if it needs to, right? But the same code can also work on web apps. So this browser service essentially comes back and gives me a height and a width, and that thing is somewhere here. It's a window dimensions. So that's JavaScript essentially. So when my Blazor app is running on the web, I can tap into JavaScript and do these things, right? But otherwise, all of your web components, all of your styles, everything Blazor routing wise, navigation wise, it's all there, and it's all the same exact thing when it's running between native and web apps. Make sense so far? All good? We have 9 minutes left. Can I take 2 more minutes to show one more thing? And then we can do some Q&A. All right. Now, for the JavaScript folks, since you did say some of you were doing JavaScript, all of this is also possible with JavaScript. And we don't talk about it as much, but it's kind of fun to look at. So let's go somewhere else. And let's go to Maui Angular. You kind of know where I'm going with this. And let's look at code. So let's just say you have an Angular app and you see all of this shiny things that Blazor is now welcome. Can you also welcome JavaScript to desktop? And again, this is not the only way you can bring in JavaScript, but this might be the most efficient way. So what you see here in this project is a .NET Maui with Blazor. I do need the things that Blazor gives me because I need that runtime. I need that, that Blazor web view that I want to throw in here. It's got all of the, the Blazor things like pages and, www, except I'm not using any of that. Here in my index.html, you notice that this is the index.html that Blazor likes to start with, but I'm not using that. I have renamed that, and this is the index.html I'm actually using. And this is the index.html that I get once my Angular app is completely built. So ng build with production settings. Now, once I build it, all of the artifacts of my Angular app are right here, including polyfills, any JavaScript, any runtime, any styles. It's all right there, just dumped inside my .NET Maui app. I'm not saying you do this, but it's very possible for you to pull this off if you wanted to, because the technology is here to support you. Let's take a look at CSproj. This is a .NET 6 app. Okay, so let's go run this on .NET 6. If I can go back to .NET 6, yep. Oh, I closed my simulator, so it's going to try coming up from cold again. If SignalR is of interest to you, which I absolutely love how nice it is, it's real time. It started way back in like 2011, 2012 timeframe when it was just ASP.NET. And then when they did the reboot to ASP.NET Core, it was down for like a year before they brought it back up. And it's beautiful and it's super fast. I love it. And Gerald is going to talk way more about SignalR and Blazor and native apps talking to each other. It's a good time to have so much ammunition to go build these apps. Okay, so if you do any Angular, anyone in the room do Angular? Okay, it's a couple of hands. This looks familiar. This is Angular CLI app, right? But it's running inside of that shell because I have a modern web view. But I can also do interesting things. Like you see that screen width and height. That is coming from JavaScript, and that's nothing stopping me. Oh, I actually cannot resize this because it's not a Mac desktop application, but I can read JavaScript stuff here as well, and I can do get device info. So now it tells me, hey, I'm running on an iPad Pro with 6th generation iPad Pro. My orientation is portrait. So this is a .NET Maui API. So nothing stopping you from taking JavaScript that's inside of your Angular app and also tapping into some .NET APIs, right? So you have a lot of choices as to how you build your app. You can really mix and match a lot of web stuff with native stuff. And Jimmy and Jessica are getting ready to kick me out, so I'm going to go back and close things out here. Hopefully, what you see is the promise that you can really consider a variety of options of moving your apps forward if you want to migrate or modernize them. We have so much ammunition to go build stuff. Tooling is solid, runtime is solid for .NET Maui and Blazor, so the future is just going to keep getting better and better. And that's it from me. Thank you so very much for spending a morning or afternoon, wherever you're watching, or evening with us. And you can reach me anytime here. But thanks for getting us together and talking about all these things. So thank you. All right.
Thank you. Ural has been doing a fantastic job in the chat room, so I only have one question for you.
Thank you.
And that is, what is the recommended approach to making use of NPM dependencies in a hybrid app or progressive app like this? I prefer Tailwind over Bootstrap, for example.
Yeah. I already have a mic. I don't need your mic. My bad. There isn't a good answer to this because you are bringing in dependencies. They have to live somewhere. If you are bringing in a true SPA application with JavaScript and you need your dependencies, then they need to be bundled into the app itself. So you can take my computer down and then we can switch over to the next one. But it's going to just increase your app package a little bit. But modern JavaScript tooling or .NET tooling is smart enough to do tree shaking and only give you the things that you absolutely need. So yes, your app package might be a little bigger, but there's nothing stopping you from bringing in those dependencies. And Tailwind or any SaaS or less, if you wanted to do that, that's fine too. It's like pre-processing, but then compiled down to JavaScript, and that's welcome. So
use what you love.
Use what you love. Just understand you're bringing in a little bit of bloat, but it might be needed for powering your app.
Yeah, that's awesome. Do we have any questions from here? Yes,
Yes,
we
sir.
do have a question.
Is it this camera that I'm looking at? Okay. Hello, people.
So you were talking about islands. How is it possible if you, for example, you have like a React Native, so like not Maui based web technology application, and you want to try to see if like switching to Maui is actually beneficial? Can you just like put this little Blazor island into some other web tech?
So is the question like if you already are doing React and you want to embed a little bit of Blazor inside of that?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you can actually embed Blazor inside of Angular or React apps now. So that's possible. But you kind of started with React Native, which is a whole other thing. And that's perfectly fine if that's what you want to do. That is a native tech. At some point, you are painting pixels and rendering things natively. So React Native by itself may not be able to be brought into .NET Maui, but React, if it's meant for the web, that is fine to bring in.
Yeah, but like because like the logic itself, like how the data flow is going on, it's already there. So just like to move that part and switch to the Blazor rendering.
If you have a React app, there is nothing stopping you from bringing it inside of .NET Maui because it's compiled. You have a modern web view that will happily render anything that you bring it. And as long as this HTML, CSS, JavaScript is what it's eventually rendering, you can bring in anything.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else in the room? All right. Hopefully this was not too boring. I just wanted to show you the promise. I know I jumped through a bunch of things, but hopefully you see the opportunities of mixing and matching things and moving your apps forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And we will be back in just a minute with Gerald.
Yes.
All right, we're live. Well, hello, everybody here in the room, and good morning. I still don't know how to say it. Good morgon, something. I don't know. I'm gonna give up. Good evening, good evening, good afternoon, depending on where you are from. Sam just ended with like, oh, I hope it was not too boring, but this is gonna be a little bit boring because he stole a lot of my demos. Screw you, Sam. I'm glad he's gone. No, I'm kidding. Who was there for Sweat Arc yesterday? Who was at my session there? Well, it's only I didn't know people, so that's good. Because else it would be even more boring. Okay, I'm underselling myself. So, who am I? I'm Gerald. I'm on the .NET Maui team at Microsoft. I work remotely from the Netherlands, and I'm here today and also actually yesterday talking about this thing where we are going to learn a little bit about SignalR, .NET Maui, Blazor, all the things together. It's going to be amazing. I do some things on Twitter, so you still follow me there for as long as that will still work. Who knows? And I also do a little thing on YouTube where I have a little channel. So for the people at home, you're already at YouTube. Go to my channel, subscribe, like, do all the things. So that will be amazing. So SignalR has been around for a long time already, actually, and it's built on top of ASP.NET. So we've already heard a lot of this from Sam, so there's definitely going to be some overlap, but hopefully you will still get something new from this. So it has been built on top of the ASP.NET stuff, and it is incredibly simple real-time communication for ASP.NET. But as we will see in this session, it's definitely not only for just web anymore. It goes far beyond that. So that's going to be Really cool. So what are kind of like the scenarios that you think of whenever you want to do SignalR stuff, right? So you can do co-authoring. So if you are opening your Word document, nowadays you can have like the different cursors, right? So you will see what the other person is typing in real time. Google Docs, of course, that does the same thing. We have like the coding together thing for Visual Studio as well, where you can look at the same code together. Those kinds of scenarios is absolutely stuff, and probably the things that I mentioned for at least at Microsoft products, they might be actually using SignalR. They probably are. Um, Other things like real-time location-based tracking. So I came here with like bus and metros and whatnot, and I noticed in Google Maps that locations of that stuff was updating in real time. Or maybe Uber, you can do that as well, and you can see the car drive around. Those are scenarios that can totally work based off SignalR. So I will get back to the in-app notifications in a little bit, and of course, with all that real-time data coming in, you can also live update your live dashboard. So I see a big TV screen here and one in the back here in this room. So you could show all kinds of data, maybe your sales numbers, or those Uber drivers driving around. If you are starting the next Uber, who knows? You can all see them driving around on that big screen, updating live with SignalR. Now, one thing that's always good to kind of clarify is so I specifically said here in-app notifications, because SignalR, I think Sam already mentioned this, got a question as well with like, hey, can I run SignalR stuff inside of my .NET Maui app? Yes, you can. Should you want to? Probably not. Because, especially if you're getting started with mobile development, your process, your application is kind of short-lived, right? You don't have all control over how long your app is going to run, when it's going to get killed. Like Android and iOS specifically, they kind of like decide if your app is in the background, like, hey, I need memory. Phew, your process is gone. So then when that happens, also your SignalR connection is gone, right? So if you want to have like those push notifications, that integration inside of your OS, your operating system with Android and iOS, where the notifications show up on your lock screen, that is not something that you can do with SignalR. Actually, that is stuff that is, you have to go through the Apple and Android servers because they lock it down with some security, because you don't want to get spammed with push notifications, right? You don't want people to hook in there. So that is always a good thing to clarify. But if you have your app open, if you know your user is going to have your app open, you probably don't want to depend on it. But again, like let's take Uber as an example, and there is a new request coming in. You probably also want to send a push notification, but you could definitely use SignalR inside of your app to pop something as well. So then, what is SignalR exactly from a more technical standpoint? It is a wrapper around a standardized products, basically web technologies like WebSockets and long polling. They have been around a long time, and it's available for all these languages: C#, F#, Visual Basic, if you're still doing that, even Java, and it's open source and open protocol, right? So you can write your own implementation for the own programming language that you might have lying around. You probably have not, hopefully. Just for fun, maybe. But you can do it for all these languages. Maybe there's even implementations that I don't know about for any of these languages, but you can definitely do that if that's something that you're missing. And the really cool thing is it starts with like the best technology available. So that's probably going to be WebSockets. And then whenever that's not available, this is probably more your web browser scenario. So if you're still running Internet Explorer for whatever reason, then WebSockets might not be available, and it will gracefully fall down, go through all these other technologies here, and you won't even notice that anything is happening. Basically, like some features might be less real-time-ish, but ideally you don't notice anything, and it will still just work. You don't have to do anything special for that. So that is the really cool thing about all of this. And if you're using this with like .NET Maui and probably Blazor, then it's always going to be like the best one. It doesn't really have like the other technologies anyway. So how does that work? Like again, if you're going to implement this, it's called with hubs and hub proxies. So kind of like on the server side, you're going to add a hub. That's what it's called, because that's where all the signals are going to go to and being spread from, basically. So you have this one central server. Which of course can be in Azure and scale and all those kinds of things. And what you're basically going to do is do remote procedure calls, right? You're going to invoke a piece of code on either the client or the server. So in this case, a signal is going from the server to the clients. So Sam, and I'm going to show it as well because it's always the favorite demo, is the chat app. And what might have happened here is that a message got sent to the server, and then you're going to notify a client with the clients because you can get a list of all the connected clients, and then get the one with a specific ID, and then you can say my client function, right? So that is the function that's going to be invoked on that proxy that we have here on the client side on the right, and then that piece of code that is hooked up there, or it might not be hooked up. That can happen if that's a scenario that you have. Then it's going to execute code here. And if you do it the other way around, you can also invoke code on the server. So this might be the chat message coming in. So I am on my client with my cat right here, and I'm going to compose a little message, send that to the server, and then I'm going to say hub connection because I have a connection, a real-time connection also to the server. I'm going to send async, and I'm going to say my server function. It has to be like with the magic strings, right? Because you don't have a strongly typed definition going on here. So you have to get that right. So my server function could also be send chat message. And then that chat message is going to be received on the hub. It's going to invoke a little code. And then from there, maybe it's going to spread back to all the clients, which is basically like the other slide, right? So you're going to have this back and forth thing. So that's how it works. We'll see that all of that in a little demo. So don't worry. And there's also a hosted version, as with a lot of these things. So you also have like the Azure SignalR service. I think it has some limitations and some things that are good to know. I'm not going to go over this one for this session too much, but I just want you to know that this one is out there for you to use, which makes it a little bit more easier to manage and not have to write your own web application for some extent. So that is one of the options as well. So let's go to a little demo, and this is actually, it's interactive, so don't feel bad if you take out your phone now. Also at home, this is going to be a fun one. So go to gerald.fyi/vote. And while you do, I'm going to do that as well. So make sure that you get there, gerald.fyi/vote. I'm going to go there, and please don't use my link that you're about to see on the screen right here, because that's my super secret admin portal. Gerald.fyi/vote. It will route you to a little Azure thingy here. And I'm going to do admin is 42, so that's my secret password. Oops, is that not correct? Uh-oh, I forgot the question mark. Phew. All right. So how are you liking Gerald today? Well, you can vote on my session. this is kind of overwhelming. It's unanimous. You all like me. Thank you. That's great. Okay, I'll be honest. I built in a little cheat mode, so you can press whatever, but it's always going to be awesome. So thank you. I'll show you in a little bit. So if you also probably noticed that if you refresh your application, it's just going to reset your vote. You can vote again, right? So it's not really disabled. There should be some validation for that. But if you keep it in a mode where you have voted once and it says like, hey, voting is disabled, keep it at that. And if you stare at your screen and I'm going to press the reset button here, then you will see in real time that your vote gets reset. You can see the thing here. And now also the cheat mode gets disabled. So now you can really tell me what you think of this. But I'm logging every one of you. So watch out. Yeah, the math voters, I can find you. All right. So this is, one of the fun things that you can definitely do with this. And you can see it updates in real time, right? I see one person who's very skeptical here in the front. Did you vote meh? I will look it up right in front of everyone. All right. So this is one of the things. So let's see how this kind of works. So let's hop into Visual Studio here, and I have the voting poll, and this is kind of like your classical scenario. Let me first close all of this. Close all tabs. I do the top tabs. Maddie's not here anymore, but she said like, oh, you can't see the titles of the top tabs. It's a setting in Visual Studio. You can just set it to more characters. Anyway. So it starts kind of like this is your typical ASP.NET application. Under the hood, it's probably a separate NuGet package that gets brought in for SignalR, but you don't have to do that manually anymore. So if we just go to the program CS, the entry point for our ASP.NET application, you can just here say, hey, we already have this add razor pages probably, depending on which template you choose, but you might have that already. And we have add SignalR. You can just do that. Builder, services, add SignalR. It will wire everything up, and you can start using SignalR. If you're going to do this, like it's Friday now, so if you're going to do this over the weekend, you're like, yes, I want to get started right away. Make sure that you get like this add SignalR and not SignalR core. That's like for the really power user scenario. I don't even know what it's for, but that only brings in like the very minimal stuff, and that will not make it work without doing some other advanced stuff. So make sure that you get the add SignalR one. And then otherwise, what you want to do is do something with those hubs, right, that we saw. Um, so here, what you want to do is use endpoints, and we're going to register the endpoints of where you can reach your SignalR hub. Now, in this case, this project is like kind of like the hub, so the server and the client in one project. So that's kind of like confusing, right? Typically, you would probably have two, one server and one client, and they would talk to each other. So here, there's kind of like confusing things that might be going on where it's kind of talking to itself. But I'll tell you that in a little bit. And here we have like this voting hub. So we're registering that with the endpoint / voting hub. So if I would go back to my little web thingy here, and I would not do admin is 42, but I would do / voting hub, you would see that it actually says like, hey, connection ID required, right? So it tells me something is going on here, something is responding here, but I'm not sending it the right message, right? Because this is based on a protocol and I need to provide it with the right input. But something is going on here. My hub is running. So that is great. So that is how we register the endpoints. That's how we make this thing available. And then we have this voting hub. So let's go look at that, which is just a regular class, but it inherits from hub, right? So this is a built-in type for SignalR. This is what has a lot on board already for handling the connection, for sending messages, receiving messages, all those things. And you just have to put over your little sauce of your own to make it all work for your scenario. So I have this one thing, vote state. We already saw that also in the program CS. So I registered this as a singleton. Let's see, how interactive are we? Anyone want to guess why that is? You can't see it at home, but there's like people, they're like, oh yeah, pick me, please. No, they're not. So you want to register this as a singleton because it's a web application, right? So when I prepared this demo, I have no clue what I'm doing. So I'm just, I'm typically doing .NET MAUI stuff. So I just add it as a transient because this is the scope for your dependency injection, right? So transient, so you get a new instance each time. And now I suddenly have all these vote state objects which register the votes separately, right? So it doesn't make sense because I want to have the total votes. So you want to have a singleton so that all the votes go to that same object and I can actually show the votes in the UI here. So I have this vote state thing, which is very simple. It has a cheat mode, true or false. And I can say, hey, I have a dictionary of 2 integers where the first integer is like the category. So 0 is awesome, 1 is meh. And the second one is the vote counting, right? So I initialize that with a new dictionary and off we go. So there's that. And I was looking at the hub, which closed again. So there it is. So we have that one. I inject this through dependency injection, right? That's how it works with ASP.NET. You just register it and it works with dependency injection. And then I have these methods, right? Disable cheat mode. We'll see that in a little bit. And send vote. And these are the things that I can invoke. So you just have to kind of like remember these names here, and you have to get those right in your strings. But those are the things that you can invoke on my hub. And if I do, I'm going to get that vote state. So this is the disable cheat mode, so that resets the votes. And it will set the cheat mode to false. It will reset all the votes. And then it will do clients.all.sendAsync. So this is from my hub sending to all of my clients, in this case, a little signal with, hey, reset. And I'm setting that votes dictionary over as well to get serialized to JSON to wherever it's going. And then it will put that as a parameter in the receiving client. So I'm doing that. I'm actually sending 2. So reset and update votes. Again, this is like the client and server in one go. So we'll see how that all wires up. And here I have the send vote. So this is kind of like the incoming thing for like whenever you send from the client, like, hey, I want to register this vote. And then, of course, the option that you chose, right? And whenever the cheat mode was still on, it's also always going to be 0. So always going to be awesome. And then I'm just going to ++ on the dictionary. And again, I'm going to send to all of my clients, hey, update the votes. And in this case, the client is just me, right? Showing that graph. to let us know that we have new votes incoming. Now, here with these clients, you can have all. You also have like other APIs. We have all or all except. So if you go back to like your chat application scenario, it would not make very much sense to send the message also back to me, right? I already sent the message. So you can send all except for me, basically, or there's probably other scenarios that you can come up with. You can get the caller client. You can get a group, so you can group people together. You can actually identify users if that's what you want. So there's all kinds of scenarios that you can support with this, and build a list of the clients that you want to actually reach with the little signals that you're sending here. Now, like I said, this is more your traditional approach, and you can use SignalR with all these kinds of things. And originally, it was built for ASP.NET, which uses a lot of JavaScript as well. So here, in my www root, I have this JavaScript thing. Actually, it's probably more useful to actually show you the pages first. So I have this index page, which is a Razor page, right? ASP.NET. I do the little thing with is admin yes or no, and then I show a little bit of a different. It's very simple code. It's demo code. Don't judge me. So this is showing like the chart, right? It's on a canvas, and I just brought in a existing JavaScript library that shows charts and updates things, and then I have that reset button. So more on that later. If you're not an admin, you're going to see the vote the client that you saw on your phones, right? Or if you're on your desktop at home, you saw it maybe on your desktop, and you can do vote below, and you have the two buttons, right? So we have those that you can use to actually vote. Now then I'm bringing in some scripts. So we have like with npm, you can download half of the internet and the SignalR JS library. You can put that in here. You just wire it up like this, and it will do all the SignalR magic for you. And then I have two little scripts, one for the client, one so that's for you, and one for the server. Where I wire up some things. And here I have my chart library that's going to actually show that little bar chart here. So if we now go to the working parts of this for our JavaScript, so let's start with the client. This is something that we're going to see more often in the other clients as well, because they made this very similar, so that you kind of like uh, recognize what you see here, and you already know in like other solutions as well, like, hey, okay, this is how I should use this. So we have SignalR.hub connection builder. In this case, I'm not specifying any address, which indicates that it should connect to a local host, basically. So that's what it's going to do, and then it's going to specify that endpoint, right? So it's just going to be /voting hub, and then dot build. So it's going to build the connection string for this, and now I can use that connection. And what I'm going to do is do some vanilla JavaScript, no jQuery or anything like that. I'm just going to say, hey, document get element by ID. So that's the awesome button. That is one of the buttons that was on your client, and we're going to listen to the click here. And whenever we do the connection dot invoke, and here we see that send vote, right? And this is the same as this send vote right here. That should match. That's the one thing that it's going to invoke. And then here you can see we have this parameter, right? So this is (0) because this is the awesome option. So here we can see that will be filled in here. And if I just add a string foo here, and I add another parameter here, I can catch that value as well, right? So that's how you can just add parameters and transfer all your data like that. Let's just remove this before I break things that are not supposed to break. Oops. And when something happens, I do console error. And whenever you have done this, whenever it's invoked, whenever you've clicked it, I'm going to do thanks for your vote. Voting is now disabled. Disable the buttons, and it's not going to do the default button behavior. Reset thing. So this is like whenever I set. So here you can see like you're sending a signal to me, right? Like to the server. So you're going to do connection.invoke. And here we have the other way around. Here we're going to say connection on. So this is basically your event that we register. So whenever I send a reset from the server to your clients, it's the reset, right? And I'm going to do the status label. I'm going to set voting has been reset. So that's what you should have seen happening whenever I press the reset button. And the disabled is false, so you can vote again. And the same thing, of course, for that meh, but now with the option of 1, right? So that's the difference here. I could have definitely reused some of this code, but again, it's demo code. Then the last thing that I'm going to do, because JavaScript, unless you do some special things, is just going to run from top to bottom. So it wired up all these things, and now it said like, hey, connection.start. So it's going to actually start that real-time connection. And then we have this function, which is not doing anything, but whenever something goes wrong, it's going to go to the console. But my code is always perfect. That's also why I don't write tests. So that's how that worked. And then on the other side, It's very similar, of course. I'm again making this connection to the same hub. And now I'm going to update the votes, right? So I get that signal for the update votes. I get the actual dictionary in here, which is just a JSON thing, right? So I can use everything like a collection here. I can just pull that all out of there and pull that into my chart library. So I'm filling those data sets. You can see the bars going up. And then whenever I press the reset button, I'm going to do connection invoke. So I'm going to send something again. Disable cheat mode. So again, that is the thing that you see here, right? This has to match with no parameters this time. And then basically we are full circle, right? So we're going to do the connection.start to actually start the connection. And now everything falls in place and start working. So that is how this charting things work. Again, I'm going to clean this up later. Bye-bye. So that's all of that. Let's see if I can pull up some slides again. And so the rest of the demos is going to be a chat app thingy, which thank you, Sam, again for ruining that. Yeah, I noticed. I was going to duplicate. Thank you. I actually was trying to pull together a new demo, which allowed you to control the flashlight on my device. I'll get to that, how that all would work. And I think it works in theory. The only thing that prevents me from actually showing it right now is that I couldn't deploy it to Azure on time. So Sam actually had to talk a little bit longer. Anyway, maybe I'll pull it together while right after this session, and I could still make it happen. So the Blazor, I think there were some people who were new to .NET, right? Who does not know what Blazor is? Oh, we just watched Sam talk because okay, there's two people, so this is for you. And the joke always is like it's web development without JavaScript, right? And you can still use JavaScript if that's what you want, but kind of like Blazor, it is a single page application framework that we've built on top of all the things that are ASP.NET. So if you think about these single page applications, you have these rich applications with like grids and dialogues and a fancy menu on the left. And then if you go to that same application on your mobile device, it's nice and responsive and everything falls in line and it still looks great and works amazing. But if you think about these frameworks, then it's typically built on top of Angular or React or Vue, right? And those are all JavaScript frameworks. Now, I can joke here all day about how bad JavaScript is, and in that time that I do, probably 20 new JavaScript frameworks will come out. So let's not do that. But it's not really about JavaScript, right? It could also be TypeScript or Rust or any other language. Just the fact that you have to switch between different languages means that it will eat into your productivity, right? Like if I would have actually, while I was preparing that demo for that like that voting thing, I needed to switch to JavaScript, and I was like, okay, how do I do this thing again, or jQuery or whatnot? And I have to look it up, and because I don't do it often enough, so it will just eat into your productivity. So how cool would it be if we could just stick with C#? JavaScript you can also do in Visual Studio, but if you can still stay inside of Visual Studio, the tooling that you know and love, the consistent ecosystem, so you don't have to go out suddenly to NPM, download half of the internet in NPM packages. You can just download a quarter of the packages with NuGet, which is much better. And we have 20 years of .NET framework. So there is a lot of stability and proven concepts there that we can build upon. So that's what Blazor is. And now we have a nice single page application framework that will allow you to write most of the things, all the things in C#. Like I said, you can still do JavaScript if you really want or if you really need something, but that's basically what you can do with this. So this fits in nice together with all the web UI frameworks that we already have. MVC Razor pages, we just saw that. Single page application SPA, we already have that for, we already have templates based on actual Angular. So if you still want to do that, totally fine. But you can now also use Blazor. And what is funny is that we also have, of course, the services that do not really have any UI. So you can already see SignalR in there. gRPC is one, and of course the HTTP web API stuff that is there as well. So we have a very complete set of everything that you can do here. Now I think Sam already talked a little bit about this as well. We have two versions of Blazor basically. So one is Blazor Server, and if you've been using that, you might have not even known that you were already using SignalR, because that's what it uses to go back and forth to the server to actually update the UI, because it's a single page application. So only the parts that need to change are going to change inside of your web browser. And with Blazor server, it's still going to go back and forth to the server and actually send every signal, and that happens through a SignalR connection. So if you maybe I think the .NET frontend website is built with Blazor server. So if I went there on my phone and I went back, again on iOS, I have an iOS device. You don't really have control over how long your application will live. So I go back to my browser, and then the screen is a little bit dimmed, right? And it shows a little spinner because it's trying to reconnect. And that's like, especially that's really SignalR trying to reconnect to the website, trying to establish that real-time connection again. So that is all Blazor and SignalR. You've already watched it today on the .NET Frontend website. Then we have Blazor WebAssembly, and that's kind of closer to your traditional JavaScript approach, right? So you download the whole application basically. We have a little WebAssembly, which is a intermediate layer where you compile your C# to. Can also be Rust or C++ or whatever. WebAssembly is not something we invented. We just made C# compatible with it, and now you can run the whole application inside of your browser directly. What is really cool, of course, like, sorry, I was going to say something else. So what you have to do then is also download the .NET runtime then. As of .NET 6, I think we brought that down to 1 MB, .NET 7 even more, maybe, I don't know. So, your average cat GIF is kind of like bigger, right? But still, if you have scenarios where bandwidth and download sizes matter, then that's definitely something that you want to look into. So whenever you have options, you also have like pros and cons, right? I'm not going to read them all to you. I think the important parts are like down there. If you do Blazor server, you have to have that persistent connection, right? So offline applications, not really an option. You have a higher UI latency because every click is going to go back and forth. So by default, by definition, you're going to have that UI latency if you're going to even notice it or not. But if you're going to go with WebAssembly, you have that larger initial download size. And you don't really have control over the runtime performance, right? It might be downloaded to a phone or a thin client. And whereas if you run it on a server, you control like how beefy that server is, right? So you know a little bit about how fast it will run, yes or no. So now we have three flavors. I'll get to the hybrid in a little bit. We have the Blazor server, we have the Blazor WebAssembly, and with Blazor hybrid, you can do even more amazing stuff. You can run it on your client devices, but we'll get to that. So let's start with my little gigantic chat app demo. Hop into the next solution here. So I created a little solution with all kinds of clients here. And you can see them here on the right. So I have this Blazor client. I'm going to show that right now. Then I have this hubs. So this is like my server that I just had as well, but this time it doesn't have a UI. It just runs as a server just to only get the signals and send the signals out. So I'll just start that in the background in a little bit. Then I have a Maui Blazor. So that's your Blazor hybrid scenario. The really native Maui client that uses that as well. And I have this reusable chat component. So I think, again, Sam stole a lot of my thunder there again, where he said like, hey, the components, you can use that throughout the projects, right? So I'm definitely going to do that as well. So let's start with the chat hub, which is a very simple thing. Again, the program CS, I just do this thing, add SignalR. If you're a little bit familiar with web development, then you probably wake up screaming sometimes if I talk about cores. So to just overcome that, I think while preparing this demo, there was some stuff going on with this. So I just said, hey, disable this whole thing. This has to do with like being able to reach your web application from different addresses. Very good that it's there. It allows for all kinds of security things if you leave this open, but it's demo code. I cannot say this enough. And again, I'm registering the endpoint. So just the chat hub this time, no Razor pages with this chat hub right here. And in here, it's just one method right now, which is a send message. And I get a user and a message. And I'm going to send to all the clients like, hey, I received a message. And then in the clients, I'm going to have some code to actually show the new messages that are coming in. So let me just run this in the background so that we can reuse it and I don't forget. And all my demos will fail. So let's debug, start without debugging. And it will bring up a little console thingy that will spin up this ASP project. And while it's doing that, did it already do it? Was it faster than... Wow. Oh, no, this is a closed one. So why did not... Typically, this goes very fast, so I'm not sure what's going on. Oh, there we are. So it starts it and hides it immediately. So this is just listening to, HTTPS, HTTP. It's listening to calls. All right, so we got that running. Not important anymore. So let's have a look at our Blazor client right here, which is a typical Blazor, file new Blazor application, nothing fancy. And what we have here is now no more JavaScript. So if I go into the pages and the index, what you will see is I have brought in the SignalR client NuGet package. So for this one, I think you have to install it manually. So you bring in that one, and then you can start using that connection basically. So what I have here is a little UI for actually entering your message. So you have like your HTML stuff, input, your name, which I bind through some major Blazor magic, excuse me, to the username. I have this little message right here, and then I have a button with a on click that's going to send that username and message. And then here I have a little for each for the messages that are coming in. I'm going to show that in a little list, and they will show up on top of each other. So instead of having to do the JavaScript here, I can now just write this all in C#. If you haven't seen Blazor that much, don't worry. This very much looks like PHP. That's what it reminds me of, like all the spaghetti code and mixing everything up. You can definitely put this in a code behind as well instead of this code block. So there's a lot of options here. But what you can do is now do this hub connection. So this is the same thing as we saw in JavaScript. Actually, this is almost the same exact syntax that we were using here, right? So we have this hub connection. I'm going to do this again. Local host, which is a fun thing that I'll get to in a little bit. If I forget, please remind me of this. So we have this local host. I'm going to do the connection builder, HTTPS, this IP address, the port number, chat hub, and then I'm going to register again this signal right here. So I have this hub connection on, but here I can strongly type the things, right? So I can say, hey, I expect 2 strings to be coming in, the user and the message, and I'm going to do this on the receive message, which was the hub that we saw here, right? So we're sending this receive message signal again that has to match, and then inside of that, I'm going to wire up this message received. And then I'm going to do the hub connection dot start async. And then in the message received, I'm not doing anything fancy here. I'm going to say, hey, messages, which is a little collection that I have here on top, messages. And then I'm going to add this entry to that messages. And this is a Blazor thing. State has changed. It knows that it has to update the UI and actually show my messages here. And of course, I have this send async as well with the username and message. And I'm going to do hub connection, send async. Again, this has to match send message with the thing here, and is going to invoke this on the server, and then I'm going to reset the username and the message. So whenever I set this as my starter project, Blazor client, and I can run this, it's going to bring up a little browser window, and I can actually send this message to the hub. But it's not very fun because this is a chat app and I'm only talking to myself, right? So we probably better extend that. I'm already going way over time, but I'm sure I should talk even faster. It's going to be fun. Well, you'll believe this, right? Just taking a little time. Again, I don't know why. This is not an old MacBook like Sam. Oh, experienced, I should say, experienced MacBook. So I say Gerald, Blazor. I said, hey, send, and you can see it showing up here, right? So we got that under control. Okay, quickly, on to the next one. So what is .NET Maui? .NET Maui is really cool. .NET Maui is the evolution of Xamarin Forms. So if you have been using Xamarin Forms, is there anyone who has been using Xamarin Forms before? All right, awesome. Then you know already a little bit of what this is. So we have Xamarin Forms, which has been our offering for like cross-platform apps based on C# and .NET, running on iOS, Android, and UWP. So early on, we would have this graphic and say like which Xamarin approach is the best for you, and even without reading anything, all the things that are on here, which you really can't because it's very small and pixely. But it says like Xamarin Forms is best for, and then in the screenshots you can see it's a couple of boring boxes, right? And that's always what kind of stuck with us, like Xamarin Forms, kind of like a boring image. So we needed to change that. And if you want to do the real fancy stuff, then you had to use Xamarin iOS and Xamarin Android, and you could use media players and games and maps and all that kind of cool stuff, which is totally stuff that you could do with Xamarin Forms as well. But the stories, I don't know if it's true or not, have it that Xamarin Forms was architected for like, hey, the data entry applications, the forms applications, and people started doing all kinds of cool stuff with it, but they would run into, performance issues because it just wasn't architected to do that way. So now we came up with .NET Maui, .NET Multi-Platform App UI, and yeah, that's our new offering for cross-platform apps based on C#, .NET, iOS, Android, Windows, and macOS. So you can see the platforms here shifted also already a little bit. UWP is not supported anymore by Microsoft, so we're naming it Windows now because it's based on WinUI, and macOS is no longer something that is supported by the community, but is now a first class platform that we are supporting as well. So if you put a little marketing sauce over that, it's the most productive way to develop native apps that perform great on any device running on iOS, Android, macOS, and Windows from a single code base. Very simplified, what that means, you have a UI activity indicator and a progress bar, which is a circle. I don't know, sure. It's Android. That's how it works. And we have these controls, right? That's how they look and feel on these platforms. And what we do with .NET Maui, again, very simply put, is we put a abstraction layer on top of that. We say, hey, we call it an activity indicator. And then whenever you specify an activity indicator in your application, it's going to translate itself into the thing that it's supposed to look like and feel on the platform that you're running on. Same for a UI slider or a button or a label or whatever you are using inside of your application. So that's basically what .NET Maui does. I'm going to skip over this really quick. What we also have, and that was the demo that I was pulling together, what I was saying, it was a little joke from Sweatdog where Maddie was talking about, oh yeah, you can do also the flashlight API. So I was going to do a remote flashlight thingy that you could light up here, and that's part of the Essentials API. So the Essentials APIs is now just APIs inside of .NET Maui that you can use for all kinds of common functionality across platforms. So you can have your geolocation, you can have your camera, but also your flashlight and all kinds of other things that are now just available from the C# layer. So you don't have to do all kinds of advanced stuff. It will just work on all these devices. So if we pull that into the little demo right here, I will get into the .NET Maui app. We have that one, and I should probably stop running this one. But I can also start running it without debugging so that I have it in the background still. So let's do that with this one too. And I have this Blazor application running. Cool, cool, cool. And what I'm also going to bring up is the .NET Maui app. So one of the things that we try to do with .NET Maui and also like with the SignalR connection, and basically it's a theme across all of .NET and what we're trying to do is make things more familiar, right? Because cross-platform development is hard. And what you will see here in this Maui program is that we've adopted also kind of like the application model, the bootstrapping model, the generic host builder from ASP.NET, right? So if you know how to work with ASP.NET and you're curious about getting started with cross-platform development, at least if you go in here, you will see some familiar things, right? You can also here register all your things for dependency injection. That will work all the same. It will work with the constructor injection. So at least you will see some familiar things to get you started, because there is still enough to learn about .NET Maui. So here we have this native application. This all works based on XAML. You can also do it on with C#. Again, you have to bring in the NuGet package for the ASP.NET SignalR client. So you can see that using here at the top as well. And for the rest, we can use the exact same code actually. So that hub connection, you can see the messages. So this is a little bit different, right? I have to handle the UI a little bit differently because we're now going to use native UI in a native platform. I'm going to do messages.clear. I have this very secret IP address. Oh, and I needed to get back to that. Thank you for reminding. I'm going to set up that connection, right? Exactly the same way, but now with an IP address. And I'm going to register that same kind of callback, receive message, message received. And this time I'm going to do the message received. I'm going to add it to these messages, which is here a observable collection, which is hooked up to my XAML right here, because in .NET Maui, it would be, it makes sense to use a collection view, which is our kind of like our control for showing repeated items, right? So it's a collection view, it's a list, and you can specify a data template. So in this case, I'm just going to do a label, and I'm going to bind that to my messages collection. So each time something comes in, a new item is added to these messages automatically, because that's data binding, and that will show up in this list. Now, I'm going to run this on the Android emulator. So I'm going to switch over here to the Maui client run this on the Android emulator. And that's the reason why I need to use this IP address. So if you're going to get started with this, again, there's a whole weekend in front of you. You can do all this fun stuff that you're going to learn today. But the Android emulator, if you're going to connect to localhost, you need to kind of like realize that this Android emulator, or if you're going to do it on a physical device, this is going to be your local host, right? So imagine that this is a separate device. And now you're talking to localhost on your device, which is not where your SignalR server is running. So that's a pitfall that a lot of people fall into. So what you want to do is actually look up the IP address, go to your console window, do ipconfig, and you will find your IP address, put that in here, and now suddenly it will talk to each other. There might be some stuff with your firewall and that kind of stuff to figure out, but at least you've gone through that first hurdle. So now I can do Gerald Maui. I didn't design this UI very well, so my keyboard overlaps my thing here, and I can say hey, and I can say send, and it should show up here for myself. But now if I go back to my browser and my Blazor thing, you can also see it here, right? So I can again do Gerald Blazor here, and I can say hey. I don't know if that's a thing, but hey. Oops, come here. And it doesn't do it. No, why not? What happened? Oh, there it is. It took a little while. Okay, not sure why. So it did show up, right? So it should be real time, but I don't know. My computer is a little bit slow for some reason. And it updates on both of these clients, right? So let's see if I can make it a little bit more interesting in the last kind of 5-minute-ish that I have. Because what happens if we mix these two? I already said, like, hey, we have also a scenario where we can put Blazor and .NET Maui together, right? Now everything died here. So that's going to be interesting. I'm going to describe what you should be seeing. I'll just talk while this is loading. So what we also have is we have .NET Maui and Blazor, which we call either .NET Maui Blazor or Blazor Hybrid, depending on who you ask. And what's going on with that is that you can run your Blazor application inside of a .NET Maui app. Now, while I was sitting here during the other session, there was already a question in the chat like, hey, can I access the native APIs, the native sensors from my Blazor application on my device? And the answer is kind of like yes and no. If you're running a Blazor application on the web and you access that through your browser, then no, you're bound to the same sandbox that your browser has, luckily, but because it's just another web page. But if you run this Blazor hybrid, so if you run the Blazor application as a .NET Maui application, then you can use 100% of all the sensors of all the things. You don't have any sandbox. You can do everything on the device. So that's really cool. So we have this thing called Blazor running on the web. We have this thing called .NET Maui running on all these platforms. What if we put them together, combine both of these worlds, and we call it Blazor Hybrid, and we can do all this amazing stuff. So with .NET Maui Blazor, oh, do I? Oh, sorry, people at home. Technical difficulties, as always. Something went wrong. Oh, no. Yeah, we know that. So anyone want to sing a song? Maybe a question in between someone while we're doing this? I will sing that if no one else does. I don't know why this is so slow. Sorry about this.
Is it getting close, or should we take the questions? Because we do have some questions.
Oh, that's me. Do one question at least.
Do one question at least.
Yes.
Okay. So let's do. Where's the? How can I do type safe? Can I do clients.all .reset async instead of clients.all .send async reset?
If I understand the question correctly, then no, you can't. You have to specify with strings what the thing is that you're going to invoke, because you don't really have a type safe thing. Maybe, I don't know, we're going to come up. SignalR has been around for a long time, so there's probably reasons why we don't have it yet, where we have some kind of definition with what are the the functions, the methods that are available on the client or the server, so that you can maybe strongly type it a little bit more to help you. But no, right now you have to actually put in those strings and connect that way.
Got it.
This is not going well.
It's not going well. Do you want another question?
Do another question. I'm not sure if this is actually going to come back up, but let's see. Yeah.
Yeah. So we had a question since you're overlapping a lot with the previous speaker, Sam. We do have a question that wasn't brought up during his session.
Mhm.
Why does a hybrid app take so long for the loading, like the loading dot dot?
I was there. I was ignoring that one. It bites me now. All right.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries.
I'm
So-
putting you on the spot here.
Yeah. So I don't know. It kind of like depends. Like in this case, it's because my machine is just really slow for whatever reason. And I would think my first kind of idea would be that it is because a debug build just does a lot of stuff that does not happen in a release build. So try if it actually happens in a release build as well, because it takes some seconds to load. But also, like if you know a little bit about how Blazor works, it uses some reflection to start up because you're registering all the endpoints where the pages are going to be, how to reach them. So it takes a little bit of bootstrapping and time to actually scan your assembly, do some reflection, and actually start up your application. So that's probably why there is a little bit of a performance hit there. But I'm pretty sure that it goes down, that loading time goes down whenever you actually do a release build and actually have all the optimization there.
Awesome.
Is it shared again, Jimmy?
Oh,
All
we're
right.
back.
Exactly on time. So thank you so much. Oh my gosh, this is the worst. I'm sorry. I'll just keep it like this to not switch around too much, right? To see if we can keep things a little bit stable. Get my embarrassing notes out here. All right. So with .NET MAUI Blazor, you can build cross-platform native apps, right, that run on Windows, macOS, iOS, Android, all the platforms that are also running .NET MAUI, because we already have the .NET runtime running there. So we just made Blazor there available as well, and you can use all your existing Razor class libraries for that stuff as well. That's also what Sam said, right? You can even get third-party Razor class libraries. They are amazing. Probably Telerik has them as well, like Razor class libraries and components pre-built for you that you can use. Just plug them into your application and you can use them without any issues. And like I already said, you have that full platform device access, right? So inside of your Blazor application running on the web, you're bound to that sandbox. You cannot format your hard drive. Luckily, if you don't go to the wrong website, it will format your hard drive. That's not great. The good news is with a .NET MAUI Blazor application, you can totally format your hard drive, right? So that's one of the fun things that you can absolutely do. Let's skip over some of this. Actually, I'm just going to go to the demo right here. So for the last thing, I have this .NET MAUI Blazor application. Let's just close this one. Maybe that helps too. And this is still running. What we have here is kind of like, it should look familiar by now. We have this MAUI Blazor client. So we have the best of both worlds. We have this MAUI program, we have XAML, but we also have Razor pages. So you can see we have a platforms folder where you can still write your platform specific code for .NET MAUI apps if that's what you want. But we also have these Razor pages. And if we go in here again, the code is pretty boring. I should have actually shown you this probably in the other apps as well. So I have this my chat component, right? Which we have here down at the bottom as well. And this is actually where all the magic happens. This is one of those reusable components. And to set it up is really easy. You just take that Razor component, put it inside of a separate project. You can also put it in the NuGet from there, distribute it to everyone. And inside of this Razor component, everything happens. So here I have a little piece of, again, I hooked it up, of course, to the SignalR client. So this is basically the UI that I showed you earlier, like with the name, the message, and whatnot. The messages, it hooks everything up. And if we look at like the Blazor client earlier, so the only thing that's happening here in this index, oh, I actually have all the code here. So what I took here, I could replace all of this also with like that chat component. So that's what's happening here. And then I have that already now for my Blazor client. So I could, again, repeat all this code, or what I did now, put it inside of a Razor component right here, and you can reuse it all this way. And if I run this one, so I have this on another Android emulator. So that's probably why my computer is running so hot, although it worked fine yesterday. So I have this one here, and this is going to be, look again, very familiar because that's going to be Blazor, but now inside of a .NET MAUI app. I have a native .NET MAUI app. I have this little browser right here. I have it all together, and if I want to go really crazy, I can also start a SignalR, SignalR our demo Maui client for Windows, which is the same .NET Maui application, but now deployed for Windows, I can do that too. So I can say Gerald Windows and say, hey, again, and I hide my button. And you should be able to see it shows up here. It shows up here. This one disconnected for some reason. I'm not going to bother doing that again, but you can see that it shows up on all of these different things, right? Whether it's .NET Maui Native, Blazor, Blazor Hybrid, it doesn't matter. It's all connected to that same hub, and you can see it all come together here. All right. Couple of last things. Let's. Oh, I can still click this. All right. Seems to work. So almost ready for lunch. We have this other little video, which is Sean and James Montemagno. You probably know him if you've been looking into .NET Maui or other .NET Maui stuff. There is a session from .NET Con focus on Maui from somewhere last year, where he's also showing off a couple of great things where you can have this little drawing application. So it's actually a game. So on the left side, you can see, hey, you should draw a house, and you can start drawing it with a couple of colors. And on the right side, you have like not the actual thing, of course, that you have to guess, but you have this little box on the bottom where box face. I don't know how he came up with that. You have to kind of like guess whatever is being drawn, right? And this is in remote times. Sean and James were. Sean is from the UK. James was in Seattle in the studio, so they were in two separate locations, but they were still able to play this game, which is one of the things that you could do with .NET Maui and SignalR. Now, I thought it would be cool, and this is a very poor video, especially compared to how cool this looks like from my house. I don't know why I did it with my own phone from a screen, because you have screen recording software. But anyway, and we were redoing our house as well, so it looks a little bit funny. Anyway, I should prepare this better more next time. So here you can see on the right, you can see the application, but now running on macOS by Sean. So I just pulled down his repository. He made it open source. And I thought, how cool would it be if I could hook that up to the Blazor web client as well, right? So in the background, you could see the Blazor web thing with that, and it's drawing on a canvas and that kind of stuff. Again, with SignalR, you can see it showing up in real time, near real time, and I can enable also the game playing on the web basically. So that is another cool scenario. A little bit more polished example is the .NET Podcasts, which is a big application, has server components, microservices, all kinds of cool stuff, which is really a reference for us. We use this for benchmarks, new features that we're trying out. So you can definitely go check this out as well. Uses a bunch of SignalR. The .NET Maui stuff is built twice. So we have one .NET Maui native application with all native components, and we have a .NET Maui Blazor client, which does everything in Blazor, shares code with like the web application. So that's definitely something cool to check out if you're interested in what the differences are and how that is used and applied in a more real world scenario. With all these options, I get a lot of questions like, hey, what is oh, that's subtle. Your time is up, someone says. Yeah. Sorry at home if your ears are now bleeding. So with all these options, like we have this little graph, like, hey, what should you choose when? If you're going for reach, basically everything that runs a browser. So your fridge has a browser nowadays. I don't know. You can go with Blazor, right? As long as it has a browser, you can run a web application. You can run Blazor. In the middle, if you have maybe an existing Blazor application already and you want to reuse some of that code, you can go with Blazor and Maui, and also go the cross-platform route. If you really want the power of a platform, then you can go with, depending on your scenario, with Maui, WinUI if you want Windows only, WinForms, WPF if that's still something that you can use. But that leverages really the power of the platform that you want to run on. Thank you so much. It was a few hurdles here and there, so I hope you will forgive me. But I hope that you still learned something here, and at least we had a laugh. So I'm here around for some questions. I don't know if you want to do more questions because I'm already over time, but fine, I'm ready. Let's go.
Wasn't your fault.
It wasn't my fault.
It's a technical stuff we have, right?
Yeah.
Always an issue. And also sorry for everyone. There was a fire alarm, a brief fire alarm. I hope you still can use your ears. We barely can.
What?
So let's try a few questions. Can you avoid magic strings in Citysync? And this is a hot one because many people want to know this.
Okay, interesting. I'm not entirely sure if there is an option right now. As far as I know, you can't, but I will figure it out. I will make a video on my YouTube channel about it, maybe, if there's a lot of questions about it.
Which is a great YouTube channel.
Oh, thank
so.
you, thank you.
Yeah.
Not that I know of right now, but I will definitely look into it if that's something that's interest of a lot of people.
Awesome. And then we have one. We're currently using Maui Blazor Hybrid. What native mobile functionality can we expect to lose out on by following the Blazor Hybrid path rather than the full native Maui SAML path?
Interesting question. Technically nothing. So the only thing that you're replacing basically is like the UI. So instead of using XAML and translating everything as from the abstract .NET MAUI layer to whatever that should look like the loading spinners, right? If you're going to use Blazor Hybrid, then you're basically replacing everything with web views, right? So it's going to look like a web application, and that you can style that however you want, right? So you can make it look like native if that's what you want, or you can make it pixel perfect, the same across platforms. What you get kind of for free, because that includes Bootstrap and all kinds of CSS stuff, so you will get the responsiveness of all the things. But in terms of native functionality, like the XAML has to be interpreted as well. The HTML2, it has to be rendered, so that kind of like performance is going to be probably very much the same. And in terms of all the rest, you can still reach out to all the APIs from the essentials things. You can format your hard drive, like I said. You can do the flashlight, you can do the geolocation, you can do all of that with Blazor Hybrid as well as the .NET MAUI stuff. So the only difference is that how your UI looks like, basically.
Nice. Can we run SignalR in Android background services? Is it power efficient?
It's not power efficient, probably, because it's a process that's running in the background. I think technically you totally can. If you should want it is a different question. So that's basically the answer. Yes, you can, but I think you should really wonder if that's something that you want to do.
If you have a cold house, like Sam
Yeah.
uses his Mac
Yeah.
for,
You buy a
heating.
couple of Android phones, you
Yep.
run SignalR in the background,
That sounds
free
good.
heating. Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say free.
Free, yeah.
You will get heating.
Yeah.
Okay, so one last. Would you recommend migrating a production project from Xamarin Forms to Maui?
Yes, of course. I mean, it all depends, right? The Xamarin Forms is still supported until May 2024, so you have some time. But in that time, iOS updates are going to get out. Stuff is going to happen. So the sooner you can get to .NET MAUI, the better, I would say, or at least start the path and inspect what are kind of like the hurdles that you might run into. It very much depends on how complex your project might be. If it's like a day's work or maybe a week's work. But yeah, I would say .NET MAUI is ready, so at least give it a go. And if you have any questions, reach out to me. I see David is there, always ready for feedback as well. So reach out to me to start with, and I will connect you to the right people. And we've already transitioned a lot of, or at least started the path to transition production apps. So yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Oh, we have one more question.
Are you ready for lunch? No, that's not it.
All right,
Okay.
we have one more question from the Microsoft Reactor YouTube channel.
Interesting.
I need code push with Maui. Maybe perhaps not a question, but so what's up with that?
I think, David, I don't know. Do you know what that is? That's like you're updating your app outside of the App Center, right? Here's David. He knows the answer to this question.
Yeah, so code push with Maui, if you're talking about pushing .NET code without having to redeploy your application to the store, which is what they're talking about. That's what code push usually means. It is possible. We have supported a couple of customers in doing that. I wouldn't say it's easy. It's not something that we have productized and made easy for people to do. So if that's something you really want to do there, we could assist. The other side of it is if you're thinking, well, the Blazor is web tech. And so where I've seen code push used before, it's with web tech. So would that path be any easier? The Blazor code is all compiled with .NET in your running application. There's nothing on a server anywhere to push to it. So you could set up something for yourself. We have a lot of customers that do dynamic UI, which is effectively code push, because you're essentially saying, I'm going to keep some representation of my app in a server somewhere, whether it's database or whatever, and then I'm going to dynamically render it with my application. So there are ways to get to it. It's not a here's the code push plugin for your application, but you totally can do it.
And I think there's also like the app stores typically don't really like that, right? So if you're going to go to like it's sketchy, yeah, because especially like Apple, I know they don't they have this review process and they really want to see your application up front, and they don't really like whenever it's going to change outside of their control, right? So if you're distributing it outside of the App Store, this might be something, but if you're thinking like, hey, I want to go to the public App Store to the consumers, this might also not be something for you. So all things to consider.
Nice. Okay, so we will be back in about an hour, on the hour, I should say. I don't want to say a time. It's 1 o'clock in Sweden, but within an hour, we will be back. But before we go, I want to say a huge thank you to our sponsor, Progress Telerik. And with all this talk about Blazor, they have amazing Blazor UI components, over 100 truly native UI components. So probably they have what you need. So check them out, because if they weren't here, this wouldn't be possible. So with that, thank you so much. See you in an hour.
Come on, let's go clap. We're welcoming you back. You're welcoming us back. It's amazing. We're so glad to be here, right? I'm glad. He's glad. She's glad. We're all glad. Hi. There's people here. There's people there. It's amazing. So welcome back to .NET Front-End Day. I am David Ortnow, and we're going to be doing a survivalist guide to .NET Maui. If you like to do survivalisty things, go out in the woods and see if you're going to live or die. It's not going to be as exciting as this. This is going to be amazing. I almost called it like a champion's guide to .NET Maui, but that sounded a little too presumptuous, I guess. I don't know. My contact information on the screen. I'll bring up some contact information later as well. I invite you to reach out to me anytime. I am a principal product manager at Microsoft. I work on the .NET team, specifically client applications. And so our products for client applications, Xamarin has been around for years and years and years. And then now the new upgrade version of that is .NET Maui, multi-platform app UI. I have been at Microsoft for about 6 years. You saw Maddie earlier. We obviously are a goofy pair. I don't know if you think all Americans are like this. They're not really. We're just weird. But we enjoy, talking to developers and companies all the time to find out how we can leverage .NET technology and Visual Studio to help you individually make more money. Who wants more money? All right, a couple people in the back did not raise their hand. I don't know. Cool. Also to help businesses be more effective, right? Doing the things that you're doing. So that's some information about me. I want to give you a quick update. This isn't something I have done on this trip at all, but I thought it would be useful because it seemed like quite a few folks here might be new to .NET and or new to .NET for client applications in particular. So .NET as a platform, you can build pretty much anything. You can build IoT stuff with it. You can build APIs. You can build web apps. You can build, of course, mobile desktop apps and a whole variety of other things. They run on the Raspberry Pi. You could probably control your refrigerator with it. You never know. So as a development platform, things are going really well. Over 5 million developers, faster, 10 times faster than Node.js on the server. So lots of good things happening there. If you're looking for technology to take a bet on that's going to be around for a while, because it's already been around for 20 years. I mean, obviously, I was born 19 years ago, so I'm just barely younger than .NET. Okay, I got some smiles. I got some laughs on that one. No, but it's been around a while. You can bet on it. I know people often will say, well, what about this product that went away and that product that went away? I mean, some of that's going to happen. I don't anticipate that happening with anything we're talking about today. In terms of, how are new versions of .NET going? We now ship new versions of .NET every year. In November, we host the .NET conference. It's an all online virtual conference, and you get a new version of .NET, which also gives you a new version of C#. So as new language features come out, you get new runtime and SDK capabilities. And now with .NET Maui being part of .NET, you now will also get the latest innovations for mobile and desktop applications. And as you can see, .NET is growing way faster in version 6 than version 5. The current version of .NET is 7, which we shipped November 8th, I think, of last year. And I went looking for the latest numbers. I know that in terms of .NET Maui, .NET 6 and .NET 7 are about to crisscross. So the .NET 6 usage has been declining and the .NET 7 usage is skyrocketing. So we're at that point where most apps now are going to be using .NET 7, I would say before the end of February. In terms of how is Maui doing as a platform? Well, we came out in May of last year. So at build, the mid-season of .NET 6 release, we shipped .NET Maui. We were a little late to the party because we were bringing all that old .NET framework, which was the previous iteration of .NET, all that Xamarin work, we were merging it, upgrading it, polishing it up, and making it pretty to be part of .NET. And that turned out, I don't know if you've ever experienced this,
but halfway into the project, you realize there's a whole lot more work than you realized at the beginning, right? Nobody? Never happens to you. You always know everything. Your estimates are perfect. Is that what I'm hearing? If I want to get estimates done, I come to Sweden. I got it. So, we learned some things. We also, in the process of doing this, the whole .NET team as an organization grew in terms of our resiliency and our build pipelines and our integrations and things like that. Because building a platform for 4 different native platforms, Android, iOS, Mac, and Windows, you may not know it, but it's kind of hard. It's complicated, right? You want to build a platform that does one thing? That's relatively straightforward, right? But we're doing essentially one thing on 4 things. So, I did want to call attention to that. The star history, that's the popularity of the Maui repository in the, do I get a laser? Is that a laser? Laser pointer. Look at that laser pointer. The blue right here, that's skyrocketing like an Elon Musk going to the cloud SpaceX thing. We don't like him, right? But it's still a thing. We like rockets. Who doesn't like rockets? The ones that don't explode. We're talking about exploration rockets, scientific research rockets. This is important to clarify, right? Jimmy's laughing at all my jokes. That's all I need. Usually Maddie would be sitting on the front row egging me on. Yeah, so the popularity is there, and we're super excited about that. And you can see 235% growth since we launched. There was a little bit of a seasonal dip here when we got to the holidays, the December. Everybody that worked decided to go on vacation. That's typical. That's seasonal. But the numbers are all going in the right direction. So we love to see that. I want to give you an idea of what kind of apps are using .NET for mobile. So the M365 SharePoint admin, 4.6 stars, not too shabby, right? Over 1 million downloads. And look at those beautiful data screens to administrate your SharePoints. Uses a ton of .NET technology as well as a bunch of Azure and App Center services. Another great one is Microsoft Azure. So this is a mobile application you can use with our technology to administrate your Azure accounts. So you might actually like using this better than the web browser. It's less stuff on the screen and it might make sense. So again, over 1 million downloads, great store ratings, all using our technology, all native stuff. This is another one that Microsoft publishes, but it's kind of not really about a Microsoft service per se. It's Seeing AI. So this is an application that uses the camera, and it's to assist people that are, poorly sighted or not sighted. And it will basically say, hey, there's a person 5 feet away from you. It's a tall white man or whatever, or you point it at some paper or some letters and it will read it to you. So it's a really cool assistive device, a lot of AR technology at work within it, and it's all written with .NET. This one is from a customer, I believe, based in Germany, K2 Klima Campaign, which to me sounds Swedish almost. And actually, I feel like I found a Swedish alternative to it. But beautiful application, started on .NET Maui, shipped with .NET Maui, and it's all about awareness for climate change, what you could be doing with your teams, your organizations, etc. You can find this in the Android store, and I believe it's coming to the iOS store soon. Some of you who've ever done mobile development know it's a whole lot easier to get something into the Android store than it is the iOS store. And this is an app from Logius. It's the DigiID app. I never know quite how to say the name, DigiD. But if you live in the Netherlands, anybody here still from the Netherlands? Okay, we've got one. You got it on your phone? Yeah. Okay, yeah. So this is the app you use to identify yourself in the country. So whether you're interacting with services and things like that, it's a prevalent app. As a matter of fact, the Xamarin Forms version of this app is now open source, and the .NET Maui version of the app is in the final stages of QA and approval, and will be out sometime soon. It's not my app. I can't make them ship it, but it'll come out soon. And it's a great app. People like it. Lots of other apps. We did some community stuff. You can go check out the .NET MAUI showcase. As we have customers publicly announcing and sharing their apps, we will be able to publish them to the showcase. So if you're interested in seeing what's possible with .NET MAUI, who's actually using it, this is a place you can go. And if you look at all the Xamarin stuff, that's all the same .NET technology that powers Xamarin. All right. So that was kind of the introduction. I thought that might be useful and interesting to get everybody up to speed on kind of what can you do with .NET MAUI, how are people using it. And so now I would like to kind of get into the survivalist tips portion of using .NET MAUI. I'll talk a little bit about workloads, upgrading for Xamarin. We'll talk about layouts in single project, and then we'll get into some how do you customize the UI, and what is this hot reload stuff? Maddie showed hot reload, so if I am short on time, hot reload's going to get the axe. I'm going to cut it from the whole product. Cool. Everybody's with me so far? Excited? Everybody's thrilled? Yeah? What happens at football games here? Do you just is it quiet? I mean, I know I'm not an all-star football player. More booze? Okay. Booze, drinking. Okay. Well, we need to think about that for the next .NET front-end days. Yeah? Yes, there's always an organ player or a piano player trying to hype the crowd up. That's why I don't watch basketball. That's why I don't do it. It's hockey or maybe American football, but that's, the Super Bowl is coming up Sunday. So I'll be flying home just in time for the family gathering. The family watches no football together until the Super Bowl, in which time it's all about the food. All right. So workloads, back on track. Workloads are essentially the installer for .NET, okay? So you download the installer for .NET, and it will install .NET on your machine. And then the workloads are the different pieces of things you can do with it. So MAUI is an additional workload that the .NET installer will install for you. So here's the thing. You have two options for managing your installation of .NET MAUI. One is from the command line, and the other is from Visual Studio. If you are just getting started, use Visual Studio. Only use Visual Studio. Because what you don't want to do is try to install things through the command line and then Visual Studio, or start in Visual Studio and then go messing around with the command line. Because you can get your environment into a unstable state, and you don't want that. So there's my warning. There's a pitfall there. There's a bear trap, and you're going to step in it. Just don't do that. Yeah. So pick one. Pick your adventure here, and you'll be safe. So one of the things that I often get asked is, okay, I did this install. What version of .NET MAUI do I have on my system? How do I know I have the latest version? You will always have the latest version if you have the latest version of .NET, because our versions are tied to the versions of .NET. The version numbers won't be exactly the same. You might have the 7.0.100 runtime installed, but the MAUI SDK might be 7.0.58. The first two numbers should be the same. The last number could be different, okay? But what you can do is you can select inside of Visual Studio any of your MAUI dependencies in the frameworks, and then you can look down here. That did zoom, didn't it? Sweet. Does it zoom on StreamYard too? Love it. Man, you do that in Teams? Not so much. Not so much. Yeah, so 7.0.5.9, that is the version. How do I know if that's the latest version? Well, you can do a couple of things. You could go to the .NET MAUI GitHub repository and look at the release notes. That will have the version number on it. You could also go to NuGet, because everything is actually distributed through NuGet.org. And over here, you can see that the latest manifest, I'm searching for MAUI Manifest 7. The latest manifest for my architecture, which in this case is ARM64, is 7059. I have the right version. So, or I have the latest version. They're all the right version, but I have the newest. I have the latest. Okay. When you are back here in the command line, you can run a command .NET workload list. And .NET workload list will then tell you all the different workloads that you have installed. So if you're managing all of this directly in CLI, this is a very handy command to have. And you can see right here, I am on 7058 at the time that I was using this CLI. And it also tells me what version of the SDK my workload is associated to. Okay. You also have the ability from here to update. So you could run .NET workload update. However, again, if you're doing this from Visual Studio, don't do .NET workload update over here. Just don't do it. Unless you don't like your machine. And then you can go to your boss and say, I don't know what happened. My machine doesn't work anymore. Maybe it's because it's 3 years old. I think I need a new Mac. Right? Who wants a new Mac? Yeah, we want new Macs. And you say, Dave, but we're at a Microsoft office. Why are you telling us to get new Macs? Look at that. Windows running on my Mac. Yeah, woo! You like that, don't you? This is an ARM64 image of Windows running on my Mac M1 with Visual Studio and .NET Maui all working. We've had several people ask us, when can I use this? Soon. This is an internal preview. I am dog fooding for your benefit so I can file the bugs before you see them. Or at least make sure they get fixed before we ship the thing. All right, cool. You can also get your .NET downloads from the website. But the one thing that I wanted to point out, yes, this is going to give you the very latest version. You can click the side and make sure you get the ARM64 version if your machine wants ARM64. But I wanted to point out that if you go to the .NET installer, GitHub repo, you can get all of those directly from here. Plus, you can get the preview versions, and you can even get older versions of the installer if you need them. So if you are really particular about exactly which version you're using and everything, I recommend bookmarking the GitHub for .NET installer. So here are some of the commands, the command line commands I use on a regular basis. .NET SDK check is going to tell me all the .NET versions of things on my machine. .NET version, of course, is the current version running. If you have one app that needs to run on one version, and you have another app that is stuck on a different version, you can use a global.json file. It's documented in docs.microsoft.com, which now is called learn.microsoft.com. And that global JSON, you can put the version of .NET you want to pin to, and then everything under that directory on your file system will stay on that version of .NET. Okay. .NET workload list, we already talked about. .NET workload install Maui probably requires admin permissions. That will, of course, go get the latest version of Maui. The one thing that you want to make sure of before you run install or update, if you are a command line person, is make sure you understand what NuGet paths are going to be used to resolve the workloads that you're going to get. Because what happens, right? The .NET installer looks at NuGet and says, what are all the sources of workloads that I might be able to pick from? It then goes to those sources on the internet and says, hey, do you have Maui? This guy's asking to install Maui. And the source says, oh yeah, I've got version blah, blah, blah. Or it says, I don't have that. And then it comes back after querying all of them and it says, well, I found something and I'm going to install it. And if you have a path that has something that you don't want to install, you're going to end up with it, unfortunately, because you just need to be very aware of what the NuGet paths are, what the sources are in your path. So if you run .NET NuGet list source, it will tell you, I'm going to go to the official NuGet repository. I'm going to go to Billy Bob's Emporium for NuGets. And you might be wondering, where did Billy Bob's Emporium for NuGets come to my machine? You put it on there somewhere. I don't know. There is no Billy Bob's. It's a fake NuGet source. The last command I'll talk about is which.net. Which.net will show you where .net is on your machine that it's using. Because if you get into a gnarly state, a bad state on your machine, you're going to want to know. So in my case, it's the user directory, and then I've got all my files here, and I can go check inside of my SDK manifests, inside of my SDK, what is actually installed there if I have questions. Because if I, on a Mac, get into a bad state, I have a shell script I can run. This shell script comes from the Microsoft documentation, so I didn't make this up. I'm not recommending something to you that isn't in our documentation. And you can see it's going into my .NET folder, and it's removing the specific versions of all of these things to reset me so that I can make sure I unravel whatever it is that I just did that got me into a bad state. But you're all going to be perfect. You're already excellent estimators. So I know that you're only ever going to install just the right thing. Yeah? Yeah? All right. Okay, let's talk a little about upgrading from Xamarin. How many of you have Xamarin applications that you would like to upgrade? All right, so this is for you and probably most of the people online. So in upgrading your application, firstly, we did an amazing job. I shouldn't say it that way because that makes it sound like I did something. The team, the engineering team, the brilliant brains behind my words, did an amazing job maintaining compatibility between Xamarin and .NET 6, .NET Maui. But that's not to say that they didn't also create a little bit of work for you, okay? We care about you so much that we wanted to make sure that you could bill more hours and make more money, but that means you have to do a little more work. So you have two options when upgrading your applications. The first one is the .NET Upgrade Assistant. What this command line tool will do for you is it will move your projects from the existing Xamarin project style, which is kind of a unique thing that Xamarin did. It will move it to the standard SDK project style, which all the rest of .NET uses. So of course, you see the immediate benefit there is that now I'm doing everything the same way as ASP.NET, as console apps, as IoT apps, it's all the same. And then it's going to do some modification to your code, changing namespaces because we moved from Xamarin namespaces to Microsoft namespaces. It's going to change a few types. So we went from one type, color, to colors, which is an enum of all the different named colors, and then color, the type. So a few things like that, it's going to update for you. And then it's going to evaluate the NuGet packages in your solution. And it's going to say, we know the upgraded replacement for this one, so we'll swap it out for you. Or it'll report to you, we can't find or we don't know anything about this NuGet dependency. It doesn't appear to be compatible. We need you need to take a task and go figure out what's the replacement for that NuGet package. All right, and then once you get that done, you're going to then compile and run your app. It's going to leave it in all the same folders where it was. Of course, you as perfect estimators and hard workers have made sure to use Git. And so you have a backup, of course, of your application, right? If you don't, the .NET Upgrade Assistant will make a folder copy for you. But then you're just going to start compiling your app and seeing if you can get it to run. And as you get errors, you're going to solve those errors. It's pretty straightforward. With the help that I'm now going to also provide you. The second option is, you know what? I don't want to use the Upgrade Assistant. I want to single projectify and go all the way to the front edge of Maui. And you can do a file new Maui project and then just copy pasta or copy paste all of your code over, right? Well, most of your code. You don't need actually all of it because we reduced your need for some of it. But all of your code, you can copy that over and start modifying those namespaces yourself, do those manual steps, and get yourself into a place where you can start building. I personally like copy pasta because I know the namespace changes, I know the type changes, I know how to use search and replace in VS Code, and I can be done with that in just a few minutes. As a matter of fact, the community toolkit for Maui has a script that you could run from the command line that they used to upgrade their projects from Xamarin to .NET Maui. And it will do a bunch of those redundant search and replaces for you. All right, so I kind of already went over this, but these are the steps that you will take when upgrading your applications to .NET 6. Or at this point, since .NET 7 is the latest release, why not go all the way to .NET 7? We will start previewing .NET 8 in a few hours, not too long from now. Actually, it'll be 2 weeks, I think, from now-ish. That's not public information, except for the part that I just announced it on a live stream. But I didn't give you a date, so really it's still pretty vague. We're good. Yeah, so I would go to the latest edge. 6 and 7 are very similar. And you may be saying, but wait a second, I really want to go to 6 because 6 is a long-term servicing release, right? LTS. LTS means that it's supported by Microsoft for 3 years as opposed to the typical 1 year. And actually, that's not the case for Maui. Even though Maui runs on .NET 6, because of the dependencies on external build tools like Android and iOS, we actually support every release of Maui for 18 months. So from November until May, the year 18 months, right? So that's always the case for Maui. There is no LTS for Maui. Always with mobile, you have to stay on the cutting edge of what the underlying platforms are doing. All right, so I mentioned that NuGet dependencies need to be resolved. Not all NuGets are going to be compatible. So here on this side, we've got ZXing, which is a barcode scanning library from Reth. If you don't know Reth is Jonathan Dick. He is based in Toronto, Canada, and he is the lead engineering manager of the .NET Maui team. So this is a very popular library, 3.8 million downloads. We know lots of companies depend upon this. And so if we look at this package and we go to the Frameworks tab on NuGet, you'll notice, oh, wow, it lists .NET 6 and .NET 7. It must be compatible, right? Well, the shading of blue matters. The light blue essentially means we have computed that there is a possibility that these frameworks may be supported. The dark blue says, yeah, we know these are supported. These are explicitly supported. So what I'm saying is don't believe the light blues. The light blues do not mean it's compatible. Trust the dark blues. Because in this case, that package is not compatible. If we scooch over with my cursor to ZXing.NET Maui, this is a re-release of this package by John. And you'll see that these are all dark blue and it's all they support. And he even changed the name of it because the other one had forms in the name, and that doesn't make sense in a .NET Maui world, right? So this is a package you can depend on, and there's that explanation right there of the colors in shorter words than I used. All right. So here's another example. In this particular case, this package, plugin fingerprint, allows you to do biometric login with your mobile applications. And I know I'm talking a lot about mobile. We'll get to some desktop stuff here, perhaps a little bit later, time permitting. This is for biometrics, and you'll see that I've got dark on the Xamarin iOS, Xamarin Mac. That's great. So there's some Xamarin support. Mono Android, that's actually Xamarin as well. That's Mono is a, well, actually, you're going to be here for Rich Campbell's From Mono to .NET Maui presentation later, right? So I'm not going to tell you about that. He's going to tell you all about that. But we also do have the dark blues here. So they can coexist in the same NuGet package. It's a matter of how the developer chose to add support and redistribute it. In this case, there was no reason to fork plugin. There's no reason to fork plugin.fingerprint into separate packages for naming purposes. So he chose to just add those framework support. So this one's good to go. You can use this in your .NET Maui projects. Now here's another one. And this one is not compatible, but it's also listing all of these other frameworks up here. The reason that it's not going to work is because all of these Xamarin binaries essentially are not going to be compatible with .NET 6, .NET 7, .NET 8. They need to be recompiled against the latest versions of .NET. And that's why we're looking for those dark blues up there. Cool? Make sense? All right. Let's talk a little bit about the layouts within your application and some of the changes that were made between Xamarin and .NET Maui. So in Xamarin, all layouts, you could specify the size you wanted for that layout, but it may not always be honored at runtime. So that's why our width and our height, the actual names of those properties, are width request and height request. And that's not something that we chose to do from the beginning. Remember that Xamarin Forms is actually, at this point, like 9 years old as of today. And so back when Xamarin Forms, the first version ever shipped, I mean, iPhone screens were like this big, and they were, all the buttons were rounded and beveled and leathery. You remember leathery buttons? You remember the calendar? It was like, you know, this is your home journal or whatever. That's when we first shipped. And back then, when you put a layout value into iOS, it was like, if there's space, I'll give it to you. But if there's not, sorry. And so that's why it's called that. And that's why the rule in Xamarin Forms was, we'll try to honor it, but we can't guarantee you the underlying platform will allow us to. Well, in .NET Maui, that's no longer the case. Why? Because we've learned over those 8-9 years from talking to developers that when you say this should be 200 units wide, what do you expect? 150. Yeah, right. Do you expect it to be 200? Man, that was a softball question. I thought that would be super easy. Anyway. All right, so grid, what have we done to grid? Columns and layouts in Xamarin Forms would be inferred from the content. So you didn't always have to specify them. If you were expecting that to happen in .NET Maui, that's not the case anymore. Now you have to explicitly say, my columns are this way, my rows are this way. Why? Well, we also heard from you, you want layouts to be fast. You want your UI to be fast and render quickly and scroll well. If the layout code needs to go infer columns and rows and rebuild its matrix in order to do those things, that's going to be slower. So we removed all that workaround hacky code and said, look, just tell us what you want the grid to be, and we'll make the grid that. So that's a change that you'll want to address when you're looking at your layouts and wondering why are things not exactly on the pixel compared to Xamarin Forms. Horizontal and relative layout and scroll view, you can see several of the other changes that were made here. If these are things that are impactful to your application and you're like, oh, I need to reference this, this is in the documentation that will be published any moment now. We have a pull request that is being thoroughly reviewed, and it's also on our GitHub. So you can find this information online. A couple of other things that have changed. Some of the default values have changed. In Xamarin Forms, all of these values were 6. Why were they 6? Nobody knows. New developer coming in is wondering, where's this sizing coming from? And they find out that it's 6, and they ask us, why is this 6? I didn't want 6. How do you think, what do you think I want 6? And I mean, it's 666. That's like the mark of the beast. So now we're in trouble. Like, why would I use this product? So anyway, those values and perhaps some others that I'm not listing, pretty much everything's been zeroed out. Default colors also zeroed out. So no arbitrary colors that don't make sense coming from which platform, nobody knows. What we have done in terms of colors is we have provided a default style sheet, a resource dictionary with base colors. When you start a new Maui application, you get styles, implicit styles and some explicit styles for all of your controls, and it's based on Fluent UI. So your app will basically look fluent, which is the Microsoft design system. It's very material-like, so I think you'll like it. It's good. It's purple, so that's .NET. We like purple. Oh, I never did fix this. Somebody pointed out my my code problem here. So grid in the opening, stack layout in the closing. Rookie mistake. We could blame the IDE for that one. Have you ever tried to change the IDE's thing and the closing brace doesn't update? Never happened to you? No, never. Yeah, okay. Visual Studio for Mac user. So anyway, stack layout. Essentially, we no longer really just don't use and expand. It never really did what most people thought it did to begin with. It was, again, hacky in Xamarin Forms and unpredictable. So we removed that. The main thing is that stack layouts don't subdivide the space based on children. A stack layout is dumb. Actually, all the layouts in Maui are dumb because dumb is fast. You can do dumb super quick, right? And so rather than being witty and clever, we decided let's make it fast and give you, the developer, the power to express the layouts the way you want them. So a stack is going to just lay out the children until the children are done being laid out. Doesn't matter how tall or how wide that happens to be. If you're using Flex Layout, if you like Flexbox, you're a web developer, and you're like, oh, I understand Flexbox, let's totally do that. My only comment on this, I love Flex Layout, but be careful. It is, there are some dragons in that code right now, and the team is working through fixing those bugs. I actually was reviewing the latest pull requests last night as I was falling asleep. And I noticed that some of the Flex Layout bugs are being addressed. So I'm super excited about that. So just go into that with your eyes wide open. If you haven't figured this out, I don't stand up here painting a picture of paradise. I want to give you the information to give you, it's a survivalist guide, right? I'm telling you where the traps are. I'm telling you where the hornets are. What kind of bugs do you have here? You have bugs that hurt you? Hornets, yeah, okay, cool. That worked. That's fantastic. So I speak the truth. Yeah, all right. Custom layouts. If you really want a fast layout and you don't want to mess around with any of the other layouts, write your own custom layout. I love this one. It's a horizontal wrap layout. You can find the examples here from Easy Heart's repository, custom layout samples. And as you can see, I just drop my content in there and it just lays it out, just wraps it right around. Fantastic. I use this layout all the time. And the great thing is that there's really just two methods to override when doing a custom layout: measure and arrange the children. And you're off to the races. The other nice thing about custom layouts, if you've never used this before, is any layout can become bindable. So if you have a data set and you're looking to just repeat that data, some platforms call it a repeater, an item repeater, an items layout. In Maui, any layout can become a bound layout using bindable layouts. You can provide it the data source and you can provide it the item template, and you are off to the races. The only thing about it is that it's not virtualized. So if you have a large data set that needs to be virtualized, you want to use list view or collection view. All right, single project. I think we've seen some of the single project earlier in the presentations. I wanted to call attention to a few things about images. Single project's awesome because you have one project and it can go to all 4 platforms. It's essentially write your code in one place and get it everywhere it needs to go. You still have the ability to do platform-specific things when you need iOS to do just that one thing or Windows to do just that specific Windows experience. But for the most part, it's all in one place. When you put SVG images into your application, which is awesome, note that by default, they are going to be generating PNGs. Why? Well, SVG rendering at runtime can be really slow. And we want to make sure, again, your apps by default are fast. And so that means that we want to use PNGs. That's going to be the fastest way to go. You are still able to, on some platforms, it's a quirk. This is a quirk we did not intend. You are able to actually maintain the SVG extension on some platforms when writing your code, and that image will appear. It's still not an SVG. It is a PNG. So be aware of that. If you need SVG support, you can do it with Skia Sharp, a library that does vector-based drawing. You could also do it with FFimage, which is, I learned it's actually fast forward images. I did not know it stood for fast forward, probably because I never read the documentation. But it is a library that's super popular in Xamarin, and we are working on a pull request to make it compatible with .NET Maui. We have it running, needs to be thoroughly tested, packaged, and shipped. And then you can also see in your CS Proj if you want to mess around with the images and opt out of that sizing or tell it a default size. You also have some color options. All this is documented. You can do all of that in the CS project. Maui does awesome things for you with app icons and splash screens. So if you've ever done any application, desktop or mobile, you end up generating tons of sizes and shapes of your splash screens and your app icons. Maybe you enjoy doing this by hand. Maybe this is a sadistic thing that you like to have your children do when they don't clean their rooms. But Maui does this for you. How? You just tell it what your asset is, and if it's an SVG, you're doing better because it then can size it for each thing. And we have a build task that will take this and generate all your splash screens. Same thing for your app icons. It will take those SVGs. You can have a background SVG and a foreground, and it will generate all the PNGs for you at build time. Super convenient, very easy to use. If, on the other hand, you don't want to do that and you say, oh, but I have a storyboard for iOS or I have a custom XML layout for Android, you can totally still do those things too. If you're bringing them from Xamarin, you can copy them over from Xamarin. Very straightforward. All you need to do, for example, in iOS is bring your launch storyboard into the iOS platform folder and then add it to your info plist. And if you were using the storyboard before with your iOS application, then you're probably already well familiar with the info plist, and that would make sense. All right, so I think we've got a few minutes, yeah? 8-ish until questions. Control customizations, what can you do here? Well, in Xamarin, we had something called custom renderers. And a custom renderer, essentially, renderers themselves know almost everything they need to know about the upper framework of Xamarin. And that is bad for performance. That is like, you don't want that level of knowledge to be so intertwined. So what we did in .NET Maui is we re-architected the renderer pattern and we made handlers. Handlers are essentially, you have a cross-platform, let's say, button. That button implements iButton, an interface that basically says, here's what a button should be. It should have some text, probably takes an image. It should have a click event, might have a hover event, you know, all the things that you would think of for a button. It doesn't implement any of those things, but it tells you what a button should be. That's the cross-platform button. Now, in order for that button to do something, on iOS, the UI button, which is the native button, it needs to actually implement those things. So let's say that the iButton text, the button text, it maps that method, that property, to a handler. And so it's going to use typically an extension method that is going to apply the text to the UI button on iOS, and it'll do the right thing on Android, the right thing on Windows, the right thing on Mac, okay? But where does that leave custom renderers? We're on a slide about custom renderers, and I've told you all about handlers. Well, the team, again, in their wisdom, in their foresight, with their massive amount of skills, maintained great backwards compatibility. So you can bring your custom renderers from Xamarin land over to Maui land, and you can just use them as is. There's really only two things you have to do. One thing is you're going to remove the export renderer from the top of the custom renderer because we will no longer use reflection to find it, which Xamarin used a lot of reflection. Maui uses minimal reflection. Again, performance. And then you're going to use configure handlers. We use the same builder pattern that ASP.NET and other pieces of .NET use. And you're going to configure that handler here and just pass it in as a handler. So there's my custom renderer, and it just works. So that's not much code, right? Little bit of work for you, massive compatibility benefit. You don't have to rewrite your app. What about other customization techniques for UI? So handlers have another awesome benefit. We can provide hooks into the life cycle of every control for you to override things or to add behavior to things. So you can prepend to mapping, which means that the thing you want it to do is going to happen before Maui applies all of its behavior. You can modify an existing mapping, which I'll show an example of. So if you find a bug and you're like, I can't wait for Maui to release something, you can just apply that update in your own code using a modify mapping. Or you could append a mapping. Let's say there's a behavior you want to introduce to a control that isn't part of any other property. You can do that as well. So let's take a look at a bugs story. This is my story. I was building and I continue to noodle on this control gallery application. Actually, I could probably pull it up here. Here's my control gallery application. Would it look better in dark? It does? All right, so here's my dark. And so I've got my buttons page. Pull my buttons page up. And you can see I've got a representation of all these different buttons, and I've got code to show me what does the code look like for all of these different styles. If I want to do only C# UI, if I want to do XAML, if I want to style my button, what does that look like? All the properties, the visual states, et cetera, et cetera. And so I have this, and I was messing around with these buttons down here. And what I was looking at, I'm going to turn it back to light. Not because Jimmy says he likes it, but just because I want to. Oh, look at that. Did not style that very well, did it? That's okay. So my playground for the app. So what I noticed was that on iOS and Mac Catalyst, the icons were not aligned as pretty as they were on Android. I'm like, oh, Android actually looks better, which is unique because usually iOS looks better. And not my personal bias, just the way it works. And so I was like, oh, what's going on there? And it was around October time, and so we have Hacktoberfest. Anybody participate in Hacktoberfest? Okay, so it's run by DigitalOcean. If you want more nerdy t-shirts, then this is how you can win a t-shirt by contributing to open source projects. Sounds pretty good, right? And you might, who knows? You get some reputation online, you might get a new job, make more money. Just saying. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to Hacktoberfest this thing. And I did, which is amazing because I'm a product manager. I'm not a core engineer hired by Microsoft. I didn't go through the engineering. I'm just a contributor at this point, right? So I did this and it got merged and I was so excited. But now my app still looks like poo because I don't have the latest version of Maui, right? And so what do? You know what I did. I modified the mapping and I just took my code. This is the actual PR code down here. And in my Maui program, you could do it really anywhere that the code is going to get executed in your app. I went to the button handler and I said, hey, mapper, I want to modify you. And I specifically want to modify what you're doing with the content layout because you're doing it wrong. And I'm doing it only for iOS and Catalyst because that's where the bug is, right? And so then all I need to do is call this corrected method. And this corrected method in the Maui code base actually exists in an extension method somewhere else. But for my purposes, all I needed to do is make sure I could bring this code into my app. And then voila, all my buttons look awesome. Awesome buttons, right? Thank you for clapping for me with my prompting clap. Another thing you can do, and let's take a look at these entry fields, right? By default, with .NET Maui, it's native. And so entry fields are a perfect example of how each native platform looks really different, right? So I'm going to guess that when you got a design from your designer for your application, and it's awesome, it probably uses Helvetica, right? And it uses great, fluent colors, but they're going to pick one of these or none of these. They're not going to give you designs for all four and say, oh, I actually want it to look totally different everywhere. Not going to do that. So how can I get rid of all these different treatments of lines and start to align my design easily? So in this case, there is no property for me to modify. What I'm going to do is I'm going to tap into the entry handler and I'm going to append to mapping. And I get to call it whatever I want. No more borders. Just get rid of those borders. Let's make this what I like to call a naked entry, right? Just out there as God created it, naked. And so for each platform, I have to do a different thing. So the platform view is actually the native control. So UI text field on iOS and whatever the heck it is on Android, I don't really even have to know. What I do need to know is how to copy and paste from Stack Overflow. Who knows how to copy and paste from Stack Overflow? All right, so this is the easy part. Even if it's written in Java, even if it's written in Objective-C, I can figure this out because I'm a smart cookie. So on Stack Overflow, I'm like, how do I remove the background or the borders from an Android entry field? And I find it. And so then I just need to translate that into C# code. And so the trick is to set the background color to transparent. You would have thought of that on your own, given enough hours and time, right? That's how you get rid of borders on Android. I think iOS is actually the most straightforward. It's border style. You change it to none. Okay, I'm down with that. If you change the font weight of the input field on Windows to thin, it gets rid of the line. Isn't that fantastic? Fantastic. Courtesy of Stack Overflow. This is where the money is made, folks. All right, so, but you see how easy that was. How few lines of code, and I just need to put that somewhere in my project, wherever I decide is the best fit for it. You know, some people hate seeing the folder common in their projects. They're like, oh, that's cheating. You're probably doing something wrong. That's where I like to put stuff. It's like it's common. I use it all the time. All right, which brings us to hot reload, which you have seen, but I will show it here real quickly because I have this wonderful volume slider application here, right? So I can control things in my home, which I never actually finished this, but let's pretend it works. So I can, you know, get my slider going for Teams or whatever, but I actually want to have a plug up here to connect my iPad to my Windows desktop because I'm using messaging. I probably should have Gerald help me out with the SignalR thing and get this thing actually working. So what I can do here, and for time, I'll copy and paste the code. I was going to make you watch me type it, but so I've got a build method, and this build method I have hooked into using this metadata update handler. We have a, what do we call those things? Community stand-up about this, and there will be documentation about this. It's just this one bit of code. You put that into your app, and then you listen to that event somewhere in your page, which I'm listening to it right here. And then when that happens, I call reload UI, which is just going to re-invoke my build method. Does that make sense? Just, you know, tell me when the user hot reloaded something so I can intentionally call the build method. That's all I'm doing. So what I can do here real quick, add my connect button, do this, and then I have to remember control, yeah. Do you know when you do a shortcut and it includes multiple steps, multiple letters, do you know what that's called? Anybody? This is trivia. You're not gonna, it's fine. It's called a chord. So if you're a musician, that actually makes sense, chord. But I hate having to do more than one key. It's like, just give me one. All right, anyway. So I did this, right? And as a normal sane person, I like to hot reload on save. I think it's important. So control save, it's gonna boop, update it. Oh, there's my button. Oh, okay, cool. Well, there's the plug. Everybody saw the plug, right? Plug. Actually, it looks like a plug from here, from that angle. Yeah. Sometimes I think I'm going to set things on fire with the way I have my plug plugged into stuff, but anyway. So now with my Fluent C# UI magic, I can start doing things like, okay, I'm going to put it at the end, and that's going to boop, send it over there. Oh, wait, but that's not the end. Why? Because I have a grid, and my grid has multiple columns. So what am I going to do? Well, I was a web developer back when you laid everything out with tables. So I know how to merge some cells and span some cells. I can do this. So I'm going to say, okay, column span, and I think it's 4. When's my 4? Oh, I go, whoa, stop. Edit. Well, at least it didn't crash. All right, so 4. Yeah? All right, I'm going to span 4 columns. That's where I want it. Want it right there. So C# hot reload on Windows, also running on ARM, also running in the latest Visual Studio. So pretty cool stuff. Hope you learned something. Hope you got something from this. Do we have any questions?
Thank you. My favorite, set the border to thin.
What?
That's my takeaway from your talk.
Yes.
Just set the border to thin and they will
Yes.
disappear.
Absolutely. Set the border thin. I wish I could set my border to thin. You know what I'm saying?
Same. But we do have some questions, and actually we do have some comments as well.
Yep.
Note that which.net is not usable on Windows. And then Mr. Sakamoto went in and said, instead, we can do it with where.xe.net.
Sounds good. Good
Yeah.
comment. Yep.
Oh, they are awesome in the chat room.
I wasn't being very inclusive of the Windows crowd, was I? I'm sorry.
We accept you. How does SAML work? Is it converted to C#? Is it happening at the build time or runtime?
So XAML uses its own compiler, the XAML C compiler, and it is going to compile it into IL, which is an intermediate language, and some other things. And then it is going to weave it in with the compiled C#. So if you are using other technologies like Fody Weaver or other things that mess with IL, interpreted, or what did I say, intermediate language, then that can actually cause some wonkiness, but it's basically compiled, yes. They're not exactly C# objects, no.
Awesome. Is there any possibility to customize Maui controls through control templates as we do in WPF?
Yeah, so there is one control in particular that is strong on control templates, and that is the radio button. But control templates are not supported across all of the controls in Maui. So I think it could be really interesting to have it everywhere, but it's not at the top of our product roadmap at this time. Yeah. But do it on the radio button. I do it all the time on the radio button. So I understand why somebody wants to do it because it's pretty powerful.
Do we have any questions from the room? Yes.
She's going to the back. Can't see her on camera unless you turn the camera. Why would you do that?
So my question would be about the hot reload. It's cool and all, but if some of us who is not fortunate or more fortunate enough to not use Visual Studio but Rider,
yeah,
how will it work without that, or just with the command line, or how that? Like if we want to start a bit of adventure in the Maui world, but still want the ReSharper goodness.
So I would recommend looking at, it's something that you're going to use yourself, but you're already using Rider, so you're already off the golden path on your own. You're off in the woods by yourself. You're a survivor. So you can go look at Ryan Davis's TBC project. If you don't remember that, tweet at me. I will share it again. It's on my, or toot at me if you're a Mastodon person. I'm on both. So what this project does is it runs a .NET Tool server instance. It watches your files. It recompiles and ships over the changes. And you have a NuGet listening inside of your application. And that performs those hot reloads for C# specifically. There used to be another option for XAML, LiveSharp. That is no longer being maintained. In terms of official support for scenarios outside of Visual Studio, I don't have anything for you at this time. I'm sorry. But I will take your feedback and I will write it down in a note.
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right. We are getting ready to get Ed up on stage. So thank you so much. There are a few questions still in the chat room, so feel free to jump in there. Or if you want, you can tweet. You're still on Twitter?
I do have an account because people keep adding me.
Yeah, you see.
People have questions.
You're on social.
I
You're
do
on
it.
social?
I do it for the kids.
Yes, that's awesome. So either the chat or social. Awesome. Thank you so much. And we will be back on the hour in a minute.
All right, everybody, welcome back. I hope you're enjoying the day so far. So David set me up in a really good spot because I'm going to talk about a lot of layouts and positioning and whatnot, but for web developers, which I think is really important because this talk is about responsive and adaptive techniques or tactics for Blazor applications. And now that Maui's come out, and we can put Maui inside of, or sorry, Blazor inside of a web view and run Blazor applications natively on the desktop and on iOS and on Android. That makes adaptive and responsive even more important with Blazor because now we're running on mobile devices. In my opinion, we should be building things for mobile devices already on the web, but that's not always the case, especially when you consider line of business applications and stuff. My name's Ed Charbonneau. I'm a principal developer advocate for Progress Software, and I'm primarily focused on the Telerik UI for Blazor right now. You can find my free beginner's guide to Blazor up on our website at telerik.com/whitepapers. I still have my Twitter handle up here. I don't use that very often anymore. You catch me more on LinkedIn these days, Mastodon as well. And we have our own streaming channel on Twitch at the Progress office. So we are on twitch.tv/codeit live. So come check us out there. We are streaming all of the time. Lots of fun stuff on there. All of our team is on there doing Angular, React, JavaScript, Blazor, and lots of .NET stuff. So I've been a web developer for quite some time. I've been talking about responsive design, I think, for 12, 15 years, something like that now. I jumped on the bandwagon really early on before anybody else was even really doing much of this. And what we were doing back then is we kind of had this ballpark figure that we worked with. And we were like, all right, everybody has different size monitors on their desktop, but generally speaking, they're about 960 pixels. That's a good average. We'll take that. We'll design for that. And there was actually a really great framework out there called 960GS or 960 Grid System. It was one of the first grid system frameworks that was out there, and it let us lay out our applications with these nice grid semantics. And as things progressed over the years, we kind of got to the point where people started using different devices to access the internet and web applications. So today, people use their smartphones more than their desktops to access the web and web apps. And that's a problem for us web developers, especially back in the day when we were targeting 960 pixels for everything. So the real world looks a lot more like this. We've got phones, tablets, watches, laptops, cars. I had to add a new one to this slide. Again, this slide, I think I started about 12 to 15 years ago. And the list of things keeps growing. And VR recently got added to that list. So believe it or not, if you package up your web application, doesn't matter if it's JavaScript based or .NET based with Blazor, and you make that a progressive web application, you can deploy that thing to an Oculus Quest. That's pretty cool. So you never know where people are going to run your app. These devices are always changing, and so are the sizes of those devices. So we want responsive web design. We want our content to be flexible, the layouts to be flexible. And one of the tools that we use to make things adapt really well is something called a media query. I'll explain what media queries are, but first I want to kind of touch on some frameworks that use these techniques. And you might be familiar with these, if not familiar with them, at least heard of them. I know a lot of people use Bootstrap and have over the last probably 10 years used Bootstrap to build applications. It's a nice framework for getting started and building out some responsive applications. It has these responsive mechanics built into it, these grid layout systems that we can define different screen sizes for. Kind of a newer one that's gained a lot of traction lately is Tailwind. So Tailwind's gained a lot of steam, and Tailwind uses a lot of these techniques behind the scenes. And there's kind of a syntax with Tailwind that's almost a one-for-one with CSS. It's kind of an odd one for me. Not a huge fan myself because I don't care for it. Doesn't mean that you shouldn't use it. If you're productive with it, that's great. I just find it a little strange. I'd rather just learn CSS myself. And that's what we're going to do a little bit of today. We're going to learn some CSS techniques. And even if you use these two frameworks that I mentioned, Bootstrap or Tailwind, the stuff that I'm going to show you is going to help you at least understand those two frameworks a lot better. If not, maybe guide yourself towards more CSS natively without the help from these frameworks. So just a quick example, if you're not familiar with responsive web design, we're talking about websites or web applications that can expand or contract with screen sizes and display things nicely no matter what the device is. So on the far left, we've got our desktop scenario, and we've got plenty of room here to lay out our application. And then if we open that same website on a tablet, we might need to move some things around a little bit just to accommodate that smaller screen size. And then when we get to the phone, we're on a mobile device, we might have to order everything up in a nice straight column to make sure it's readable on a mobile phone. We'll dive into media queries here in just a second, but first, I want to get into CSS Grid. We need to lay out our application, and there's a couple ways to do it. One of those things is CSS Grid. Now, CSS Grid is important. It follows kind of those mechanics that we see in those CSS frameworks like Tailwind, Bootstrap, and even the really old one that I mentioned, 960GS. Grid systems have been used in layouts since print. So a lot of the mechanics that we use for laying out our applications come from print design and physical design. Grid system is really great because it's a two-dimensional grid-based layout system. So we're talking about 2 dimensions here, 2 axes. So we're talking about having columns and rows. And I know that kind of sounds kind of intuitive. It is a grid, but we're going to talk about Flexbox as well. And Flexbox is a single dimensional layout. So Flexbox goes in one direction. It's a flow layout system. And with a flow layout system, what we're going to do is when our content gets to the end of a boundary, it's going to start wrapping again from the start. And we can also define different directions for that flow. So we can go right to left, left to right, top down, bottom up. And both of these things can be used together to build different types of layouts. Choosing between the two depends on how much you really care about alignment. So I've designed some applications before where I was struggling to get the elements in my application to just line up correctly. And I started out with a Flexbox layout. And I was kind of trying to really get centered on this, this pixel perfect display where things were lining up well. And I was like, you know, I added all this special stuff to my Flexbox layout to get these things to line up right. And then it kind of came to me that I was actually trying to do things in a 2-dimensional array of items. And I just switched over to grid and deleted about half the code that I wrote. So it's keep in mind when you're writing these layouts, how these 2 different layout systems work and what their intentions are. If you really care about being pixel perfect on these edges like this, or like this, or especially both, you want your CSS grid. If you want something that can lay out in different directions, you're not really concerned whether those items line up or not when they're laying out in those directions, then Flexbox is probably what you want. And you can actually mix and match these together. We'll have some examples here. We're actually going to break this down, and then we'll jump into what those media queries are. So I've got an application here. It's really basic. We're just going to move some squares around the screen, but it's going to teach you how to do CSS Flexbox and CSS Grid. And it is written in Blazor. There's not really much Blazor to it. We'll get to Blazor in just a little bit. These are just some web standard technologies that we're going to start with, and then we'll move into some very specific Blazor things that let us do some really cool stuff at runtime. So first we have a bunch of elements that are just kind of laid out on this page. If we look at the code for this, we'll jump into our app here. I've got a grid example, and we'll make this as big as we can to make sure folks in the back of the room here can see and everybody online can see really well. We have a top level div that just has a class on it called main layout. And all of our content just gets kind of dropped inside there. There's a bunch of div elements in here. These could be any element, by the way. They will follow the rules of the main layout once we create them. But right now, they don't really have any layout rules. It's just listing them straight out onto the page. So what I'd really like to do with this is, first of all, split these things up a little bit, and then maybe give them some grid dimensions so they have a nice layout on the page here. So on this application, it is a Blazor app. I'm going to use some CSS isolation here. I've got a CSS file that correlates to my, whoa, super zoom. This is really hard to control on a trackpad. I've got grid.razor and grid.razor.css. So that grid.razor.css is my CSS isolation, which is kind of just bundling the markup with a very specific set of CSS rules. So we're going to jump into that CSS isolation there. And I've gone and commented some of these things out so you don't have to watch me type them in real time and fat finger a bunch of stuff in a live demo, because that's no fun. The first thing I want to do is I want to target that main layout with a selector. And I'm going to give that a display grid property. And when I give that a display grid property, just that alone is going to change how that layout looks. Remember, they were all just kind of crammed up on top of each other before. Now they've kind of started laying out on the page. The reason for that is as soon as I signed that a grid layout, it actually gave it a default of 1 column and 1 row. So that's the actual default layout for a grid. So just that alone gives me a little bit to work with. What I'd like to do is create some space between those items. They're just kind of cramped up together. So I'm going to add one more property here called gap. So if you're not familiar with gap, I'm sure you've probably heard of padding and margin before. You're like, oh, great, another white space property that we have to remember. But gap is actually really important. And it's a newer property, but it's something that's special for Grid and Flexbox. And the reason it's special for Grid and Flexbox is when we use gap with the Grid and Flexbox, it's smart enough to know that we only want white space between the items. We don't want white space before and after. So if we were doing this prior to CSS Flexbox and Grid and gap, what we'd have to do is give it some kind of padding, go find the first item, remove the padding from the top, go find the last item, remove the padding from the bottom, or things start to calculate weird and you get double white space at the top and the bottom of your layout. So now we have gap. And you can also set gap for the column or the row or the column separately. So you can have those both dimensions there. If you just set gap by itself, it will cover both the X and the Y coordinates. Now we have our grid, but we haven't really defined any columns yet. So that's what we're going to do next. There's a couple ways that we can define these columns. One of them is to say grid-template-columns. And then we use a special syntax here. Now, if you're coming from the XAML side of development, a lot of this might sound somewhat familiar so far because there are similar layout elements in XAML. What's a little bit different here is we have this FR unit. And what FR is, it's basically a fraction. In XAML, I believe this is a star. So we could say star here in XAML. In HTML, we need to say FR. And it's a ratio. I'm going to say I want a 3-to-5 ratio here. I want 3 fractions by 5 fractions. So the first column is going to be 3 fractions wide. The second column is going to be 5 fractions wide. And just by defining that, you can see those lay out. The next thing I want to do is come back and set up some features for the row. And for row, I'm going to use a similar template, but this time instead of saying grid template, I'm going to say grid auto rows. Now, what auto and template do differently is auto will repeat the template over and over. So if I say grid auto rows 2 fractions by 1 fraction, that means I'm going to repeat a 2 by 1 template. Oops, I didn't save. That always helps. You always want to make sure you save. There we go. So you can see the first row is twice as large as the second row, and that pattern repeats over and over again. So that's what that auto property does. Now, one thing that's nice about CSS Grid is it's already flexible because we're using those fractional values. And you always want to try to use those fractional values when you can, because if you use percentages or other pixel values, things start to fall out of the layout and they become kind of hard to fix. So try to use fractional values before you go reaching out for any of the other units that you have in HTML. So the next thing I want to do with this is I want to make this work on a small device. So right now I have this 2-column layout, but on a smaller screen, that doesn't quite look right. So that's where I need this media query to come in. What a media query does is it inspects the screen size, and it says that the screen is capable of displaying a minimum of 768 pixels. And when I'm inside of that condition, I can apply some additional CSS to change the layout. And this is how those frameworks work, the Bootstrap and Tailwind. When you see row, column, dash, small, dash, and a number, they're actually just referring to something that uses a media query behind the scenes. So this is exactly how all of those systems work. Now, to make this layout work properly, I'm going to use a method called mobile first design. And right now I've been doing it backwards. So I've been designing for the desktop screen. So I'm going to take these two templates and remove them for a moment. And if I do that, remember the default is a single column. So that's actually what I want on a mobile device. So I'm going to scroll down in my CSS code here and on comment my media query. And let's see, we've got a lot of comments around there. First thing I want to do is say that if I can display at least a minimum width 768 pixels, then we're going to put some special CSS code here to override that layout. Now, media queries always read backwards to me for some reason. I think because it says min width, I think of smaller than, but it's actually saying I have a minimum capability of doing this, so I'm bigger than. And I think a lot of people have that, so you're going to be able to use greater than, less than symbols in here pretty soon. It's part of the upcoming CSS spec. So that confusion hopefully will go away for most people, including myself. So I know I make that mistake quite often. And we're going to go ahead and add in those same two grid templates that we had before, but now they're inside of a media query. So they will only trigger when we reach a screen size of 768 pixels or bigger. So now you can see that those two columns will shrink down and become one column. Now I do have some color coding CSS in here that's doing a little bit of the styling magic, just so you can see the different items and highlight those. But I just use the same methodologies to color the boxes as I do to display them. All right, so that's CSS Grid. So those are some of the main things that you need to know about CSS Grid. The next thing I want to do is talk about Flexbox. This one might be hard to see. We'll zoom this in quite a bit. I've got a couple items in here that I want to lay out with a Flexbox layout. And again, if you're coming from the XAML side of things, that stack panel is going to be very similar to what we're doing with this Flexbox layout. So with Flexbox, we're only considering the one dimension here, either top to bottom or left to right or right to left. So we'll go ahead and open up our stack.razor component here. And we also have a corresponding CSS file for it. And I've already started to label these what I want them to do. The first set of items, today, partially cloudy participation, is going to be a vertical stack. So if we go over to our CSS file and begin writing our CSS code, first thing I want to do is set display flex. The default for display flex is going to be right to left. I want this to be a vertical layout though. So let's go back and change this. And I'm going to set this to a column. So when I say flex direction column, that means I want to start at the top, work my way down. You can reverse this order as well. And we'll go ahead and make that look nice by aligning the items to the center. So there's like a meme that goes around on the internet, and it's still being used as a trope today about being able to center something in CSS, and for some reason that's super difficult. That was the case for quite some time. That's not the problem anymore. We can actually use a line item center. And if you were also going to set the justify item center on this, it would actually center everything to the middle of that Flexbox. And if your entire layout was a Flexbox, that would center the item in the middle of the screen. So now with 2 lines of code, you can center something in CSS. It's been a long time coming, but it's been that way for about 5 years now, and the memes still keep coming. So that just tells me people aren't familiar with these techniques yet. So there we go. There's our items displayed down the center of that. On the next one, I want to lay these out horizontally. The default is row, but I'm going to go ahead and explicitly set it here just so we can see that we're flexing in a row direction. And to space those items out nicely, we'll go ahead and set a gap of 20 pixels, and we'll justify those to the center. So you can see the difference between those 2 items. It looks a lot better than where we started. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is put these 2 concepts together. I'm going to add a couple new techniques in here as we do it. So we've got some actual Blazor components in here now. We've got weather today, weather high, low, and weather symbol. 3 components. And if we go to this page, it looks like this. So we're kind of building off of what we just made, but now they're inside of specific components. So we have weather high, low, weather today, and the weather symbol. They're all kind of sprawled out on the page. I want to put these inside of a nice grid so they make a nice weather display. So these are using CSS isolation. So you might see these weird deep selectors in here. This deep keyword is part of the Blazor framework. And it tells Blazor that if I have a child component, I'm going to go ahead and apply a selector to the child component and kind of reach out of the CSS isolation and apply something to my children. So the weather container, let's go ahead and set that to a grid and see what happens. So we'll just go ahead and set that to grid. Again, it's a 1-column grid. We're not going to see a whole lot of change here. So we'll go back again and we'll say grid column templates. And I want the second column to be twice the size as the first column. So it's 1 fraction by 2 fractions. And I get that. And that's not what I want. That doesn't look great. So what's happening here? All right. So we've got 4 columns, and the browser's doing what it thinks is the best to fill those columns. It took the source order of them, and the first items it threw in the first box, second box, third box. There's nothing to go in the 4th box. So we've got a nice big empty blank space there. There's also some nice tools here that we can dig into in the browser tools. And if I dig in to my layout here with the browser tools, and I zoom in, trying to zoom in as much as I can on the side here to check into the layout, you can see my weather container has a little grid button next to it. So if you click on the grid button, you'll actually see a highlight. It might be hard to see on the display up here, but there's a highlight of our grid. And if we hover over, we can see that this is our grid area. And there's also some numbered coordinates on this grid. So I'll try to zoom in here. And you'll see that the grid starts at 1,1 and has a first, second, and there's actually a third grid column here. And it would be the start of the 3rd column if there was a 3rd one. Notice there's a -1 here as well. So they also get numbered backwards, which is really interesting. So we could define something in this grid by the negative values too. What's really cool here is there is a grid span feature. So it can tell the UI to span an element across the grid. And if I don't know how many rows are in the grid or how many columns are in the grid, I can say span from 1 to -1. -1's always going to be the other end. Doesn't matter how many columns I have. So if I say span 1 to -1, it's going to be the left-hand side to the right-hand side. Span all the way across all of the columns, regardless of how many columns there are. So we can move things around the grid with grid span and some other things. So let's go back into our code. And we'll apply one of those grid spans. So I'm going to say on my weather high low, go ahead and span 2 rows. And or 2 columns. And I get this here. This still isn't quite what I want. It's getting close. I'd like to lay out this darker bar at the bottom of the screen, but the source order is not right. I've got this icon that's dangling down here at the bottom because it's defined third in my markup. So what I really need to do is get it in that other empty cell up there, and that'll free up the space on the bottom and make this look like a nice layout. As developers, you probably know that we don't always have control over what's being put in the source order. This might be a for each loop. Maybe these things are loading dynamically. We don't always have control over what's going to be there. But what we can do is we can use CSS to kind of move some things around. So I've got my weather symbol here, and I'm going to tell it to start at column 1, row 1, and span 1 column or 1 row. We'll save that. So what that's done is it's taken that third item out of source order and thrown it in the first row and first column cell and lets the rest of the layout flow normally. So now the browser is happy. It's got a place for each thing. There's no more big empty white space at the bottom. All right. So we could write an additional media query there to make this layout nicely on mobile and arrange those into columns. But we'll go ahead and save that for another day because I have some more demos that I want to show. There's some additional stuff that we might want to do. I talked a little bit about runtime. Like, what if we're getting stuff at runtime? We can actually perform runtime media queries in the browser using JavaScript. But who wants to write JavaScript? we got one person. That's okay if you want to write JavaScript. Blazor is probably not the thing you want to use then. I actually know quite a bit of JavaScript, so I wrote a library to help do media queries through a C# interface rather than having to use JavaScript directly. My partner was up here earlier, Sam. He was doing some stuff with screen sizes and having to write JavaScript. He could have just gone to NuGet and got my my package, but I like to see him struggle a little, so I let him write it in JavaScript himself. But Blazor size is out there. It's a really cool tool for querying the browser at runtime. And then we have a very similar component. Blazor size was kind of the pilot idea for the one that is inside of the Telerik UI for Blazor. So if you already have Telerik UI for Blazor, there's no need to go get Blazor size. You can already use the media query component inside of Telerik UI for Blazor. But there's some additional stuff inside of our Telerik UI components that I'm going to show as well. So let's start with another demo. I got to go ahead and make this one. It's a different project here. So I want to make this my default project. Yeah, stop running the other one. Come on, Visual Studio, let go of it. There we go. Visual Studio is really psyched about that project. All right, set that as startup project, and then we can go ahead and run this one. All right, so we've got something that we probably do as line of business developers a lot. We have a data grid. Data grids are notoriously bad for mobile. So there's very little we can do. We can make this flexible in the way that we use a table element and we make sure that it's at least set to 100% width, and it can do a little bit of flexing there. We might be able to freeze some columns and things. There's some really cool features inside Telerik UI for Blazor that we could use. But this is a regular table. This actually, I think, the bootstrap table. But I've got some extra code inside of this one that does something really cool. When you go to a mobile device, it swaps that table out for cards. So now we can adapt our UIs. So we've taken it from responsive web, which is just using some basic CSS techniques, down to something that's using code at runtime that will actually swap out the UI for something that works better for mobile. Now, I started off saying this is a really exciting time for this stuff because of Maui. Just think about what you're able to do now with your Blazor applications that Maui is here, and maybe you're deploying your app to iOS and Android for the first time. Now you can go in and tweak some of your layouts so they look really spectacular inside of the mobile devices. All right, so let's take a look at how difficult or easy that was to do. It's going to leverage on a little bit of something we learned already. So I'm going to jump into a page here. I've got my fetch data example. It's similar to the fetch data example you might see in the default template, except I've modified it a bit. So you'll see an if statement wrapped around a couple things here. I've got an if statement that says is small. If it's small, I'm going to display a weather card component. It takes some data called weather forecasts or forecasts. I also have a weather grid component, and it takes the same data as the card component. So I don't really have to even change out my data source, although I could if I want. I could swap data sources too. You think, why might I want to do that? Well, if I'm on a mobile device, maybe I want to use less data. So maybe I'll request 5 records instead of 50. I could do that. So there's some additional things that we could do for mobile devices. The way that these Boolean flags work, this is small, is there's a component here called the media query component. And it points to a breakpoint. And you'll see here it says breakpoints only medium. And if we don't know what only medium and only small mean, you can kind of zoom in here. This always doesn't come out great because when I zoom, Visual Studio likes to put like a transparent layer here. But you can see this is just a media query. I could write that media query in line there. Max width is 767 pixels. So that's just a regular media query that you'd have in CSS. And what this is doing is it's querying the browser, and whatever media query string you put in here, it will give you an event. You can use that event to set a flag. You can use that event to swap some values out. You can do that. You can do whatever you'd like there. For this one, I've bound it to a Boolean flag called isSmall. So if it matches that media query, it will trigger that flag. I've got one for medium too. All it's doing is just writing out to the screen that we've hit that breakpoint, so I can show that we can have multiple of these. So if we go back to the demo, you'll see that text popping up as we get to the medium value there. There's the word medium at the bottom of that grid. It's just showing kind of a demo that we can identify multiple breakpoints at once. So we're able to swap out those UIs, and that's really nice. That's a free NuGet package. You can just grab off a NuGet, utilize that however you'd like. The next thing I want to show is from our Telerik libraries. Now, the Telerik libraries are a commercial product. You can try them for free for 30 days, but there's some really crazy stuff that we can do in here that I myself would take forever to write. We've got a team of people making these components, and we've baked in some adaptive rendering techniques into the Telerik UI stuff. So again, if you're wanting to focus on iOS and Android with your Blazor applications, this type of stuff is really going to be cool for you. So I have a product drop-down box here, and this is just a component that you get out of our Telerik UI for Blazor component library, and it binds to some data, lets you select from a drop-down list. I've also got a date range selector. Again, this would take me forever to build. It's got 2 date input boxes, and we can grab a range off of some calendars here, and it's going to fill the 2 boxes in for us. Those are 2 things that aren't very mobile friendly. Like, I'm not going to be sitting here trying to poke my finger at these dates and fill in these boxes, and these drop-down lists can be kind of hokey when we're doing mobile. So what we've done, if I take this down to mobile, move that guy out of the way. If I were to tap this on mobile, I get a completely different UI. So instead of a little drop-down box I'm trying to put my finger on, I get a nice big box here that I can scroll and select from. And I can even search at the top. So I can select from that. And then if I were to click this without mobile enabled, the calendar would spew off the screen somewhere, and I'd be trying to like pinch and zoom and do weird stuff to catch it. So if I click on this, you see it puts it in a nice pop-up for us. So we don't have to go chase after this little modal calendar that comes up and chase that around the screen. So almost all of our input components on Telerik UI for Blazor have this feature. All you have to do is go into your code. It's way easier even than what we did with the Blazor size library. So if I jump into my Telerik component, it's really easy to see here on the date range picker. I have a date range picker that binds to a start date and an end date. And all I have to do is come in here and tell it to set adaptive mode to automatic. That's it. So as long as adaptive is on automatic, it's going to detect a small device for me and give me the small device's UI. That's it for almost all of our inputs. And we're looking to see where we can expand this further. So more complex controls take more time to kind of break down into a better UX for mobile users. But you will see this come to things like our more complex things like calendar, or not calendar, but our scheduler components, stuff like that. So over time, we will have much more of this. And of course, there's that media query component baked into Telerik UI for Blazor as well. So it just takes one dependency out of the equation. You don't need Blazor size there. There is, however, one little thing that Blazor size does do that is not in Telerik UI for Blazor. It will detect a real-time screen size if you don't want to use breakpoints for some specific reason. I would always default to breakpoints first, but also has a way of detecting real-time as you scroll the screen smaller. It will give you events back with the actual screen width and height. Report that in real time. So hopefully these techniques will help you with your Blazor applications, or even with just regular HTML stuff. Again, these are all baked in features of HTML now and CSS. So CSS Grid, Flexbox are really powerful tools. If you look more into them, then you start to not rely so much on frameworks like Tailwind and Bootstrap. And you can just write some very simple CSS selectors and a little bit of code and lay out your entire application. There's really great tools inside the browser to debug these things now. So you can visualize the grid, visualize Flexbox. There's also inside these grid layouts, inside the browser, and jump back over to this guy for a second. You can even go in and toggle some of the values live inside the browser and see how they affect your layout. So we'll jump back over to Flexbox just for a second here. Right now I have today up at the top. Let's go ahead and look with our browser tools here. Try to select that one more time. You see we have our little Flexbox button on the side here. We can tap that and it will highlight our Flexbox layout for us. And then we'll scroll up here a little bit. And there's another button here next to Display Flex that has some additional properties of the Flexbox on it. So we can play with this in real time if we want to change the flex direction. Let's go ahead and reverse that. And you can see the words got reversed as soon as I clicked that. The items got flipped from a top-down layout to a bottom-up layout. And we could do that right to left, left to right as well. So there's different centering options and things that you can toggle as well. If you don't know those off the top of your head, you just pull up the browser tools, click away at some of these, and get the properties that you need. Okay. I'll leave the resources up there. You can go to my website. I've got links to my GitHub page, our Twitch shows. And on my GitHub, there's lots of samples of applications and code for the resources here. The Blazor size NuGet package you can just find by a quick search on NuGet or inside of your GitHub or NuGet package manager. It's open source if you want to contribute something to it. And of course, visit telerik.com. Check out our free ebooks, plural. There's multiple Blazor ebooks out there. And of course, our amazing components that we have as well. Do we have questions or do we have time for questions?
We do have questions.
Okay.
First of all, we have a comment.
All right.
Awesome font sizes. Everyone could see it very clearly.
Amazing.
Yeah. Good feedback.
Mm-hmm.
Also, in grid, does it matter where we put the div? Can we always set the position from CSS?
In the grid, in the div, does it matter where we put? So there,
or the other way around. In grid, it doesn't matter where we put the div. Can we set the position in CSS?
If they're referring to any of the divs that are here, then yes, it doesn't matter where they are in the source. That question might have came before my last demo, but yeah, you can move it around like I did in the weather display. You can move items around the grid by giving them individual coordinates.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the Blazor Pro Blazor size. So Blazor size.
Yes.
Can you allow us to query not only screen size, but also device themes like dark mode?
Yes. So any media query that you can use in CSS, you can use with Blazor size. And there's quite a few media queries out there that aren't screen size related. Some of them are still not supported by all browsers, but there's one really cool one that is, and it's called prefers color or something like that. You can detect the user's theme on their system, just like I believe Maddie did that with Maui this morning. You can do the same exact thing with Blazor. You can target a media query on the user's preferred color theme, and then you can use a CSS file or some CSS code to swap that out. I actually have that in another presentation I did at SweetTug.
Does it detect if we change the preference when the page is loaded?
It depends.
Okay. So there might be a way?
It depends on how you apply the changes.
Oh.
So the media query should pick up the change in real time. And then depending on how you implement your theme, you might be able to change the theme in real time, or you might have to swap out an entire CSS file, which that can depend on whether you need to load the browser again or not.
Awesome. So it might be possible.
It is, but again, it depends on your implementation of it. In my demo that I have, you can switch it in real time, and it doesn't matter.
Is it the demo from SWA?
Yes.
Yes. So that video will be up on in a few weeks on SWA.
Yeah, and there's in my issues on GitHub right now, there's actually an issue asking for a demo of it, and there's a link to one of my gist files that I did demo it there. So you can find it on my GitHub as well. It's kind of in a roundabout way right now, but I'm looking at fixing that, putting an actual demo online.
Perfect. Thank you. Do we have any questions here? Yes, we do.
All right.
I'm new to Blazor, so I'm not sure is it a thing or not. Pop-ups.
Okay.
Because designers have fantasy, and mobile design is always something other thing, and most things which normally we would display as details are pop-ups. So in Xamarin we have RG pop-ups as well as pancake view. Is that a thing or not a thing for Blazor?
All right. So in regards to pop-ups, there's nothing that's inherent to the web. There's no default web component that does a modal or any sort of pop-up. So you have to either write something yourself, or you'd have to go to a third-party library. There are things in Telerik UI for Blazor that supply modals in different shapes and sizes. So you could actually target a media query on it using the media query component and say, if it's a mobile device, then use the smallest modal there is. You can even set a specific width to make sure it doesn't pop out of the bounds of the mobile device. There's also some open source packages out there. I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but I think Chris Santi is the developer of one of them. Maybe Blazorized modal or something like that. I don't know if it's responsive, but there's some modal dialogue stuff out there.
Yeah, and the next example, for example, you had drop down. In many cases, down in the how it will be displayed on mobile design, it's up to size of it, like size of items, like how many of them. So, for example, if there are 5, it's a drop down, but if there are 20, it's a page. Whole new navigation stack. Yeah.
So on drop downs, if the number of items,
it's 5.
if you wanted to show just a few, if you had like 5 items,
yeah,
you might want to show a different UI for like more than 5 items.
It's because of the size of a finger, yes. So you have to deal with those multiple things as a full page. Yeah.
Okay. You could handle that through media queries. You could also use something like Blazor size to say, if it's within this media query, only show so many, or show them in a page or something like that. And then you could use regular CSS with the same media query to change the target size. I think that's what you might be going for. So make them a little bit wider so you can hit them with your finger easier. So you could use a combination of both things. So the nice thing about Blazor size and CSS media queries is you can use them together. So you can swap out UI elements, but you can also change the visual size of things if you need to, using just plain CSS.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ed.
Okay.
And we will be back at 20 past with Stacy Cashmore. So we see you in a bit.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody here. Hello, everybody at home. And I've never done this before in any of my talks, but for the last 2 days, I've got to include a Monty Python quote. So now it's time for something completely different. The last 2 .NET Frontend days, I have done a talk about Azure Static Web Apps because I think they are absolutely awesome. And I'm going to continue this year, but I'm not actually going to show any Blazor code or anything. That's not true. I show a little bit of Blazor code. But what I want to talk about today is getting them ready to use professionally. Now, I've been using static web apps since about 2021, since I've been in preview anyway. I tried them for fun and I kind of got addicted. And just because you can do so much with them so easily. And then I was given a talk last year at Azure Live, and I was talking about adding authentication to static web apps. And there was somebody in the green room with me about an hour before I went on and said, yeah, static web apps, yeah, they're cool, but they're just toys. You can't do anything with them, can you? It's not like you can use them in like a proper environment. And number one, please don't ever do that to a speaker an hour before they go on stage. Tell them that their chosen technology is just a toy. But it also triggered me, and basically that's how this talk was born. How can we use it in a professional environment, and specifically, how can we use it inside something like GitHub workflows so we're not doing everything in the portal and we can get our websites live? So if my computer does what it's supposed to do, which of course it's not going to. Hi, I'm Stacey Cashmore. I am Tech Explorer DevOps for Omniplan, a financial software advice company based in Amsterdam in the Netherlands. Been developing software since the middle of the 1990s or so. And since 2020, I think, I've been able to call myself a Microsoft MVP for developer technologies, and I'm still so honored to be able to do that. So what I want to do first of all is take a look at the default pipeline that we have inside of an Azure Static Web App, because I just want to show you what you get out of the box when you do everything via the portal, which isn't what you want to do on a day-to-day basis in the office, and then see what issues it gives us, and then we're going to write our own pipeline to try and fix this. Now, if I've set up my demo correctly and my computer's not gone on me as it did this morning, I should hopefully, nope, that's a great start. The first demo not working. We'll cheat. 2 seconds. Where is my code? Right. Here's my speaker notes. And what we have down here is the default pipeline. So an Azure Static Web App, if you've never used them, you go into the portal, you click Create Static Web App, you hook it up to your GitHub or your Azure DevOps repo, and the portal will talk to your repo. It will create you a pipeline. It will set up some secrets to make everything connect, and you end up with what you see here. So we have a name, which is, okay, Azure Static Web App CI/CD, but it's not exactly useful for your own benefit. It doesn't tell you exactly what you're deploying. We do have a really useful CI/CD trigger here. So on a push to the main branch, we're going to trigger this workflow. On a pull request, when it's open, synchronized, reopened, or closed, we're going to trigger this workflow. And we have 2 jobs inside of here. One of them runs when we push something into the main branch, and one of them is triggered when we do a pull request with anything other than closed. And it's all based on this wonderful task here, Azure Static Web Apps Deploy. I always say an amazing little action. It's not an amazing little action. It's a very complex little action that looks very little from the outside. This does all sorts of magic for our Azure Static Web App. It will go to your repo. It will look inside of these 2 folders. So your client and API folder, if that's what you specified. And it's clever enough to have a look at what programming language you are using, and it will build your application based on what you have in there. So I can switch my code out from Blazor to Angular, and I don't have to change this pipeline. It just knows that it's changed, it builds it all, and then when it's built, it deploys it up to my Azure Static Web App. It does the same for an API. If my static web app has an API to deliver dynamic content, it will build the Azure functions, figure out what language it is. It will tell the Azure Static Web App what language it needs to expect, because it needs to provision these Azure functions. And then it uploads everything. That's if we'd only do a push to a main. When a pull request, it does something even more spectacular. It creates a staging environment on the fly so that we can test our changes inside of production. When you've not inside of production, in a production-like environment, that would be way better than testing in production. Once we've done that, and everything's working, and we want to go live, we then need to clean it up. And as your static web app, you get 2 staging slots out of the box on the free tier. 5 on the standard tier, I believe, that you pay for. So you don't want to leave these things lying around. So there's a second job inside of here that will go in and clean up those environments when you close your pull request, so that you don't run out of staging slots and you can continue working. Now, this magic that you get out of the box from an Azure Static Web App is actually what makes it really easy to get started playing with these things, writing a website in React, in Blazor, in Angular, plain HTML files, and getting them out to a production-like environment with very little effort on your side. But it does have a few issues using it in a production environment, in a professional way. And the first one is, to create it, we've gone into the portal and we've clicked on the create button, and you don't want to do that for all of your environments. Second one is, whilst I think that that deploy action is fairly awesome for getting started, it's also fairly opaque. You don't actually know what it's doing, and there's magic behind the scenes, which, if you want to use these things in production, you might want to know about. And finally, it's a really simple workflow. There's no tests, there's nothing going on aside from just build it, deploy it, and hope that it works when you get there. So what I want to do today, as I say, is actually turn this environment, or turn this pipeline from that really simple out-of-the-box experience into something that you can run over and over, and hopefully in the next 40 minutes, we can get to the point where we can deploy an application to a custom domain on the fly when we want to and get our code into there. So the first one that I want to do is actually just what can we do inside of our pipelines to create these Azure Static Web Apps rather than doing it in the portal. So for that one, we're going to make a new GitHub workflow, and we're going to add a new folder, and hopefully I'm going to put it in the right place, which I didn't the last time I did this demo. And if I've got this folder in the right place, then any YAML that we put in here, if you're not familiar with GitHub Actions, will be picked up inside of your repo as a workflow that we can run against our code. So we're going to make a new file here, and we're going to call that IAC, Infrastructure as Code. And we're going to get rid of that. Is this legible at the back, by the way, this font size? Is that okay for everybody? Awesome. So first part of our workflow that we're going to build is just give it a name. So we want to create and set up our SWA infrastructure, and the trigger that I'm using for this is just a workflow dispatch, because I don't want to run this every time I change my code. I only want to run this when I actually need to change the infrastructure that I'm running on. Next up, I need some environment variables. So these are just variables that I'm going to use throughout my workflow so that I don't have to keep on writing them over and over. A few weeks ago, GitHub actually did a blog post that not only can you have repo secrets, but they're introducing repo variables as well. But they're in GA at the moment, so I'm not. They're in preview at the moment, so I'm not including them in the demo. They are super useful because a lot of these things I'm going to be using between each of the pipelines I write today, and you can really introduce typos when you do that. I certainly can. But for now, I'm keeping these environment variables. And then we want our jobs. What are we actually going to do inside of this workflow? We're only going to have one job in this workflow. This one's going to be quite a simple one. We just want to create the static web app so that we can load something into it in a separate pipeline. And I want to be able to type. So in order to do that, there's a few steps that we need to take. Number one, we need to check out our code, because I'm going to be adding a bicep file to this in a minute to create the static web app. So we need access to that. Number two, in order to do this, we are going to be using the Azure CLI in order to update our environment. So we need to log in with Azure in order to do this. I am cheating here and just using a credential way of logging in. There are better ways of doing this. I will put links to that on Twitter later on, but this works perfectly well for a demo. And then lastly, I just want to run a little bit of a script against that Azure CLI. Number one, I want to create my resource group. So can I make this smaller so you can see all of the text? No, I can't. Thank you so much. Code. So here we're just going to create a resource group that we can deploy into. Next up, we actually want to create our application itself. Now, I'm going to do the code before I do the bicep here. But what we have is just by using the AZ command line deployment group create, we can tell it a resource group to talk to. We can give it a bicep file, which tells it what to provision, and we can create our static web app. And last but not least, my static web app uses Cosmos DB. So I need to add just a few environment variables to my static web app. Just a few, in order to get that one working. And we have a different AZ command here, an AZ static web app that's been introduced reasonably recently. And that allows us access into this new Azure static web app resource so that we can manipulate it from the command line again, rather than as in the beginning where we had to do everything via the portal. And yeah, that wasn't necessarily what you want for production. So that's our first pipeline, just 3 Azure CLI commands in order to create the resource group, the application, and set the environment variables. The last thing that we need is our static web app itself. So we're going to make a new file in the root and call that main.bicep. Anybody here use bicep? Okay, we have one person. That's cool. Bicep is an extension on top of the Azure Resource Manager. That's how you control things inside of Azure. And basically, if I remember correctly, it's called Bicep because biceps make your arm strong, and normally you use arm templates to affect Azure. And I'm going to use a really basic bicep template here. In order to create my static site, I need to give it a name, a location, and a SKU. You can do a lot more with this, depending on what you need to do with it, but this will give you just a nice basic application that you can deploy into. So to control this, I have 3 parameters I'm passing in. One is a location, but I'm actually basing that location on the resource group I'm deploying into. Then we have the name of our static web app, which you must always set. And then we have the SKU that you want, and I'm just defaulting that to the free tier. With all this in place, I can now actually skip that first step that I was talking about in the portal, and we can create our static web app. So let's do that now. I want to commit this, add IAC. This is the point where it gets interesting. Last time I did this, I created this file in the wrong place and nothing worked for about 5 minutes. So keep your fingers crossed. This is my GitHub repo for this application. I'm not going to show it you yet. I'm going to show it you when it's working in production. But if I refresh my screen, we now have this workflows file. And that should mean that we have create and set up SWA infrastructure. So we're going to kick off that workflow. that's going to provision the static web app in Azure for us. That's going to take maybe a couple of minutes to run. So while that's running, I want to do the next step, and that's give ourselves a custom domain for our static web app so that we know where we can access the resource that we've uploaded to the cloud. So for that one, we're going to come back to our code, and we're going to add a new, let's have a look, we can close the bicep one. We're going to add a new workflow, and we're going to call that custom domain.yaml, because this is a workflow that's only going to affect custom domains. I'm going to be honest, I'm putting this in a separate workflow because I expect it to fail the first time because DNS records are a pain in the neck. And if I do have to rerun it, I don't want to wait for everything to go through the Azure Resource Manager again. So again, we have our name, set up a custom domain, try and keep it descriptive. And this is also on Workflow Dispatch because I don't expect that you're going to be running this one very often. Only after you first provision your application. You can even change from a free tier to a standard tier. You can change parameters inside your static web app. You won't need to rerun this domain flow, so keep it separate. Again, we need some environment variables, which is why I was saying that these should really be in that new repo variables that we have available in preview. And then this is also only going to have one job. And again, we're going to check out some code because I've got an application that I need to run inside of my workflow in a second. And we're going to log into Azure because this is still going to be using that AZ CLI. So we need access to my Azure subscription. Now, in order to set up your custom domain, there's a few things that you need. One is the host name. For anybody who's ever worked with Azure App Services, the host name included the name of the resource itself, which made naming interesting because you had to have a name that was unique around the whole world. And I've seen some really interesting naming conventions in different companies to make sure that this happens and nobody steals their domain. A static web app is different. The name of the application only has to be unique inside of your resource group. But that means you don't know what your URL is. It will provision you a happy beach, a yellow river, a gray sky, all sorts of different names just to ensure that you get a unique URL, but you don't know what it is at the time that you provision your account. Thankfully, we can get this out using a command. And I might bring this across to my terminal just so that you can see it better. Otherwise, I'm going to be scrolling left and right. So again, using that static web app command that we have inside of the Azure CLI, what we can do is just get a list of all environments. Now, we're just creating a new one, so we'll only have one environment. But if you create a staging environment, that's going to be in this list as well. You need to know which one to get out. We can query that list, and the default host name is always your production environment. So using this command, we can get out that host name that we need. And then all I'm doing, if you just use this GitHub output, then you just make this variable available in different stages of your workflow so you can use it further on. So now that we have our host name, I now actually need to make my DNS record. Now, I'm not going to go into too much detail with this one, just because depending on your DNS provider depends on how you do this. As you might guess, I use Portbun for my DNS, and they have a really nice API. So I've just written a little application which is going to take that host name I've created and set up the required DNS record on my domain so that I can use it inside of my static web app. It's you just need to put the host name from your static web app underneath a CNAME for the subdomain that you want to use for your custom domain. You can also do this for Apex domains, but that's a bit more work, and this is generally a 60-minute talk, so I'm not going to go into that today. But ask me about it later if you wish. And then we can actually add that custom domain. And for that one, again, we still use this same host name. So we now use a host name, and all we do is just set the name of our static web app inside of our resource group. And I'm just setting it to a domain name.stacy.cloud. And I think I will set that one to, can I type? .NET Frontend Day. I didn't spell that right, did I? Frontend Day. That'll do. And that's it. That's all that we have to do inside of our YAML file in order to make sure that we can access our custom domain. So I'm going to push this one up as well. Add custom domain. Now we can go back and see whether or not our workflow worked. Yay! I have a static web app. If I refresh this page, we should hopefully have this second one, set up custom domain. I'm going to run this one now because, like I say, it's about a 75% hit rate I have on this. About 75% of the time, the DNS records propagate in time, and about 75% of the time, I need to do a second run. While we're waiting for that, if I come into Azure and refresh my resource groups, we should have a new one, and we don't. Why do we not have a new one? This is fun when demos go weird. It worked, but it failed. Resource group and demo RG. Okay. Do we have the static web app? This is really interesting. I'm on my TARDIS. Give me 2 seconds. I just want to make sure that's not gone to the wrong account because I've done something strange. If all else fails, I do have a backup. Nope, that's not there either. Okay, if all else fails, here's one I made earlier. So this is my backup. I'm still going to carry on doing the YAML files to show you what you need to do. And well, if it worked, then this is what you would be seeing. So we have our end demo application here. And you can see this one's already got a custom domain added to it. And basically, yeah, it just creates as our Azure static web app as it would if we just created it through the portal. So the next thing that we need to do now is get some code into that application. So the way that I'm going to do that is actually start off on the command line so that you can see the different commands that we need to use in order to upload things. And then we will do it inside of a pipeline itself. So in my app, what I want to do is just add a little bit of code to my application. And this is the only Blazor that you're going to see, just so that we can see how things are deployed. So on my main page, I'm just going to have deployed by CLI, deployed by pipeline, and deployed by staging, I believe. The other one that we need to do inside of our application, in the introduction, I said that in order to deploy, or when you did the default deploy, it actually updated your Azure Static Web App to tell you what language that you were using inside of your application for your Azure functions. We're not going to be doing any of that. We're just going to be uploading compiled code directly. So we need to tell the Static Web App directly what kind of language it can expect. In a Static Web App, in our www root folder, we can control all sorts of things inside of our Azure Static Web App. I've just got some code in here to put some authorization for my API. I've got a navigation fallback for my front end so that that works nicely if we refresh a screen. It can do a lot more than just these few things, but that is literally a talk on its own. But what we're going to do is just add a little platform directive at the top there. So this is just going to tell it to use the .NET isolated platform for our Azure functions. That's what this is coded in. If you're doing something different, then there are a lot more platforms that we can use. Hey, it knows I'm no longer in the net. Oh no, there we go, Dutch. I don't know why it keeps on putting Dutch. My language is set to English on the machine. But you can see that there's all sorts of different runtimes that we can do here. And you've just got the different settings that you need in order to do that. So we have .NET 6 in process, .NET 6 isolated, .NET 7 isolated, Node 14, 16, 18 in preview, but that doesn't work well on the machines, and even Python in order to get Azure functions working to get dynamic data into our apps. I say I'm using .NET Isolated 7, so that's the runtime that I need to do. Now that I have my runtime available, I can actually publish my application. So we're going to publish the client, we're going to publish the API, and then we're going to upload it. And hopefully that will actually tell us where it's running and we can do something with it. Hopefully my machine's not getting too upset at me. Nope, that's nice and quick. These new little Dell laptops are absolutely stunning for performance. We're going to publish our API. Then after that point, we need to do a push to production. Now, the way that a static web app works, it has a deployment token. You don't publish to your resource group and resource name. You actually have to get a specific key, which you then give to Azure, and it knows where to put your code. That's something that gets put into your repo automatically if you use a portal, but we need to get that ourselves now. We can get that out using this AZ static web app secrets list, and then we can just look for the API key, stick that into a variable, get a nice error that wasn't there yesterday, and now we can deploy our application. So for that, I'm now using something different. This isn't the AZ command line. This is an issue, and I hope that Microsoft sorted it at some point. I've so far used AZ, and I'm now using the Azure Static Web App CLI, two completely different things. This one is installed via NPM. It runs using Node.js, and this is the only way that we can deploy to our application. The only way we can do the other stuff that we've done is using that AZ command line, and it would be really nice at some point if those two could just kind of converge so that we didn't have to work between the two of them. We're using that deploy token that we just had, and if we push this up, we can keep our fingers crossed, and if everything goes well, this takes about 30 seconds, and if everything doesn't go well, then we'll come back to it in a few minutes. So uploading the artifacts in progress. This is nice. It only updates every 15 seconds. So it's like, you know, is it still uploading? Is it finished? What's it doing? There we go, with 15 seconds. If it gets to 30, I'll give up and continue doing other things and come back later. What will be nice from this, if this works nicely, it will at least give us that URL of our newly deployed application that for some reason isn't visible inside of my portal, and we can still see it working. There we go. I have an ambitious mushroom. Told you they're awesome names. And if I open this now, that is the application that I've just deployed from my own machine, running inside of production and even say she hopefully. Did my action work or did it? Hey, my action worked. So we should also be able to go to .NET frontend day .stacy.cloud. And we have a custom domain from the URL inside our 30 minutes of starting this talk. Thank you, demo gods. So that is how we get it from the command line. Let's put this into a pipeline, and then we'll have a look at our staging environments for the last part. So where are we? I have too many windows open. So we're going to add yet another pipeline, of course. So I need to add a new workflow. And this one is going to be build and deploy. Now, one thing that you might be able to see here is I have taken that one pipeline that Azure gives, and I've made 3 pipelines out of it because I want to do the 3 different things that we're doing. On the one hand, it's a lot more code, and on the other hand, it at least separates things in a nice way so you actually see what's going on. So we're going to kick off this pipeline with a nice name, build and deploy application. We have the same trigger that we had from that pipeline that was created for us, with just one difference. We've now got 2 paths that we're ignoring, because when we change the infrastructure as code pipeline, when we change the custom domain pipeline, we don't want to rebuild the site. There's no need, because you don't need to redeploy the site just because you've updated the static web app itself. Next, we need those environment variables again, because yet again, we need to know the resource group and the resource name that we're trying to deploy to. And then we need to do our .NET work. So this is going to be our first job, and I'm going to cheat originally and only have one job. The if for our build and test stage is exactly the same as it is in our automatic pipeline. We have on push to main, and we have our pull request for anything that isn't closed. We're going to check out our code, because if we're going to deploy the code, it's quite useful to have it. And because we're no longer using that magic action from Microsoft, we need to set up .NET. So we're going to run .NET 7. I'm not going to run preview for this pipeline. I want it to actually work with just the latest general availability. And then I can do my build steps. So I've got 3 steps here. One that I didn't show locally, which is running my test to make sure that things are actually doing what they're supposed to be doing. Publishing my client and publishing my API. That's what we've just seen inside of the command line. Then we need to get our Azure workflow. And there's a really important step here. We're logging into Azure, same as we did before. And then we're getting our secret out. Now, we're still using this secrets list that we used previously in our CLI. But there's a really important step, and that's this. GitHub workflows are really good at hiding your secrets a lot of the time. Not all of the time. And if you don't put this echo and add mask in place, then anytime somebody looks through your logs, they're going to see your secret and they're going to be able to deploy to your application. And maybe we don't want that. And then we're echoing that out again to the GitHub output so we can use it later on inside of our flow. Interesting aside to this one, if you try and do an output from a job, it doesn't work if you add a mask to the variable that you're trying to output. It only allows it to be shared inside of the job that you're working on. So now that we've got our secret, we can actually do our deploy. For that, we need to install that static web app CLI. So we need to, first of all, install Node. It has to be Node 16. You can go to Node 16.19, but you can't use Node 18. The static web app does not like anything above Node 16 yet. I think that that's kind of in progress. And once we have Node installed, then we can do our last 2 steps. That is, we can install the Azure Static Web App CLI, and that's also obviously how you install it locally. And then we can call the same SWA deploy that we called on the CLI, using the secrets that we've just got, and into our environment production. This flag is really important. If you skip it, it defaults to an environment called preview. I'm just currently putting it in production. We're going to be changing that for our staging environments in a couple of minutes. But right now, this is everything that we need to do. Everything still okay on the stream? So one last thing that I want to do before I make my commit is I want to change my page. So we've now deployed via the production pipeline flow. We have 3 files, and we can push this up. Add build and deploy. Thank you. Yeah. So, and you can see here that we deployed via the CLI. So you can see that it came from my machine. If we go to our actions now, you can already see it. We now have this new build and deploy pipeline running. This takes about 2-3 minutes. So while that's running, let's have a look at our staging environment. So what we're going to do is add a new branch to our application. We're going to add the staging environments to the branch, and then we're going to make a pull request, and we're going to see that that new pipeline is kicked off at that point. So we're going to create a new branch, and that's add staging. And in our staging branch, we're not going to be adding any more files. What we're going to be doing instead is just extending the one that we just built. First of all, let's change this from pipeline flow to via PR so we can see the difference in what we're doing. Can close this one, and then we can go back to our build and deploy and start working through it. Now, when I do a deploy, I want to make sure that I can easily roll back to a previous version if needs be. So one thing that I want to do is split up my deploy and my build steps. So I'm going to add a new step inside of my flow that I can rerun on demand at will and deploy an older version should I need to. In order to do that, I need to upload my code when it's finished building to GitHub artifacts. Once I've got that uploaded, I can then create a new job. So everything that I've just done in one job, we can now split up into a second. This one runs again on the same, if it's on push to main or if we are in a pull request for anything other than closed, but it will only run if build and test is successful, because obviously if it failed in building, we don't really want to deploy anything. And then the first step that we do is download our application from the artifacts so that we can continue working with it. Then to get that environment sorted. So if we come down here, I want to add an extra step because I showed you that we're always deploying to production right now, but I don't want to always deploy to production. I want this to be smart. So we're going to set up a new step. And this is just going to check what's happening inside of the workflow. So if the workflow is a push, then we can assume that this is going to main. It's a production run. If it's not pushed, then we can assume that it is a pull request, and we can set up a new staging environment. The important part here is this one. Between staging and the event number, so the PR number that I want to use for my environment name, there are no spaces, no dashes, no nothing, because if you do that, it doesn't give you any errors. All it does is default to deploying to the preview environment that it wants to do, and you have no idea where your code has gone. And now we have our environment. We can update our deploy step to deploy to that environment that we've just made. And when this runs now, it's going to create a new environment if it doesn't exist in a pull request so that we can test our code. But there's something else that that default pipeline does, and that's give you easy access to that new environment. So if you do a pull request, it will run the build, And in the pull request itself, it tells you where your build has been deployed to so that you can easily find it, test it, and check that everything's doing what you want. So I want to do the same thing here as well. So we have a couple of extra steps that we want to do. The first one is getting the host name. Now, this is using the same command that we used in order to write our custom domain. Only now what we're going to be querying for is if the host name contains our environment, because every time you spin up a new environment for an Azure Static Web App, that environment name is included in the URL. So we can use that to get that information out. We're going to make that available for the next step. And then I'm going to add a step, which is actually just going to write to our pull request for us. So this is using GitHub script. And basically what you do is give it some markdown, inject some variables into it, and it will create you a bot comment on your pull request. So what we're going to do is just give a little message that says, you can test here, and then give the place where you can test. And the change was pushed by whoever kicked off this pipeline. So whoever committed the code that kicked off this pipeline. And then we're going to use the GitHub REST in order to update our pull request. And last but not least, we need to do a little bit of cleanup. Because when you close your pull request, like I say, you've only got 2 staging slots or 5 in a standard environment. You want to make sure that you clean up after yourself. So we're going to add one last job. This one is only going to run when we close our pull request. We log in with the Azure CLI again, and then all we do is just call this AZ Static Web App Environment Delete. We know that this is only going to run in a pull request, so we can just say get rid of staging and then the number of the pull request. Something that I really hate about this is the fact that I'm deploying with, where am I deploying? I'm deploying with SWA deploy, but I have to clean up again with AZ Static Web App. It just feels a little bit disparate, but I'm sure that it's going to come together in time, and this does work. So now we've got this. Let's push this up, create a pull request, and hopefully that will get deployed in enough time. Yep, I want you to add the remote branch. My build and test work, so we'll look at that one in a second as well. And if I come into my pull request, I should now be able to create a pull request for this staging environment. So let's create that. It takes a couple of seconds for it to pop up, but hopefully we're going to see that it starts to build something in a second. There we are. So that's now going to create that staging environment for us. And in the meantime, if I come back to my .NET Frontend day.stacy.cloud, we can see that it's now been deployed by the production pipeline. So we already have our CI/CD. We're now just making it nicer to be able to test changes that we're doing. One thing that I do want to show you, though, whilst this is deploying, is how we can do this locally. Because you don't want to push everything up to the cloud in order to be able to test it. You want to be able to test it locally and be fairly sure it's going to work when you push it up to Azure. And for that one, we can also use that SWA CLI. In fact, it was originally created for that purpose. When it was in preview, all that you could do is run your static web apps locally using the command line, because before that, it was a real pain to run it locally. Inside of a static web app, you can have Azure functions for an API, and you have static files for your front end. You have this wonderful little glue in the middle, and it joins everything together and makes it easy. You don't need to stress about cores, as Gerald was doing earlier today. When you're running locally on your machine, you are running your front end on one port number, your back end on another port number, and things kind of don't work that nicely. There was a load of boilerplate that you could do to get it working, but then they came up with this static web app CLI, and it all worked for us. So I'm going to run this SWA start. So I want to start my static web app. I'm just going to run my distributed files, so the published files, and I want dist client, I believe I called it. No, I don't. I want dist client / www root, if I've remembered the name correctly. So now this spins up a Node.js server on my machine, and it pretends that it's an Azure static web app. That word pretends is really important. It has about 99% of the functionality, and there's about 1% which is just a little bit different. And they even give you the warning when you use the simulator. It doesn't match the cloud exactly. Always test in Azure before you go to production. But this should give us an application running locally, which gives us an error, which means it's not found my, I know why. I've not spun up my API, have I? Let's try that one again and go dash API location equals /API. What this will do now is look into my API folder, and it will spin up the Azure functions locally, and then hopefully it doesn't go boom when we log in. Says she hopefully. I kind of have a little bit of Maddie's issue. My company reinstalled my laptop last week for Intune, and since then things have been ever so slightly iffy. And I'm not convinced that that's doing what it should do, and that's because I've done a typo. There we go. That's restoring the API for us. Hopefully that's going to load up reasonably quickly. Please. Nice computer. Almost. Yep, there we go. So now we should be able to log in. The fact that it says loading there actually shows that it's working. I have authentication on this so that I'm the only person that can save my to-do list. Everybody else just gets a transient to-do list on this page. So if it says loading, that means it's actually connecting to my Cosmos DB and things are doing what it should do. So that's how we can run this locally. You can also run it locally by running your application inside of Visual Studio, inside of VS Code, however you run your application, and connecting directly to your dev server so that you can also do debugging directly from the application as you need it. Now, I have a couple of minutes left. Please, come on. You should have deployed by now. You're supposed to be quicker than this. Just check my action and see where we are. Oh, look at that. It did actually succeed just because I said, please work. So we now have this GitHub action bot. It's told us where we can deploy. And if we open this, we can see we have our ambitious mushroom. Our custom domain is not used for our staging environments. And we're deploying to our staging 1 slot so that we can see what's happening inside of Azure before we go to production. If I close this now, you're not going to get to see the end of this because it takes too long to run. Unfortunately, I'm almost out of time. But it will now clean up my environment for me. If I go into my actions, we should see that running. Yeah, so I now have the add staging, the merge pull request. So that's going to update my actual site. And we have this add staging slot, which is just running that last one to clean up our environments. I have just 1 minute left, and there's one really important thing that I want to mention, because I said that I have authentication inside of this application, and I've not showed you that via the command line. And there's a really good reason. For the standard web app, you really, really don't want to do that. You can do it via the command line, but when you try and provision users on your static web app via the command line, you have to read out a URL that's generated in the output. You have to email that to your users. They have to click on the link inside of an hour. Otherwise, the invitation goes out of date. And more than that, in the standard tier, even if you use the same authentication provider between different static web apps, you get a different user ID. Which means that if I have some reason and my whole environment gets destroyed and I spin up a new environment, I've now got loads of orphan records because all of those IDs are incorrect. If you're going to be using static web apps in this way, you need to make sure that you use a standard tier and use custom authentication, which I don't have time to show you, unfortunately. There's no code changes because authentication inside of a static web app is all abstracted out in a really nice way. But you need to make sure that you have your own authentication provider, whether or not you use Azure, Google, Twitter, Auth0, whatever you want to use. That will ensure that you have control over your users, and that user ID doesn't change between environments, so it's really easy to spin up a new one. So, I missed my Kermit slide. Damn it. That's me saying, let's finish with the slides and start whacking on a keyboard. So that is how you can spin up, or the type of things that you can do to control your own deploy flow inside of an Azure static web app, and hopefully get it to the point where you're not just doing it inside of the portal and treating it like a toy, but this is a serious resource that can do serious work, and you can build proper applications using it. I'm slightly over time, but I have to say thank you to these three people, to Max, Oscar, and Rick, because I am not a GitHub Actions expert, and they helped me with some of the really tricky GitHub Actions stuff that I've used inside of here. And I know that I've gone through this really quickly, but that QR code will send you to a list of resources that I used in order to get all of this working for the AZ static web app command line, to the static web app CLI itself, and a couple of other resources, a few Microsoft Learn resources, which seriously check it out, they're awesome. And as a pure self-promotion point, one of the links inside of that page is the book that I wrote last year on beginning static web apps. It doesn't actually cover what I've talked about today, but it does cover getting started with static web apps itself. On that note, I do not want to keep you from Richard Campbell for any longer, so thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Do we have time?
We have time.
Do we have questions?
He goes on 20 past, so
okay,
you're fine. My disclaimer: my chat room froze, so I might have missed a few questions. I asked them to repeat those, so I hope everyone is on here. But I do have some comments and one question.
Okay.
And one comment is, we use static web apps in production since 1 or 2 years back.
Awesome.
Perfect for SPA. Separated front-end, talking REST to a .NET 7 backend API. Works nicely.
Fantastic.
I know, right? And then we have, someone found your resource.
Yeah?
Yeah, I will show you later. Where is the best place to find documentation about syntax and commands for what to write in the YAML file? Because that was one of this person's issues when learning about static web apps and GitHub Actions.
What I will do for that is I have a public repo that contains what I've just showed you. It has the YAML file already running. I will link to that one, and hopefully you can get enough from that to get going.
Perfect. Oh, now I see it. Last slide gave me the answer. Oh, perfect. There you go. Do we have any questions in the room? Yes. Awesome.
Is it possible to lock down your staging environment somewhere behind like a login or something?
Thank you. I forgot to mention that. It is, but only in the standard tier. So only if you pay for it, which is a little bit unfortunate. On the free tier, your staging environments are always open. So if you don't want people to be able to see what might be going to production, don't do this. If you're on the standard tier, you can lock it down using a password. And you can do that for both the static web app itself and for the staging environment.
Do we have any more questions? That must mean you were super clear.
Then thank you very much, everybody.
And we will be back at 20 past with Richard Campbell. Thank you so much, Stacey.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Richard Campbell. Thanks for coming out tonight. I see what you mean. Let me just mute. If I mute that, does it go away? How about that? This is a brand new talk. I have been doing a lot of history-related things. I've been working on a book on the history of .NET for some time, and my friend Jenny Enstrom asked me if I would do one specifically on Xamarin. And so I have been spending some time gathering all of my notes and reviewing some interviews and things to try and give you a whole spectrum of this. It's early morning for me. I'm from British Columbia. And so it's like 7 a.m. back home. So everybody there is just waking up. This is what my place looks like. My remote decides it's going to work or not, as the case may be. That's my my house on the left and my neighbor's house on the right. It's about 6 in the morning on a Wednesday morning. So this is a recording. And Wednesday in my neighborhood is garbage day. And so we have nothing but forest behind us. We're in British Columbia. And so we always get visitors on garbage day. Until I put the camera up, I didn't realize it was every week, absolutely reliably. But yeah, this guy wanders through pretty consistently just to see if I put up my garbage early. There are consequences if I do, including a fine from the city. So it's not recommended. You don't put your garbage out early. And just for Jimmy, I also grabbed a clip off of the front door. So that's just the looking out into the street. But there's my front door, and we often have other kinds of visitors that come by as well. A little smaller. Some people say cuter, but not me. I wouldn't say cuter. I do like that he checks my window just to see if anybody's home first. Generally, we refer to these as trash pandas. And there's a group of them living in the ravine in behind the house. I make a lot of podcasts. Any .NET Rocks listeners? Oh, yeah, a few here. Great. My friend Carl Franklin started .NET Rocks back in 2002, which predates the word podcast. We call it an internet audio talk show. And we've been interviewing luminaries in the .NET space for 20 years. I came on board as the co-host in episode 100. Yesterday, we published episode 1823 or 1832. I also make a show for IT professionals called Runners Radio. And for a brief interval from 2011 to 2014, we made another show called The Tablet Show, which is going to factor into this particular conversation as to why that show existed at all. It was for very particular reasons. But we wanted to talk about Mono and Xamarin. But if we're going to start it all the way to the beginning, we have to talk about Linux and, more importantly, GNOME. So in 99, a very young Miguel de Icaza, just freshly moved from Mexico, coming to the U.S., formed a company with his friend Nat Friedman, which they initially wanted to call Helix Code. And their goal was to make a graphics interface for Linux. They called GNOME. Now, they were unable to ultimately trademark Helix Code, so they soon changed the name. But at this time, it was still Helix Code. Now, right around that same time, in 2000, Microsoft was very busy on a bunch of things. One of them was they had just been declared a pernicious monopoly and were being ordered by the Department of Justice to break up into two companies, an operating system company and an everything else company. Now, we know that never happened, but this is the point where they've been told to, and now Steve Ballmer takes over as CEO and begins the negotiations to do what we would know as the consent decree, to ultimately keep the company together. And part of that consent, how Microsoft's going to change, so you don't need to break them up, was to be a more open company. And one of the first volleys we saw out in the world was actually related to .NET. It was at the PDC in 2000. So this was one of Microsoft's big developer conferences. It was in Orlando. And this is the first time we heard about .NET, well before it shipped. They were talking about a new platform based on internet standards, including a brand new programming language. Microsoft had never made a language from scratch before. They normally implemented existing academic languages, ones like C++ and BASIC. Now they were making a brand new language called C#. And then part of this announcement in 2000 was they were publishing the specification of the language as an ECMA specification. And this is relevant to our story because a young Miguel de Icaza read that spec and said, this is a cool language. Now, they had been working on GNOME for more than a year, and they'd been experimenting with different languages on how to build a good GUI for Linux. And they were trying lots of different kinds of languages like Python, Scheme. They weren't getting the performance that they needed. And so they thought perhaps an implementation of C# might be a better way to go. So Miguel had a very specific drive towards trying to make this work. And he would ultimately work with some other folks. And very early on in these efforts, folks like Reese Weatherly and Sarg Friedman, they started to try and reverse engineer what Microsoft was making in these prototype versions of .NET against the specification. The specifications were far from complete. And part of that was that they really weren't intending for anyone to implement the language. They were publishing specifications largely to show they were being more open and to show, what their intent to build was. But that's a very different thing from what it takes to write your own compiler. And so the folks that were working on it didn't have enough information, and they worked pretty hard to try to go further. By 2001, Helix is now called Simian. So I had to invent a word in order to be able to get a trademark to actually get a brand out there. This is where they're going to build GNOME. And this is also right around the same time that our friend Steve Ballmer, now the shiny new CEO of Microsoft, in a press conference calls Linux a cancer, just to help everyone get along better, right? Now, really, he was referring to the nature of copy left licensing, GPL, and so forth. But it still was not a useful thing to say, ultimately. But Microsoft had built their business on source code. They were one of the first companies to ever sell software and to only sell software. They got into hardware to some degree later. So they were pretty defensive about how to treat software, and the open source movement to them was quite threatening. They'll change their tune, but it'll take a little while. The first time we really see Miguel in the context of .NET is at the O'Reilly conference in 2001, and this is actually his bio photo from that conference. So I think he's like 27, and he's talking about implementing a Linux version of C# he was going to call Mono. Now, this kicked off quite a fuss in the Linux community. I mean, Miguel was very popular in the Linux community. Here he was working with a Microsoft technology, and Microsoft was a pernicious monopoly that tried to destroy the industry, according to some folks. And at the same time, the Microsoft folks are a little suspicious of him because, he is a Linux person. So Miguel makes his life pretty hard balancing between these two things. And they're still trying to largely reverse engineer their way through an implementation of .NET, because the big concern is that Microsoft will go after you if you actually do this. It's all well and fine they publish the specifications, but not necessarily a happy thing. And so it'll take them a few years to actually get an implementation of .NET done. But they worked their way through it. There's some interesting periods in this early time where they had written a C# compiler that ran in Linux, but it wouldn't compile the code. It would parse the code successfully. And then they actually had, there was other folks that were running Windows instances on servers where you could pass the code calls up and it would execute it on Windows and tell you if it was valid or not. So they were sort of in the early stages of trying to work through, does this work reliably without ever actually having a Windows machine present? So they could be sure they weren't copying any of Microsoft's code. By 2003, Simian is sold to Novell. Novell is building up a cadre of tools and capabilities around a Linux stack. They have SUSE Linux and a bunch of other products. And so adding Simian to that for GNOME, and they support Mono at the same time, becomes the norm. So they now have a stable income. Novell is a big thriving company at that time. They're not big fans of Microsoft, but they're functional. And so Simian merges into Novell and business goes on. Also in 2003, the PDC conference. So this was in October. It was in Los Angeles. This is the Professional Developers Conference. I know the graphic looks really nice. It's because I had a graphic artist redo the original because the original was 320 by 200. It's 2003, right? There's no 1080p anything in 2003. So I had this remade, and I'm going to show you a little video clip from that conference. So this was an after party, and my friend Carl Franklin is actually playing in the background here. But they're playing to Miguel. Hopefully this is clear. 240p. It's 2003. And yes, Don Box actually sings the whole song as into the lyrics of Michelle, only trying to convince Miguel that he should quit Novell and come work for Microsoft. He doesn't. Not yet, anyway. But the work continues. By 2004, they're going to have a working version of Mono. But it's not the only project that's going on at the time. A company in Denmark called Over the Edge Entertainment is starting to build out a set of libraries for building games for phones and other small devices. And they're also experimenting with different languages for their library. They play with Python and a few others. And they look at Mono and think that's going to perform better for writing games. So they reach out to Miguel and his team and say, would you help us with our gaming libraries, working it in Mono? This company will later be known as Unity. And they're actually very instrumental in a lot of the things that happen from here. Fast forward another year or two, by 2006, Novell and Microsoft actually signed a collaboration agreement, being very friendly, according to some folks. That's the CEO of Novell, alongside Steve Ballmer, the CEO of Microsoft. Shaking hands, this is when Microsoft actually buys $240 million worth of SUSE Linux licenses, so a nice windfall for Novell. And a big part of their agreement is a sort of mutual protection pact. They're not going to sue each other's customers over any patents. The Linux community, for the most part, was horrified by this whole thing. They thought it was an entire mistake. There's lots of controversy as to whether there were violations to it. It was it very quickly devolved in the press, where Novell had one interpretation of the agreement they just signed versus Microsoft having an agreement. Nothing bad happened, actually. They didn't sue each other at any point, but it certainly didn't help the cause for the most part. We could explore how deep the controversy went, but they were trying to get along. However, you could debate how much goodwill there was actually involved in this. And then the iPhone showed up. So the iPhone changed everything, for better or worse, right? This was the standardization of the smartphone. I argue that the smartphones were more interesting before the iPhone came along. Before the iPhone, phones had slide-out keyboards and attachments and all kinds of fun stuff. But after the iPhone, everything's a slab of black glass. First iPhone was not a great phone. It was a good phone. It was only 2G. And initially, Steve Jobs said, if you're going to program for the iPhone, you're going to write for Safari. He had seen the future with HTML5. Remember, it's only 2007. HTML5 is still years away from ratification. And so he saw no reason to have an open programming model for the iPhone. That's really not how Apple does things. They're very much a walled garden kind of company. However, the industry did not agree. And very quickly, the phone was hacked, jailbroken. And so the opportunity to do programming against it was very interesting. And Over the Edge went to the Mono team and said, hey, is there any chance you could help implement Mono against iOS? Now, Miguel didn't think that going against a jailbroke phone was all that smart, but neither did Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs quickly figured out, hey, we've got to solve this problem. And the answer was open up the internal development tools, Cocoa and Xcode and so forth, and create the store, so that there would be a mechanism to write code for the iPhone and then distribute it through a store with a 30% margin on it. But that also legitimized opportunities to do programming against it. And so the Mono team went to work on doing an iOS implementation for Over the Edge specifically. And Over the Edge by 2007 is now called Unity, and they are using Mono for iOS. Now, at this point, Mono for iOS is very much implemented just for the game engine, but they do have it in their mind now. Let's implement it against all the base APIs of the iPhone. And by 2008, at the PDC conference in Los Angeles, Miguel demonstrates a working version of C# running on an iPhone and blows all our minds. All right. Now, that was not the only stack out there that was going to be able to run on an array of devices. They've got the native APIs working. They're talking about doing other devices. Microsoft is also pretty active in 2008. They have a new cross-platform technology. They call it Silverlight. Now, the first version of Silverlight, this is going back to 2006 and 2007, had nothing to do with .NET. It was scripted with JavaScript. And in fact, its initial focus was as a media player. They were making a product for Netflix. At this time, Netflix is largely in the business of shipping you DVDs in red envelopes that you then ship back, and they want to get into streaming. But the problem is that bandwidth is not that good. And so they need a player that's capable of detecting how much bandwidth is available at a given time and changing the resolution of the video on the fly. So you're pre-encoding a given movie in multiple resolutions, and then you expect the player and the server to talk to each other to know what they can play for you reliably. And that was what Silverlight started out as, was a smart media player. It would evolve for a variety of reasons, right? Part of that being the failure of Vista and them having to push all of the stuff into .NET, the things like XAML and WCF. But as cool as Silverlight was, Microsoft also recognized there's a good reason to have it run on even more platforms, not just Mac and PC. And so they financially support the Mono team to make a version of Silverlight for Mono called Moonlight. So there was a relationship going there, and they're building that product. The gold rush of the iPhone is hard to overstate. By 2008, 2009, the drive to make applications for the most successful smartphone in the world at the time is massive, and many companies jump on board to build tools. One of the most important ones was Adobe with their product called Air. And the Air is essentially Flash outside of the browser. It's ActionScript and all the same elements. Still a product available today to allow you to build applications that run cross-platform. But I would be remiss not to mention things like PhoneGap, Corona, and what the Mono team was doing as well. It was a variety of products all trying to build onto this platform. By 2009, the Xamians got his act together, and they released a full version of Mono Touch for iPhone. You write C# apps. It's $400 a seat to own Mono Touch at the time. In 2010, the big iPhone arrives. Now, 2010 is a busy year. It's kind of staggering how many things happen in 2010. This is when Studio 2010 comes out, and we get Silverlight 4, which has got the out-of-browser operator, and it's kind of grown up, and it's supposed to be the definitive way to build enterprise applications by Microsoft. But this is also when the iPad is launched. Shortly thereafter, Steve Jobs puts out a letter called Thoughts on Flash. And that letter, he essentially says, listen, Flash is a pig. And look, Flash was a very early technology. It had been evolved for desktop PCs to provide automation into browsers. It was never meant for mobile devices, and it consumed a lot of energy. You could watch your iPad battery drain running a Flash app. And so, although the letter is more articulate than that, it really says the plugin is a security vulnerability, which is true. I mean, again, we forget in 2010, all of us as technical people, we're used to going to our respective family members' homes every holiday and replacing their address bars. Because at some point over the course of the year, every single person had clicked on some plugin that had swapped out the address bar for some kind of malware. Plugins are bad. Steve wasn't wrong, and killing the plugin was a good way to fix that problem, but it did also effectively kill Flash and Silverlight on iOS. The beginning of all of those problems. At the same time, within a few days of Thoughts on Flash, was a change to the developers agreement for iOS. And that agreement now said that any app to be submitted to the store so that it can be distributed on the iPhone or the iPad must be written in Objective-C, C++, or JavaScript running on WebKit. This put a pretty big chill on the marketplace. Like, it's kind of a big deal. All these different products now have been built to try and build iPhone apps, and now suddenly Apple's saying, nope, it's only our programming tools you could use, essentially. But it was never enforced. It was just a scary moment in the spring of 2010, where everybody was waiting to see, there's a whole bunch of apps already in the store. Are they going to start pulling them? Nope, never did. Now, I've heard of doing the research on this that the U.S. Federal Trade Commission started calling some of the companies involved saying, hey, have you been impacted by this declaration by Apple in any way? Which, admittedly, at that time, nobody had. But it makes me wonder if at some point Apple realized, look at what they just did to Microsoft. Maybe we should. Anyway, the clause went away within a couple of months. But briefly in 2010, everybody was very scared about whether or not this programming was going to continue. The program was going to continue. So nobody ultimately stopped. The different tool sets were there. More apps get built. The store becomes its own crisis. Turns out having 1 million apps in your app store is just as big a problem as having no apps in your app store. You only need so many iFart apps in your life. And I would be also remiss to mention, this is when WinPhone starts. WinPhone 7 was announced in February of 2010, before all that mayhem. Ships by the end of 2010. November of 2010, we get the first set of phones. And the programming model for that phone is a modified version of Silverlight. They've stripped it down enough to run it inside the phone, which also begs the question. The Mono folks were very aware of this. There was no reason at all that Silverlight couldn't have been implemented for iOS and Android for that matter. So it was one of those programming models where the base kits were simple enough it could have pretty much run on any device. They demonstrated it by running on these phones. All right. But also in 2011, Mono for Android. So I've saw a couple of slide decks from the time where they called it Monodroid. Never stuck. So Mono for Android. So now the Ximian team has C# running on iOS and Android. Most of that code runs very well into the WinPhone as well. So you've got a pretty good standardized programming platform there. It's $400 a machine per user. So if you want Mono for Android, it's another license. They're separate. But you can have both. Also in 2011, Attachmate buys Novell. It's a reverse buyout. Attachmate is a small company with good financing. They buy Novell, which is a publicly listed company, to take it private. And along the way, they're looking at so they're heavily leveraged to be able to do this buyout to delist them. So all assets are important and sort of protected while they're assessing the acquisition. But they see that there's not a lot of revenue coming from Mono. So they basically tell Miguel, hey, while we're doing this, you should lay off your whole team and yourself. And Miguel didn't think that was a good idea, but there wasn't much he could do about it. So he's now trying to figure out how to stand up a new company. And after he lays everyone off, he also says, you've got a good severance. Please give me a couple of weeks here. Just see if I can pull something off, because I'll hire you back if I can. And he's on the phone with his friend Nat Friedman, who had left the Ximian early years before, and they're trying to figure out a way to set up a new company, get some funding, and to buy Mono. And ultimately, they are not able to buy Mono. They are able to raise nearly $1 million between friends and family, some other opportunities, and they get a license for Mono to be able to continue development on it. And in fact, in the end, what Attachmate agreed to is we will license Mono to you indefinitely if you will do the tech support for it. Because as the word came down that Mono was being shut down, all these companies that were depending on Mono were on the phone to Novell going, what are you doing? Including Microsoft. Remember, Microsoft had made that investment in 2006. That had a bunch of responsibilities related to Mono on it. So they'd been helping to pay for Moonlight and some other pieces. So they're like, hey, you don't get to just shut it down. Like, you have some obligations here. And that created enough pressure for Attachmate to agree to spin those things off. Nat Friedman came back into the fold with Miguel, and they formed Xamarin. So 2010, 2011, frantic year. Just so much goes on to spin out into Xamarin. And now they're sitting as a standalone startup company. Within a year, they'll raise $12 million in their first seed round to run a company to do mobile development, purely in the C# stack. So they've got the pieces. Now they've got to grow, get more users, expand. Microsoft is having its own excitement in 2011, and that excitement comes in the form of Build. So now it's a year and a half after the iPhone, the iPad shipped, and Microsoft has their response. They're going to make a tablet version of Windows called Windows 8. They've also recognized that since there's no way to run their own development tools on iOS devices, the only lingua franca is JavaScript. And so they're going to focus on JavaScript development everywhere, including building a set of libraries for JavaScript developers to control Windows called WinJS. This all rolls out in Anaheim in 2011. Now, I make a podcast called .NET Rocks. And it's 2011, and I've just been to the Professional Developers Conference. There's no .NET sessions at it. And I said to Carl, what if .NET doesn't rock? And so by November, just a couple months later, we stood up the tablet show. Now, I already had problem with tablet content as it was. Lots of developers wanted to learn more about tablet development. They were very interested. Xamarin was a fascinating topic, and it normally didn't fit into the .NET umbrella. I've learned to expand that concept more now. Let's face it, it's a show for .NET developers, and .NET developers do mobile development in a lot of different flavors. Some JavaScript, some C#, it doesn't really matter. But for a period, we had a show called The Tablet Show every week, focused on tablet-related development topics, and it was our contingency for what we were afraid was the demise of .NET. We weren't alone. One of Xamarin's missions, they were afraid that .NET was going to die as well, so they were building up contingencies to be prepared to be the only people taking care of .NET at the time. Remember, this is also the point where Anders Hallsberg steps away from C# to go work on a secret project that we'll eventually learn is TypeScript. But at the time, he just sort of disappeared on us. So even on the show, I said, I feel like the keeper of C# actually doesn't work for Microsoft. It's a Linux guy named Miguel de Icaza. But we knew it didn't go that way ultimately. Within it, by the next year at the Build in 2012, back up in Redmond, Windows 8 comes out. WinJS is released, but the vast majority of the applications in the Windows App Store are C# and XAML. We may not have gotten a lot of love in that time as .NET developers, but we still got a lot of work done. And even if the Win 8 wasn't keen on running a lot of stuff in .NET, they gave us a path to do so, and we made a ton of apps. We were still a working bunch. Not a whole lot of WinJS action at that time. And Win 8, not all that popular. Didn't go particularly well. And so pretty quickly, the tide changes inside of Microsoft that they rapidly produce an update to Windows 8 called 8.1, clean up some problems, make it a little bit easier to use. For us Visual Studio folks, we got in Visual Studio 2012, which most people remember as a version of Visual Studio where all the menus were all caps, and that was very offensive. So by 2013, they would remove the all caps feature, which is the important thing to fix, but also that they would tune up and tailor a bit more for doing more traditional development. They would back away from the tablet story to some degree. Around that time, the Xamarin folks acquire a company. They're now a startup. They've raised some money. They get a second round, $16 million, and they buy a company called Less Painful out of Denmark. This is in 2013, and they are a mobile app testing company. They have a great distributed system for testing at large scale. They would soon be renamed the Xamarin Test Cloud, which, by the way, still exists today. It's just now called the Visual Studio App Center. But this was a place where for a fee, you could push your app up and literally get video clips of it running on all kinds of different form factor devices. They just had racks and racks and racks of various phones and tablets and things with cameras aimed at them. And so you could really run your app simultaneously on 300 or 400 different devices and see how it behaved and then watch the playbacks. It was cool. And they were a growing company. They were doing their best. Microsoft transforms it by build of 2014. The new CEO is in place, Satya Nadella. He came on board in February. This is the happy open source build in 2014. This is when they announced that Windows was free for devices under 9-inch screens or smaller. Windows free. They renamed Azure from Windows Azure to Microsoft Azure. They created the .NET Foundation. They open sourced Roslyn, the C# compiler as a service, and also announced it as cross-platform and living on GitHub. They moved off of Codeplex. Everything was living on GitHub. And many of us thought this was when they were going to announce buying Xamarin. I remember being in the crowd there and watching this event. It's like, they're gonna buy Xamarin, right? Like, of course they're gonna buy Xamarin. Like, they didn't buy Xamarin. Xamarin was a founding member of the .NET Foundation. A bunch of Xamarin code went into the foundation, but they did not acquire Xamarin at the time. There were attempts. Apparently, negotiations going on behind the scenes. It didn't work out, and so it didn't happen in 2014. Xamarin now, in late 2014, raises their largest block of money. So they had an A and a B round of like 12 million and 16 million. Now they take 50 million. That's a lot of money. You don't take 50 million because you're going to be rapidly acquired. In fact, now you're thinking you're not going to be acquired. So what you should do is get ready to go public. So you need money to flesh yourself out enough to be a standalone company that can be publicly listed. So this big C round was sort of a signal of we're going big. It also meant that they changed their acquisition strategies. They started looking at other things they were targeting in different kinds of companies. Also in 2014, .NET Core gets announced. That Microsoft says, all right, we're going to make an open source version of .NET. Rather than try and fix the one we've got, we're going to rewrite it. It's easier. The licensing is simpler. We're going to go from scratch. They have a core code base to work from. It's largely Silverlight, although they'll end up replacing a lot of that code. And it will take a long time, about 18 months from announcement to V1. And part of that is they're also learning to develop on GitHub. So it's part of the challenge there. Meantime, Xamarin's actually going in a different direction. Xamarin is now looking at Java. And in early 2015, they acquire a company out of Sweden called RoboVM that had built a Java for iOS implementation. So now Xamarin's put together a package where if you prefer to program in C#, you prefer to program in Java, you can go to either device. So common code bases in any language. They start working closely with different Java companies. They even start looking at an implementation to see if they could implement Swift for Android. So just trying to build up a set of languages that work cross-platform on all devices. Right? This is what a big company that's going to go public is going to be able to do. Also in 2015, we get Visual Studio 2015, kind of a definitive version. It's also when Win 10 shows up, which kind of puts all the Win 8 stuff to bed. Everybody loves Windows 10, although Microsoft's tackling Win 10 a different way. They said this is the last version of Windows. They were wrong, but they're going to keep pushing out updates much faster than anybody wants them. Both the Windows team and Windows users don't want Windows to be as updated as quickly as they're doing it, but they do it anyway. Also in 2015, Visual Studio Code. So TypeScript had been a hit with Anders Hallsberg, that the open source community really liked it. And it was a surprise for Microsoft. Microsoft was used to being hated by the open source community, and for some good reasons. But it turned out if they made a really good thing, the open source community would embrace it. And that happened with TypeScript by surprise. And so now they did it more intentionally. They said, let's make a great editor. We'll use Electron, and let's make an editor that everybody can love. And they succeeded. Visual Studio Code is the most popular editor in the world today. But it didn't take very long for it to be very successful. So remember how they were going to be a very big public company? December of 2015, a bunch of conversations happened in rapid fire inside of Microsoft. So that by December 31st, 2015. They only just raised the money a few months before. By December 31st, they've got an agreement in principle for the acquisition of Xamarin. Then starts a period of due diligence because there's so much code inside of this company and they need to know who owns it, what code's been used where. They're trying to clarify, they're finding code that Xamarin's got that looks like their code but is showing up in other open source projects. So then they have to prove lineage to say, actually, the Xamarin code's the older code. Those guys are copying us. That all of that needs to be ratified before they can actually do the acquisition. And they get it done in a month. And by February of 2016, Xamarin is acquired by Microsoft. Now, the actual figure was never announced. The current guess, if you go poke around on the VC sites, it was probably somewhere between $400 and $500 million for what was 5 years of investment of about 80 million. So 5 times return on the money. It's good to be a VC. And our friends probably did just fine by that too. I know nothing about any of that. Miguel becomes a distinguished engineer inside of Microsoft. Nat Friedman becomes a VP. They go different ways inside of the company very quickly. It's about 400 people at that time working for Xamarin. They get, for the most part, moved into the company. Some folks don't come along, some do. And now we have a new phase to deal with. We're in a very different space now. They're now part of Microsoft. How do you integrate all of this? How do you rationalize the various flavors? Now, this is also follow-up from Windows 8. There is a lot of fragmentation in development tools inside of Microsoft. Not really visible to us, but for the folks on the inside, there were different flavors of XAML. There was the version that we call WPF. There was the version that they'd implemented for Windows 8 that wasn't involving .NET at all. There was the version that went into Windows Phone that they were now going to abandon. And they now owned Xamarin as well. But even before they tackled that, they had the same problem with .NET. And it's in 2016 that we first see this idea of called the .NET standard. Now, again, for the most part, presenting out in the world, this was about getting vendors and so forth to all standardize on .NET. But it was also true inside of Microsoft. There were multiple implementations of .NET that lived inside of Microsoft, and they're trying to get them all to rationalize, to act the same so the code can work across them. And so they were splitting out what are the different pieces in the standard framework versus what's going to become part of .NET Core, because it's starting to put out versions as well, versus what Xamarin actually implements, because they have Mono in their own implementation of .NET. So we should at least have all the names match up. And it takes a few years. They make several different iterations of .NET Standard, and it will succeed. By 2020, they will have a pretty much ratified Standard 2.1. So now, we've got that figured out. Let's try doing it with XAML too. So for a brief period, they talked about XAML standard. The question is, when you say XAML standard, what are you talking about? When you're talking about standardizing .NET, you are talking about a bunch of APIs, base class libraries, type systems, so forth. Like, it's very clear everything that should be in the .NET standard. But in XAML, not so much. Obviously, the tags should be the same. Right? The basic constructs in XML, they ought to be the same. But you can't necessarily implement all the APIs the same. You're dealing with different devices. And under the hood, they're different, and there's nothing you can do about it. And in fact, it's in your best interest to support multiple implementations against that device, depending on what you're doing. So standardizing is just not that simple of a process. Now, the big XAML players inside of Microsoft at this time are Xamarin, the Windows team with their flavor we call UWP and ultimately WinUI, and Windows Presentation Foundation, WPF, recognizing that Silverlight and mobile largely are gone now, and they were also different flavors of XAML. So there's a bunch of ways to try and tackle that unification. One aspect would be from a technical perspective. Arguably, the simplest set of classes would be the Xamarin classes, because they're the ones that work with mobile devices. They should be able to scale up to any device. Trying to come down from a Windows implementation into mobile, much more difficult thing to do. But rarely are technical decisions made purely on a technical basis. There are other bases to make too. How about market share? How many seats are actually using Xamarin versus seats using WPF versus seats using UWP? So it's a difficult set of decisions, and everybody's in motion. WPF has its own set of problems and its own set of customers that are changing and demanding new things. The Windows team living in Windows 10 LM with rapid iteration is having their own problems with trying to update their UI, where the only way you get to use those new UI features if you're a UWP developer is to convince your company to deploy a new version of Windows 10, which, having been an IT guy, seems unlikely, right? I tended to have a sign on my door that said, "No, any questions?" Updating Windows just because you want a new UX thing, not a good idea. So WinUI had a problem. We talked about this on .NET Rocks a fair bit, because WinUI was very cool. It was beautiful. UWP apps were neat. They were just different from everything else. And you needed to resonate Windows with it, which was problematic. So eventually WinUI moved out. They stopped tying it as closely to Windows. A, the Windows team wanted to slow down iterations anyway. Everybody was asking them to. And B, it just didn't make a whole lot of sense. Plus, the .NET Core folks had gotten up to .NET Core 3.1. And in 3.1, we had this idea of platform-specific SDKs. This is when we got WinForms and WPF for Core. They just weren't part of Core directly. They were a set of SDKs that sat beside it. This is 2019. And so it made, then you could see this is a place that WinUI could live. I'm not saying they happily went there, but they were capable. There was clearly a spot where that's also where WinUI could live. So it started to give a shape to how do we move these relationships around to try and build a unified stack. Now, we'd had more success by .NET 5. We largely are at the end of the .NET Standard initiative. .NET 5 was the point where we said, okay, now there's just one .NET. It's .NET 5. We have a legacy version in what you might call standard or 4.8, but everything else going forward is 5, 6. We're going to release them annually every November, starting in 2020. They've hit it every time now. So 5 in 2020, 6 in 2021, 7 in 2022, 8 in 2023. And we still have to fit Xamarin into this. And in that outline, they are talking about things like Unity and XAML for mobile and so forth. So from a .NET perspective, they've kind of got it wired in. But the push is now on for .NET 6 and a unified UX stack. This is when they first start using the term Maui, right? The multiple application UI. And we're supposed to have all of those pieces in together. Now, the problem is that the code bases are disparate. On the show, going back, listening to some of the shows I did in .NET Rocks, we talked about Maui being late. It was supposed to ship with .NET 6. But in order for it to work correctly, a bunch of things needed to be done that only got done by .NET 6, like the unification of the base class libraries. Mono had a set of base class libraries. .NET had a set of base class libraries. They were not the same. .NET 6 is when they finally came together. Like, you kind of can't build Maui at all until that's done. So I don't know how they were supposed to ship Maui in November of 2021 with .NET 6 when they only got that. And the guy who worked on it standing in the back of the room, so he got a big grin from him, because I used to harass him endlessly about how late they were until I finally put the math together for this talk and said, oh, so there was no way to do this. Gee, I wonder why you were late. And in reality, they did get it done, right? By 2022, around May, we get our first full release of Maui. So we're very current, very, very current now. And they got into step with 7. So as soon as they got done in May, well, actually before they got done with the 6 implementation in May, they were already working on a 7 implementation. And this past November, they updated the .NET 7 version of Maui came out with .NET 7. So they're in cadence now. But it is still early days. And it is a unification of all of these different stacks. When you build against Maui and you render to Windows, it's WinUI under the hood. When you build against Android, you're using a flavor of Xamarin that's now been morphed somewhat, but there's much more of the code base in common across the board. The base class libraries, type system, the actual instance of .NET, they're all the same. So we've kind of gotten there. We're just finally winning in the sense of this is what we meant to do all along, even if we didn't necessarily know that was the destination at the time. Which begs the question, what comes next? You know, it's fascinating to me as someone who's been involved since the very beginning to imagine a tool set that I got excited about 23 years ago. I mean, it's madness that we're still using it, even though it has transformed several times. You know, I got into Visual Basic when it first started in 91, but Visual Basic beginning to end was 8 years. Not 91 to 99, done. Then it was .NET. 23 years. And we got a brand new library last year, an important one that rethinks the way we're going to do client-side development. And that to me is powerful. That's not a 23-year-old system. That's a system that's been around a long time, been able to build up on a set of tools and keep innovating. I'm excited to see what comes after that. Thanks so much for your time.
Much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We do actually have some questions for you.
Cool.
Nice. And also super interesting seeing whole history. How many let's see, we have a question before that. How many apps are built with Maui published to the Apple Store and Google Play Store? Do you have any idea of that?
I have no idea.
No.
That's great. David, would you know? Do you have any visibility of that? No? They exist.
Yeah,
right?
David says he doesn't have a count either.
Yeah.
He just knows they exist. And we know for sure that Daniel, our co-organizer, at least has one. Is Flutter for 2023, they said over 700K app build with
Wow.
Flutter, sorry. So I wonder if we need to choose between Maui and Flutter and what framework is most wanted.
Well, I think Flutter has a head start. I think they're very good. There's no, you guys are smart. Make no bones about it. By the way, a lot of the Flutter people, ex-Microsofties. Looking at you, Tim Sneath, wherever you are. And they started from scratch. They were very fortunate, and there's very few opportunities. You actually get a greenfield. Okay, what if you were going to build a dev stack for iOS and Android from scratch? The platform's already out there. You don't have any baggage except you're going to bring Dart with you for some reason. I don't have any problem with the Dart language. It's fine. And so that they've done a good job, and we've had them on the show, and and their latest version where they're starting to do Mac OS and Windows as well. Pretty exciting. That's cool. Why would you look at Maui over Flutter? You like C#. You have code that already exists in XAML. You have libraries you already depend on. You have a group of developers who know this tool space better. They know how to function in Visual Studio. And so you have a commitment to the space, and carrying that code along is worthwhile. The same way that Microsoft did. The easiest thing in the world is to throw everything away and start over. What's hard is living with the things you've done in the past and giving people a bridge forward. There's one thing I've learned working with Microsoft for decades. They tend not to leave developers behind. They give us a path. So the work you've done before can be carried into these new models. And Maui carries that tradition on. It's not a fresh start. It is all of the best of what we had, plus some new capabilities.
We do have a question. Does Microsoft use Maui for their own apps? And Lucas was kind enough to say that in the beginning of our live, David actually showed some published and Microsoft applications that used Maui. So we can confirm that.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's also an important aspect of Microsoft. I pay very close attention to what tools they use themselves on their stuff. Because if they don't, that's a red flag, right? And I looking at you, WPF, for many years after WPF was released, there were no Microsoft products. The first Microsoft product to implement WPF was Visual Studio 2010. That was 4 years after the initial release of WPF. I think, and it hurt the product to go that long. The transformation of WPF in WPF 4, which is the version they put out after Studio, was because the Studio team beat the snot out of it. APIs get better when big apps come to town and push on them hard. So the fact that we're seeing Maui apps being built internally means we expect Maui to get better. Those guys know where the Maui devs live. They'll hunt you down. They're going to get stuff fixed, and we're all going to benefit from it.
Do we have any questions from the room? Yes, awesome.
Yeah, I think it was your previous slide. You saw these different platforms. Windows
the Maui slide?
Exactly.
Yes.
And my question is, what about Linux? Will it work for Linux, or is it not of interest for Microsoft to do that?
Well, the problem that Linux has got is what's its GUI, which I find fascinating. That Xamarin starts making a GUI for Linux. So in theory, and you see some open source stuff going on in the space with the SDKs and things. You could see implementations against KDE or GTK, the different kinds of GUIs that Linux has. But there's nothing Microsoft's building directly that I know of. I don't know. Again, I'll defer to David since he's the back of the room there.
There is a Linux fork of the Maui repo, and it runs basically. So you can find that on Javier Suarez Ruiz's GitHub. He's one of our core engineers. In terms of official plans to take it to Linux, it's in consideration, but it's not committed on the roadmap. So we do have actual business need. Remember WinCE?
Yep.
Yeah. So they have all these embedded systems out there. They can't build modern stuff for it. So they want, hey, can we use Linux? Seems like a good fit. So I think that would be an interesting scenario for us. So it's possible. If you have a business case for it or a personal case for it, I would love to know how you want to use it.
Thanks, David.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions? No. In that case, we want to thank our sponsors, Progress Telerik, for making this possible, and Microsoft Reactor for actually hosting us, and for our amazing speakers. Thank you so much. The videos will be cut up and put on our YouTube Live. Thank you so much.